Lights are out. Oh, no start at all for Arvid Lindblad. Manages to get going in the end, but that's cost him several places, and now he's right in the middle of the field being used as a pinball. We go racing in the Academy Trophy for the second time today, and Guillaume Bouzard trying to squeeze William Go to the outside line. And here comes the move. Emilion Denner, no doubt. Here we go. Oh, barely a start at all from the front row man, and it's held up quite a few drivers. So Marcus Kayak gets the perfect start, and there's a little bit of jockey for position, and it's ended up in chaos. Marcus Kayak repeats the feat of Tom Lulette. 3 wins out of 3. Arvid Lindblad gets his first gearbox victory. A big lunge on the last lap, and Dorisson takes the lead from Bouzard. That came out of nowhere. Up to Dorisson, gets the job done. Emilion Denner crosses the line. 3 out of 3 for the Frenchman, for Sodikar. And it's a tough start, but it's Kayak who beats Lulette off the line. Perfect start for Marcus Kayak. Whatever, Tom Lulette going for the lead, and the final turn on Kayak, and he gets through. But Tom Lulette has danced his way to the victory 5 times over the weekend. And Daniel Vasile, but he dives in on Albanese at Cafe Corner. Now he's absolutely extraordinary. Thank you very much. 3rd position. Not a lot of traction. Lindblad on the inside. He's going for it. He's got it. Unbelievable. Lindblad takes the win in the final bend. And that was only yesterday. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Great to be back with you once again for the FIA Karting European Championship at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. It's definitely going to be another extraordinary day of action and frenetic energy as we have 8 races to go for the FIA Karting European Championship season opener for the KZ and KZ2 gearbox classes and the first round of 3 of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Jake Sanson with you once again as we overlook the start-finish line. It's going to be a busy day at the office. We have 2 more heats to go in the Academy Trophy. There is the race director, Pasquale Lupoli, who's just giving the drivers a little bit of a cue in, ready ahead of the start of the first race of the day and their 5th Academy Trophy race. For each driver in the grid, it is their 3rd outing. They only get 3 before the final, and only the top 36 drivers of the 54 that have entered this weekend will progress through. Let's talk to one of the drivers we caught up with on Thursday in preparation, the Swiss lady representing the Girls on Track program for women in motorsports, Chiara Batig.
The biggest challenge for the first weekend in the academy was I didn't know how the weather is, how the other drivers are, and it was very tricky. It's very nice to represent my country with the same equipment, so I can show my skills and my talent. My main target for the first academy race is to get into the final and make the best possible. It was great to be selected by the FIA Women in Motorsport. I did fitness, mental coaching, and a lot of hours in my OK Junior.
Great to hear from the drivers as they continue to make their progress in the Karting Academy Trophy, many of them at this level for the very first time. And for Chiara Batig, a very special opportunity to represent her nation. And she did a fantastic job over the course of the 2 races yesterday, showed flashes of speed. I don't think I've ever heard an Academy Trophy competitor ever so talkative as Chiara Batig. Every time I turned around in the paddock yesterday, there she was, wanting to learn more, wanting to understand more about the sport, asking question after question after question, soaking up the knowledge like a sponge. You have to in these sort of situations, and the drivers really are taking these opportunities very much to heart. They really want to learn as they continue to make their progress. So it's great to see the drivers really starting to take a massive interest in the sport and trying to get themselves a little higher up the ladder as well. They are doing an incredible job, many of them here in Europe for the very first time. Never mind racing in Europe for the very first time. William Go is going to be on pole position for this one, though. The young man from the Philippines alongside the Slovenian talent Alexander Bogunovic. Then the Finn Joel Pajola will be on the 2nd row of the grid in 3rd place alongside Luca Horton of Bahrain. And then it is Nicholas Roos, the man who took a heat win yesterday for South Africa, alongside Marcus Silkunas on the 6th position of the grid on row 3. On the inside of row 4 is that lady Chiara Batig, the Swiss driver. She'll be there on the inside of the 4th row. Alongside her on the grid will be Riccardo Cirelli, the Italian. And in 5th row of the grid, it is the Japanese talent Megumi Suzuki. who is lining up alongside the young man from the Republic of Ireland, and that is Jack Buckley. Harry Mamasi of Canada will line up alongside Henry Jocelyn of Great Britain, two drivers who know each other quite well, actually. Robert Pamalis and Daniel Dalakian will go to battle together on the 7th row of the grid, the Latvian and the Armenian. So qualifying heat C versus D for the Academy. The drivers will head out onto the circuit, and it's going to be a fascinating battle. Oh, one of the mechanics has actually fallen over trying to push the kart out onto the circuit. It does happen from time to time. William Go and Alexander Bogdanovic on the front row of the grid from Joel Pajola and Luca Horton. Then Nicolas Rus and Marcus Silkunas, Chiara Patig and Riccardo Cirelli. Megamu Suzuki and Jack Buckley from Harry Mamasi and Henry Jocelyn. Robert Pamalis and Daniel Dalakian. Hamza Al-Fayez and Alexander Deshkov. Aditya Wabowu and Sintana Panetta. Then Gabriel Sano and Pedro Cachada. Saldo Colombres and Harry Arnett from Oliver Kinmark, Rio City, Mantis Reiber and Ruben Duvalli. Competitors coming from all 4 corners of the globe, representing all 6 continents as they battle away for proceedings. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day of racing, but these are the last 2 heats for the Karting Academy Trophy drivers. And this is their last chance to break through into the competition, into the final. Obviously, there are only 36 seats available, so they've got to make sure they're in the best possible position to make good use of the opportunity. Never so easy to predict who's going to get what done. Tony Hogg is watching all the way out in the Middle East, wishing Luca Horton good luck. It's going to be a fascinating battle for young Luca, and he is there on the 2nd row of the grid, was so consistent over the course of yesterday. Very, very quick, one of the steadiest and the smoothest of the drivers out there. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do now from the 2nd row of the grid. He's got a good opportunity for a very strong result here. He will go off P4 of the grid alongside the Finn Joel Pajola. This is the first time that these 2 pairs of drivers have met each other, because they obviously stagger the groups. 4 groups in total, and this is qualifying heat for groups C versus D. That puts William Go, the young man from the Philippines, in pole position on the grid alongside Alexander Bogdanovic. There is the race director, Pasquale Lupoli, getting himself ready for the start. When those lights go out, the drivers will charge to turn 1, and it'll be a rolling start for the Academy. Very tough, this particular category. They all have exactly the same chassis from Exprit, Vortex engines, which are pooled, and LeConte tyres. They only have 4 tyres over the course of a whole weekend. They only take a spare if they actually have to, if it's been punctured or damaged. And otherwise, that means that they have to carry these 4 tyres from the beginning of qualifying to the end of the final. It is a tough discipline. Tyre wear and tyre management, very much a premium, as well as good racecraft and discipline. They learn on the job. So it's obviously a fascinating battle. Are we going to go racing? No, it's a false start, false start. The yellow repeater light comes on the starting gantry. It was just a little bit quick out of the blocks there for Go and Bogdanovic. So they're going to have to go round another time. They obviously have to wait. They run along the start-finish straight in their 2 tram lines. And then basically they are released when the lights go out. They're not allowed to move out of those 2 parallel tram lines on the main straight until the lights go out. If they move before that, they can incur a penalty. It'll be anywhere between 3 and 5 seconds, depending on how severe it is. If it's 1 wheel out of the tram line, it's usually 3 seconds. If it's more than 1 wheel out, then it's 5 seconds out of position. So it is very important to get that start right. But the onus is obviously on the front row drivers on the grid. They've got to make sure that they are in position. So they've got to be very smooth as they come through. The driver's up to Cafe Corner, so only 2 more turns before they will be able to get onto the main starting straight. And there is the co-race director. He does the gearboxes, that's Nigel Edwards, but he also assists his colleague Pasquale Poli in getting the field slowed down. And that's how you control the pace of the drivers. You have to give them very clear instruction. So for William Go and Alexander Bogdanovic, it's now time for the race to get underway. Are we going to get a good start? It certainly looks like it could be a fast one. Yes, we're underway, and it's a good start for William Go. Joel Pajola's got a better start. Pajola's going to break through to the lead. Excellent start for the Finn. So Joel Pajola from 3rd on the grid gets through into 1st position. He makes a much better use of the start, and William Go drops to 2nd place, battling away with Alexander Bogdanovic and Luca Horton. Nicolas Rus is in there. Kart going wide. That was the 5-1-6 going wide. That's Robert Pamalis, the Latvian. But down the back straight, and Joel Pajola has the lead, and he's already getting a little way clear of his compatriots out there. Alexander Bogdanovic getting a good start. He has moved his way up, but up to 2nd has come Nicolas Rus. The South African has made a mighty launch. So Nicolas Roos, he got a race win yesterday as well, don't forget. So he's obviously very motivated. Luca Horton gesturing to William Go. Come on, let's get on with this. Alexander Bogunovic has lost quite a few places. I think he's down into about 6th position as here comes the move on the inside from Marcus Selkunas. Selkunas gets the move on Alexander Bogunovic as well. So that puts Bogunovic down into 6th position, I do believe. Cirelli is 7th, then Jocelyn, Suzuki, Mimasi, Panetta, Dalakian, Buckley, Cacciada. There's been a couple of drivers getting a bit of a difficult start. Chiara Batig has fallen out of 8th place down to 18th. And it looks as though Hamza Al Fayez is there in about 19th place. So a couple of drivers trying to make up some progress in the early couple of laps. They only get 8 laps in the heats in the Academy Trophy, so they've got to get on with it. Not very easy when you've got so many talented drivers around you. But Pajola is the race leader, and they're already starting to call this guy the new Tarpanen. On the inside comes William Go. On the inside of Nicolas Roos. So William Go gets into 2nd position. And that means now that the first 2 drivers in this race have yet to win a heat in the Academy Trophy. Neither Pajola or Go have got a race win this weekend. And we had 4 different winners from the first 4 races. Now we're going to go side by side as Luca Horton bows alongside Nicolas Roos. And he gets through now. Great run from Luca Horton into 3rd position. And he takes Marcus Selkunas with him. The top 4 drivers in this heat have yet to take a win this weekend. That's how even it is in the Academy Trophy. From one race to the next, you do not know who's going to have the pace. Pajola, Go, Horton, Selkunas. Roos is desperately trying to hang on in front of Bogunovic, but Bogunovic is doing his best. Alexander Bogunovic all over the back of Nicolas Roos, and Henry Jocelyn's getting in the game now as well. The British driver hustling in behind with Riccardo Cirelli, the Italian. Down to the braking zone. Bogunovic is actually having to move to cover from Henry Jocelyn, who's going much stronger today than he was able to yesterday. But they're all trying to get that final couple of positions on the starting grid for the finals to later this afternoon. So it's obviously going to be a very tough mission for the drivers as they continue to charge their way forward. Not so easy to predict how it's all going to play out. So Pajola, Go, Horton, Selkunas, Roos, Bogunovic, Jocelyn, Cirelli, Suzuki and Mimasi. That's the top 10 at the moment. Then there's Santino Panetta, the Argentine, running in front of Armenia's Daniel Dalakian. There's the move from Hadi Mimasi. He gets through on Megamu Suzuki. So the Canadian gets past the Japanese driver as Henry Jocelyn goes after Alexander Bogunovic. But he again has to bail out of it, and that puts Riccardo Cirelli all over the back of him. Cirelli trying to come through. Hasn't made that stick. Hadi Mimasi's going very strong now, the Canadian. Working very hard as he tags in behind the driver in tow. Riccardo Cirelli working his magic as they continue on their far side of the course into the final bend, and Hadi Mimasi looked like he was getting a good run as into the pits with a broken rear bumper comes the 522 of Pedro Cacciada. So Pedro Cacciada with a technical flag, but he knows about it anyway. So I'm afraid Pedro Cacciada is out of this race with a broken rear bumper. Flailing off the back of the pinion, Luca Horton, 3rd position, gets the fastest lap of the race, 55.3 for him, as he tries to drop Marcus Selkunas. Roos is 5th, Bogunovic in 6th, from Jocelyn, Cirelli, Mimasi, Suzuki, Panetta and Buckley. Good progress being made by several drivers in the field. There is Pedro Cacciada. Very unfortunate, as his bumper is very well and truly broken there. Good battles further back. This is the 527 trying to make progress. That's Aditya Wibowo. As he tries to get through on Robert Pamalis. So Robert Pamalis, the Latvian. They work their way through, and at the final bend we can see that still Nicolas Roos is trying to shake off Alexander Bogunovic. Henry Jocelyn's in the tow. So is Cirelli, Mimasi, Suzuki in the background. Panetta and Buckley are being hunted down by Harry Arnett. And now Hamza Al Fayez, the Jordanian, is starting to make up progress. He's making good overtaking moves now. Hamza Al Fayez getting himself back up into 14th place. Chiara Batig is on the move as well now. She's made up 2 places to come up to 17th. So there are some drivers that are starting to make a bit more of an impression on this race now. But they've only got 3 laps to make an impression. So Bogunovic still all over the back of Roos. 2 very talented racers, the South African and the Slovenian. So they're going to continue to duel away in the final 2.5 laps. They come up to Cafe Corner, diving through that very tight right-hand square, and then up through the left, up to the final turn. And we've seen so many overtaking moves over the course of the weekend already. And in the Academy Trophy, they're really going to want to come up with something special in the closing stages. So The drivers still making as big an impact as they can, working hard. Joel Pajola, though, 0.6 of a second clear with 2 laps to go. It's looking good for the Finn to become the 5th different winner in 5 Academy Trophy heats. Consistency so important at this level. There is Luca Horton, the young man from Bahrain. He's doing a great job, actually. 3rd position, so smooth. This is exactly what he needs. He's going to be right up at the sharp end here. He'll only accumulate 12 points if it stays like this, and that'll put him into the top 8 overall. So he can be quite happy with the way this is currently turning out. And based on what happens in the second heat, he could be up at the sharp end in the final. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. And there is Nicolas Roos in front of Alexander Bogunovic. There is Luca Horton, just trying his best to close up a little more on William Goh. But he's done what he needs to do. He's got himself out in a clear space, so he hasn't got pressure from behind. Last lap, and William Goh has got right up to Joel Pajola. But the top 4 karts are driven by drivers who have yet to win a heat this weekend. So we are almost certain to get 5 different winners from 5 heats, but Joel Pajola is still trying to shake off the attentions of William Goh. Not only are they calling Joel Pajola the new Tuukka Tarponen, he is actually coached by him. So he's clearly learning from the best. You only have to ask the reigning world champion how good this kid is. He'll know. Up to the hairpin, and Joel Pajola is going to get himself a valuable victory in front of William Goh if he can just hang on. But William Goh is trying his best to pull a Lindblad in the final bend if he can get close enough and throw one up the inside. But he's not going to get close enough. He will try his best, but it's going to be Joel Pajola. Pajola will get the victory in front of William Goh. 5 different wins from 5 different heats. William Goh shaking his head in frustration. He felt that the win could have been on there, but he will still only carry 6 points. That is 3 second places for William Goh. He may not have won a heat, but I tell you what, he's looking like the most consistent driver out there at the moment. Joel Pajola in 2nd position. William Goh, Mr. Consistency, 3 second places. That could be enough to get pole position for the final later. We'll have to see how the second heat plays out. But he could be in position there. Luca Horton, a brilliant drive to 3rd position. Great work. 4th place from Marcus Silkunas. Then Roos, Bogunovic and Jocelyn. Some great performances in the field. Always tough in the Academy Trophy to establish yourself and build your name. But certainly Joel Pajola has done so, has become the 5th different race winner in 5 consecutive Academy Trophy heats. That is how awesome it is in this category. It is so competitive. You never know from one race to the next who's going to get the job done. So Joel Pajola comes through for the victory in front of William Goh and Luca Horton. Marcus Silkunas is 4th ahead of Nicolas Roos. Alexander Bogunovic in front of Henry Jocelyn and Riccardo Cirelli from Harry Mamasi and Santino Panetta in the top 10. Jack Buckley is 11th in front of Megumu Suzuki, Harry Arnett and Daniel Dalakian. Hamza Al-Fayez along with Alexander Deshkov, then Oliver Kinmark and Robert Pomalis. A frustrating race for Chiara Batig. She had a little bit more one-lap pace than 19th position should suggest, but she'll still be a factor in the final, I'm sure. Aditya Wibowo, Gabriel Sano, and then Vongsapat Ketsari from Ruben Dovalle, Mattis Reiber, and Sol de Colombres. Just the one retirement in the end, and that was Pedro Cachada of Portugal. So there's going to be 28 drivers in qualifying heat A versus B, and that is a new record, by the way, folks. We're going to see some great talent come through, and they've come from very far and wide across the globe. We've obviously seen Hamza Al-Fayez do battle from Jordan, but from even further afield, it is the young Kiwi, Lochiel McGregor, who didn't manage to get a decent qualifying lap in practice due to a technical problem. So let's hear from 2 of the furthest travelled in the Academy Trophy, Hamza Al-Fayez of Jordan and Lochiel McGregor of New Zealand.
At home it's a 10-hour difference, so it's quite hard getting used to just even eating at the right time, sleeping, and even right now I do feel quite tired, but I'm definitely going to try my best this weekend. I'm absolutely pumped to have this opportunity. I'm very excited and happy to represent New Zealand. It's a big opportunity and I'm definitely quite overwhelmed still, but I'm excited and I'll give them a taste of Team Kiwi. It's definitely going to be a bit challenging since it's my first time racing overseas, but I'd like to make it to the final and hopefully get a good result. I've been doing a lot of fitness preparations. I've been going to the gym, just getting my fitness up. I've been doing a lot of laps in the car at home just to try get as much, just get prepared, get as much as prepared as possible for the big ride ahead of us.
The challenge is that I'm new to this track and I've only been 3 days here, so I don't have much practice time. And this is a new engine for me as well, so it's going to be a hard challenge. Feels good because I'm happy to be representing my country, because not many people came here from Jordan. And on eco machines, it's so much better because no one can play with anything in the engine and it's all fair. As a racing driver, you always want to finish in the top 3, so anything out of the top 3, I'm not happy, but I hope we'll stay on the top 3. Yeah, I used to prepare, I used to drive a lot, go to the gym a lot, and and I raced a couple of races, like practice races in the UAE and some in Jordan, so I'm ready for this.
So great to hear from Lochiel McGregor of New Zealand and also from Hamza Al Fayez of Jordan. Race director Pasquale Lupoli just letting the drivers know what's what before they get themselves ready to go racing. But we are about to see the biggest ever grid for a qualifying heat in the Academy Trophy. 28 drivers. It is a new record for the category. A lot hotter today than it was yesterday. About the same time yesterday, it was 15 degrees Celsius. It's now 20, so it's going to be a lot hotter today than it was yesterday. The only consolation, I guess, is that the wind is slightly stronger, 6 kilometers an hour compared to the 3 kilometers an hour wind speeds we had yesterday. The humidity is still relatively high, though, 54%. So it's definitely going to be a very scorching day. I hope everybody's brought their sun cream. Not something you usually say in Belgium, but certainly here this weekend, it is going to be a scorcher. And with overcast clouds as well, the pressure is going to be quite high in the air. And that means that by the time we get to the finals, it's definitely going to be Ice Cream City. This is a very, very tough circuit in the heat and the hot humidity conditions. So the drivers are definitely going to be put to their test here this weekend. And certainly for the final coming up later, the longest race of the weekend, that is where things are really going to get interesting. But the front row of the grid, occupied by 2 men who have won heats already this weekend, Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg and Thibaut Ramakers, the home favourite here in Belgium. It'll be a fascinating battle for these two as they go off the front row of the grid. The first time these two have met on the same bit of racetrack. But right behind them is the other French speaker in the starting grid, Arp de Dorisson from France. All 3 of these drivers took a race win over the course of yesterday. So all of them will want to get a second and put themselves in pole position for the final. In 4th position on the grid, it is the young Czech talent, Jindro Pezel, who has been absolutely awesome over the course of this weekend so far. Come straight out of the blocks and been very quick indeed, flying the flag for the Czech Republic. 5th on the grid, it is Dino Stroescu, the Romanian, who is there on the inside of the 3rd row. There is Guillaume Bouzard, just getting himself dialed in and ready, soaking up the pressure. This is definitely one of the most high-octane moments that he will have had in his young junior career. Very, very tricky to see how the balance of these emotions is going to be from the get-go. Caleb Gafrara, the young man from the United States, is back for a 2nd year in the Academy Trophy, and he is there, P6 on the grid. There is Thibaut Ramakers, so dominant in his first heat yesterday. Found it very tough in the second. The 3rd is going to be toughest of all because he's got Guillaume Bouzard lining up alongside him. This is definitely going to be very tricky for Thibaut Ramakers, who has come to the world of OK Junior and the Academy Trophy this year, having been a bit of a sensation in the world of IAME Euro and IAME Benelux before this. So obviously racing in his home country and across Europe in IAME X30, which is very different to OK Junior. Matthias Orjuela in 7th position on the starting grid, the Colombian. He's going to be there on the inside of the 4th row. And then on the 4th row alongside is the Chilean Augustin Sepulveda. There is Mies Houben. And Mies Houben, the Dutch racer, is going to be there going off P13 on the starting grid alongside Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian. And they're going to be just behind Tiziano Kuznini, the Swiss driver, and Nando Weichselbaumer, the Austrian, who are on row 5. And on row 6, it is the German lady Matilda Patz and the Polish driver Ivo Besterda. So the contenders are getting themselves dialed in then for the start of the race. Guillaume Bouzard and Thibaut Ramakas on the front row of the grid from Art de Dorisson and Jindra Pezel, Dino Struescu and Caleb Gefrara, Matthias Orjuela and Augustin Sabalvida, Tiziano Gujnini and Nando Wechselbaumer from Mathilde Pats and Ivo Besterda, Mies Huben and Mark Dubnitsky from Elina Rolfsen and Jan Pinto, Timofey Mikhailov and Adrian Ferra from Patti Yildirim and Ishan Madesh, Georgios Kafataris and Christian Jorgensen from Kyoho Lee and Ethan Thorne, Kian Gachia, Mira Alzabi, Luis Sedeno and Lochiel McGregor. So 28 drivers from all four corners of the globe, North and South America, Africa, Asia, Europe and Australasia are all represented here in the Academy Trophy grid. 54 nations, a new record for the Academy Trophy. 53 in actuality because there are 2 Swiss drivers on the grid, but one of those is representing the Girls on Track program, and that is Chiara Batig, who won her opportunity to be here through such a strong performance out at Le Mans at the tail end of last year. So she won her scholarship for the Academy Trophy in such a fashion, still only 12 years of age. Hope she makes it through to the final. But then, of course, you wish them all to make it through to the final. That's the problem. All 54 of them deserve the place to be there. And unfortunately, there are only 36 spaces on that starting grid available. And that means that for 18 drivers, they're not quite going to be so lucky. For those who know that they are not going to be making it to the final, just remember that you have to return your transponders and collect your race licenses before you leave the circuit, because obviously your race licenses cannot be posted back to you. So please make sure that you collect your race licenses and return your transponders before you leave the circuit. But hopefully everybody will be staying around for the finals later, because I promise you those are going to be the 3 most exciting motor races that you are going to see today. I know that's probably a bold claim when there are many fans of motorsport who know they have their own form of racing going to be taking place today, but I'll stake my reputation on it. There's going to be 3 fantastic races this afternoon for the Academy final and the KZ2 and KZ finals as well here at Genk. They call this place the home of champions with good reason, and the Academy Trophy is the birthplace of some of those. They come off the final turn. Are we racing? Yes, we are! Good start from Bouzard. Good one as well from Ramakas. Someone's going to have to yield. It's Ramakas initially as they come through turn 1. He's going to get crowded out down to about 5th position. Maybe he can make it 6th. He is going to make it 6th, I'm afraid, because he's lost ground. But Guillaume Bouzard gets a good start in front of Art de Dorisson. And Dorisson is already trying to pull clear with Bouzard. So Art de Dorisson, the Frenchman, is trying to put the French flag on the top step of the podium. Couple of drivers running wide. Couple of problems there, and someone has dropped right to the back of the field behind everybody else now. Who is that? I think that might be Jan Pinto. So we'll double check as they come through, but certainly a very tricky start for a couple of drivers in the field there. So not the easiest start to proceedings for all of the Academy Trophy drivers. They're all in equal chassis, of course. X-Bridge chassis, Vortex engines, and LeConte tyres. As we watch the man in 3rd position going through, that was Dino Struescu, the 509. Nice move up the inside there from the 533. That is Elina Rolfsen, the Norwegian, making a good overtake there in the final bend. And Dorisson is going to take the lead. Up to Dorisson, gets past Guillaume Bouzard. So for the 2nd time this weekend, Art de Dorisson leads in the Academy Trophy. He managed to take his lead on the last lap of the heat yesterday. Now he gets it done on lap 2. As Jindra Pezel closes up on the Romanian Dino Struescu. He wants to make the move for 3rd position, but it's tight in the top 6. Gujnini's made a spectacular start. The Swiss driver is up at a 5th place. So some great racing as Ramakas has a go. They're all going to try and make an overtake or 2 on this one. Jindra Pezel gets through in the 3rd position, and so too does Dino Struescu to get past Bouzard. But Gujnini is having to fight to defend his position there. So Guillaume Bouzard down to 3rd now behind the Romanian Dino Struescu, and Jindra Pezel is going to go to battle with Tiziano Gujnini down the main straight, and he'll get a bit of support from Thibaut Ramakas. Gujnini and Ramakas could storm straight by, but they're not quite close enough to move up on the Romanian. And then in behind them we've got Gefrara and Orjuela. Oh, on the inside, nice move from Ramakas, but past both of them goes the American Caleb Gefrara. He dives past them both and takes the Colombian Matthias Orjuela along for the ride. Caleb Gefrara gets 2 into 1. Brilliant overtake from the American. And that was real opportunism from Caleb Gefrara. But Art de Dorisson is out in front, leading the way. The Frenchman in front of the Romanian and the Luxembourger. Struescu and Guillaume Bouzard putting close in battles behind. Guillaume Bouzard looking for his opportunity to come through. And Bouzard looks like he might get hungry for a move here on Dino Starescu on the inside. There goes Bouzard. Bouzard in a second position again. And now he's got to try and get back on terms with Arthur Dorisson. Tough racing still to come in the last 5 laps. Look at the battle down the main straight as we've got Jindra Pazel hanging on in front of Orjuela, Sepulveda, and then the number 503, that is Mies Huben. So Mies Huben, the Dutchman, into the top 10. Elina Rolfsen's going well. She's managed to get herself up into 11th position, the Norwegian. Oh, big slide on the inside. That's the move from the 520. That is Nando Weichselbaumer. And now we've got Timofey Mikhailov getting through on the inside. The Malaysian gets through, and so too does Ivo Besteiro, the Pole. He runs the 501 because, of course, it was a Pole that got the job done in the Academy Trophy last year. Maciej Gladish was the Academy Trophy winner last season. So Arthur Dorisson in front of Guillaume Bouzard and Dino Starescu. And then Tiziano Kuznini, who's up to 4th place, past Caleb Gafrara and Timur Ramakas. Jindra Pazel in P7. Still a good battle raging here as the mechanics work their craft. How on earth can the drivers pick out their own mechanic? They're all wearing the same uniform. And up on the inside, that looked like Orjuela. I think that might have actually been Nando Weichselbaumer on Mies Huben, I think, trying to get the overtaking move done. There's a great battle going on as Timur Ramakas gets the fastest lap of the race. And onto the back straight they go. Dorisson, Bouzard, Starescu, Kuznini, Gafrara, Ramakas. When you think that 3 of the current Formula 1 drivers on the grid came from this very championship. Charles Leclerc took the title in 2011. Esteban Ocon and George Russell both raced for their countries in this category as well. Neither of them actually managed to get a top 10 finish, but they were still there representing their nation. Doing a fantastic job. Arthur Dorisson and Guillaume Bouzard, Dino Starescu, Tiziano Kuznini and Caleb Gafrara ahead of Timur Ramakas and Jindra Pazel. Matthias Orjuela. So Ramakas is into 5th, Pazel is into 6th. Gafrara trying to get back in on terms with Jindra Pazel. So Caleb Gafrara trying to come through. Now Luis Sedano, the young man from the Dominican Republic, has been given a investigation flag there. So not entirely sure what that's for, but Luis Sedano is clearly under the scrutiny of the stewards for something. So we'll have to keep an eye on how that all plays out. But Matthias Orjuela is now the fastest man on track, a 55 flat for him. And now Guillaume Bouzard still getting as close as he can to Arthur Dorisson. He'll want to try and repeat the move that Dorisson pulled on him yesterday. It was all going well up until that point for Bouzard to get 2 out of 2, and then on the last lap Dorisson found the overtake. Bouzard will want to do exactly the same thing to Arthur Dorisson, but Dino Starescu in 3rd position and Tiziano Kuznini in 4th are kind of hoping that they can make it 6 different winners from 6 heats. 2 laps to go, and they're all covered by less than a second. Tough to know who's going to get the job done now. Dorisson trying to stretch away on a qualifying lap away from Guillaume Bouzard. Fastest lap of the race comes in from Timur Ramakas. Jindra Pazel sets the fastest 3rd sector of anybody in the race. So there's still a lot of pace in these karts. The drivers are trying to maximize it as they go through. But Arthur Dorisson is working well. A little bit further back, we've got this battle still raging. This is Nando Weichselbaumer versus Mies Huben. And then behind them we have Sepulveda, Besteiro, Rolfsen, Dubnitsky, Mikhailov, and then we have in the 508 Matilda Patz, the German. She's going quite well in front of Kyohu Lee and Christine Jorgensen. So the battles continue all the way through. The checkered flag is just 1 lap away for Arthur Dorisson. He's hoping to hold on in front of Guillaume Bouzard. And the Frenchman wants to hang it out in front of the Luxembourger. The way Arthur Dorisson is going, there is a genuine chance that we could have a clean sweep of pole positions from France here, because Tom Lulette is leading in KZ2 up to this point going into the superheat. Emilion Denner is leading KZ going into their superheat. But this man, Arthur Dorisson, it looks like he has an opportunity here to go pole position and make it 3 Frenchmen in pole position for all 3 classes. If it stays like this, then Dorisson's going to get the job done, and he will clinch pole position for the final in front of Guillaume Bouzard and William Go. But what an amazing performance it's been from Arthur Dorisson. He has been so smooth all weekend. He's only dropped 3 points, and now he's going to pick up his 2nd win. Arthur Dorisson gets the win, and with that, he will start the final from pole position. Great work from Arthur Dorisson. Guillaume Bouzard did his best, but he couldn't quite get back in position. A win in 2 seconds for Guillaume Bouzard, but 2 wins and a third for Arthur Dorisson sees him in pole for the final. Ahead of Bouzard, William Go, Thibaut Ramekes will start it from 4th, Jindra Pazel will go from 5th, Nicolas Roos, Lugo Horton and Alexander Bogonovic. So Arthur Dorisson is on the verge, potentially, because we don't know what's going to happen in the superheats, but it could be 3 Frenchmen in pole position across the 3 categories. But certainly we know one, and that is Arthur Dorisson. Pole position for the Academy Trophy final later this afternoon. What a spectacular effort. And a really good run from Arthur Dorisson. He's been so smooth all weekend. There when he needs to be, decisive when necessary. So Arthur Dorisson picks up the win in front of Guillaume Bouzard and Dino Struescu. Then Tiziano Cusnini ahead of Jindra Pazel, Thibaut Ramekes and Caleb Gafrara, Matthias Orduela, Nando Wechselbaumer and Mies Huben in the top 10. Then Augustin Sepulveda and Ivo Besterda in front of Mark Dubnitsky and a much more impressive Elina Rolfsen. Timofey Mikhailov ahead of Matilda Pats, then Christian Jorgensen ahead of Kyoho Lee of Korea. 19th position for Jan Pinto ahead of the Spanish driver Adrian Ferra. And then Peru's Ethan Thorne ahead of the Turkish star Bati Yildirim. Ishan Madesh of India from Georgios Kafantaris of Greece. Luis Cedeno, the Dominican Republican. And then Lochiel McGregor from New Zealand. The Kiwi was in front of Kian Gauchi of Malta. And Mira Al-Zabi from the United Arab Emirates coming home in 28th. And that is the most number of finishers ever in an Academy Trophy race. Everyone that started all came to the finish. A record number of starters, a record number of finishers. Well done, boys and girls. So that is the Academy Trophy sorted for the moment. Obviously, the next race they're going to have is the final later. And there are going to be just 36 drivers of the 54 that started on the grid for that one. Only the top 36 in the qualifying interim rankings will make it through. And it's KZ2 time now, just like that. We go into the superheats. And for the man on top, Tom Lulette, it's an opportunity to get a clean sweep. He had the 2nd fastest time overall in time qualifying, but he has been the winner of all 5 heats over the course of this weekend. The Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver was absolutely perfect yesterday. I think he only had one slightly awkward start, but he got the lead back before the end of the first lap. And otherwise, Tom Lulette led every single lap of the races yesterday. That's absolutely extraordinary. And the Frenchman with a great opportunity here to get it done from pole position. We caught up with him yesterday after his epic work in the heats.
C'était une bonne journée, on a gagné les 5 manches, châssis, le moteur, tout va bien, l'équipe est confiante. On est confiant pour demain, après on verra après la Super Heat, on espère la gagner. Et après pour la finale, on espère faire le même travail. Ouais, non, il a fallu manager les pneus un peu, faire attention, il a fallu aussi trouver le bon setup pour le châssis. C'est un ensemble de choses qu'on a dû trouver. Et puis ça va être payant, donc c'est plutôt pas mal, on travaille dans le bon sens. Non, on verra ce que ça donne sur un long relais. Et justement, je pense que ça peut nous aider d'avoir aussi un long relais. Je pense qu'on va être pas mal. Plus les pneus vont s'user, mieux on va être. Je pense qu'on est assez confiant avec l'équipe. Après, il faut toujours se méfier des autres, donc à voir. On verra ce qui se passe demain, mais j'espère être sur la plus haute marge du podium.
So Tom Lulette there, obviously talking up his chances coming into the races. Just to give you a brief overview, he said it was a really good day. I managed to win all 5 of my heats, which was the objective. Now I have to confirm this in the super heat on Sunday morning to keep my first place, which could allow me to keep my first position on the starting grid for the final. Managing tyre wear was obviously very important. Of course, it's always easier to do it when you start from the front row. And he had to say that his team, the Lennox squad, did a great job in this area to find the best setup and the best balance to be able to perform well while preserving the tyres. He also said today's performance made him very confident for Sunday, but you always have to be very wary of your rivals. There are many other drivers who want to win, and they had to continue in that direction. This man is definitely going to be the biggest threat. David Trefilov, fastest of all in qualifying, the German sensation for the Maranello SRP team. He was almost perfect yesterday and certainly came away with a decent score. But of course, the results of this superheat will actually be added to the accumulated points from yesterday's intermediate heats. So it's not a fresh reboot. It is actually accumulated from the qualifying heats that they had yesterday. So you still have to finish in a decent, strong position. You have to try and keep the bandwagon rolling all the way through. So it's always a very tricky position to be in. And there in behind, third position on the grid is Thomas Imborg, who had a race victory on Friday evening. Did a fantastic job in the build-up to this Sunday heat. Was very consistent over the course of the races yesterday. Now finds himself very deservedly in position for Superheat A, in third position on the starting grid. It's going to be fascinating to see what he can do from there. And he's there on the second row of the starting grid. There is the Romanian sensation, Daniel Vasile, for the DR Racing Kart. And it'll be really exciting to see what he can do. He's come close to the top step of the podium in KZ2 so many times before. This is his best chance yet. They've come fighting fit out of the blocks with a massive amount of speed. So Daniel Vasile really has a good opportunity here to get to the podium. You never quite know with Daniel Vasile. You'll always get something either spectacular or frustrating. There's Jean Luyet, having had a very consistent weekend so far for the Tony Kart Factory team. He captains the ship, really, along with his brother Sam in the KZ2 Tony Kart squad. And he and his brother Sam really have been running rings around a lot of the opposition. Fifth on the grid for this one. Be interesting to see what he can create from it. And can he get himself higher up than his currently projected 9th position on the starting grid for the final later. It's not done and dusted yet by any means, and there's still quite a lot that has to happen. There is Alessio Piccini, the Italian star for the Birolart Factory team. Great to see him putting on a good show yesterday. Had some amazing overtakes and was really good at preserving the tyres in the latter stages of races. So that's where he's got the good skill to be able to just keep those tyres running a little more in duration. So there is Pasquale Lupoli, assistant to the race director of the gearbox categories. And that, of course, is Nigel Edwards. And he'll be atop the starting gantry to send them on their way. Always a fascinating battle in the KZ2 category. There is Robert Kinderwater, one of the talents of this field, KZ2. He's really making a name for himself these days. And captaining the ship for the KSW Satellite Squad from Austria on their Birolart chassis. Robert Kinderwater mixing it with the works drivers and definitely proving his worth and his skill. Always nice to see what he can come up with. There'll be some fascinating battles from Robert Kinderwater if he gets half a chance in this one. Welcome back to the paddock, Baz Lammers, one of the gods of our sport. This man really is the Schumacher of modern karting. What he hasn't won, it isn't worth winning. He's won pretty much everything there is to win in terms of European titles, World Cups, World titles. He is absolutely amazing. It's a shame he's not actually on the KZ grid this year. Hopefully he'll be back for the World Championships at Le Mans. There is Norton Andreasen, a great OK convert, having worked his way through to the Tony Kart Factory team now in KZ2. Great to see him there. And he absolutely deserves his place in the squad. He was mighty in OK last year and making the switch to gearbox. He's clearly read between the lines and seen the likes of Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc, who did exactly the same thing a decade ago. They decided to go across and have themselves a really nice battle out on the circuit. So obviously a lot of drivers, they spend 1 year in gearbox and then have a really pleasant time of it when they make their way through into the next stage of their motorsport career. So it's really interesting to see what the competitors are able to produce. 1 minute board goes up in preparation here for the KZ2 Superheat. There are only 2 races for the Superheats, but they are added to the accumulated scores of the qualifying heats from yesterday. So obviously you have to still keep the balance. You still have to get yourself into a good frame of mind. So as the drivers get themselves ready for the off, it's going to be a fascinating battle for the drivers in KZ2. They're definitely going to put on a good show. So let's see what can be created as the drivers will move away from the starting grid. David Trevelov in the Maranello. He'll be on the outside of the front row. A tricky place to be. Tom Lulette on the inside. The perfect starting position, but you have to make use of it. We saw a couple of drivers yesterday getting difficult starts. It's not easy in the gearbox category. Standing starts, always much more technical than the rolling start. Bit of a tricky start for Thomas Imborg. He barely gets away at all. Hopefully he'll be able to take his position. Not the preparation you want. Tom Lulet and David Trevelov in front of Thomas Imborg and Daniel Vasile. Then Jean Lier and Alessio Piccini from Robert Kinderwarter and Norton Andreasen. Christian Habulin and Ivan Ekelchik from Matteo Spergel and Andrea Dale. Oscar Target and Michael Rossina from Linus Lagerstrom and Andrea Bossetto. Alex Schmitz and Luigi De Lorenzo. Celian Galassin and Dominic Reuters. Ronnie Tabakovic and Karl Lukashevsky. Corentin Rousseau and Yannick Julius Bernhard from Robin Gledem and Arthur Lehuc. Christian Bertucca and Carles Martinez. Antoine Babarou, Adrian Janicki, Brandon Nilsson, Paul Lucier, Kevin Stahauer, Lucas Vladic, Axel Bengtsson and Tom Adams. So obviously with only 72 drivers, 72 places available, I should say, after the course of the intermediate classification yesterday, there are a handful of drivers that have not been able, sadly, to make it through to the Superheats because only 72 places were available across the two races. So it is worth pointing out that there are a handful of drivers that couldn't make it to the Superheats, and we had to say a very sad goodbye to them, namely Leonardo Marcellia. That's a very big name to fall by the wayside. Alex Marigliano, David Yaramin, Sivet Moilant, Rohan Grinvis, Jeremy Potain, Mattia Simonini, Michael Paparo, Nathan Sharp making his debut in KZ2, Nicolas Schefter, Jacob Wojcik, Ivan Klimenko, Yannick Himmels, Albin Carlsen and Ken Algra, also still very new to the world of KZ2, and Rasmus Janssen. A real shame that we lost them, as it had been a really solid weekend for them up to that point. But I'm afraid they are not going to take any further part in the weekend because they have not made it through to the Superheats. Only 72 karts have been able to do that. And of course we're going to lose 36 of them through the Superheats because there will only be 36 spaces available on the grid for the finals. So it's definitely going to be an interesting battle for the competitors as they gear themselves up ready for a bit of a spectacle here. The drivers will know that this is going to be a put up or shut up style race. They really have to be in a strong and competitive position from the get-go. And obviously this lap is all about warming up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. So everybody wanting to be in a solid position as they run through. But now it's time to see what the competitors will give us as they come through out of the final corner. They line up on the starting grid. So let's see how even and competitive it is going to be. It will be a very tough mission from the get-go. All of the drivers know just how hard it is going to be. So now the drivers are bearing up and getting themselves ready for the start. So let's see how the competitors are going to go in this first of the two Superheats. Very important to get this one right. No second chances after this. No mercy in KZ2 either. Ultra competitive. All of the drivers will know just how intense it's going to be from here on out. You've got to make it count. The green flag will fly at the back of the grid. It does. And so now, when the lights come on and go out, they'll be racing in KZ2 for the penultimate time before the final. Here we go. Perfect start from Tom Lulet. Absolutely textbook. Daniel Vasile manages to get through up at the inside. Oh, a little bit of jockey for position. Looks as though everybody's just about got through without incident, though, as Trefilov now comes through in second place. Tucked up behind is Daniel Vasile. So we've already got a pretty solid start. But for Lulet and Trefilov and Vasile, they have all gone clear. So the rest of the field are left to squabble amongst themselves. Trefilov going for the lead. Battles with Lulet. They both drift wide. Oh my goodness, and Vasile has taken the lead. Daniel Vasile gets through. So Vasile is into the lead. Trefilov is still battling away with Tom Lulet, but now they have dropped a long way back. Vasile has been given a clear path to the lead. My goodness, this could blow the weekend wide open in KZ2. So Vasile has now got an opportunity here to disappear out front as we watch one of the drivers being wheeled away from the fray. I'm afraid that is the 386 that is out of contention. That is Arthur Lehuc. and that will almost certainly knock him out of the competition. Yannick Julius Bernhardt having a similar problem on the opening lap as well. So those two are out of it, but Trevelov is through to second place past Tom Lulet, and Daniel Vasile is now the clear race leader, with Andreasen up to fourth ahead of Imborg, and Kinderwarter ahead of Luye, Piccini, Habulin and Ikelchik. Now, it's not a big panic for Tom Lulet, because he is still in third place, and he still has fewer points accumulated than anyone else around him. So third place is not a big panic. He'll only drop 3 points, so he'll still get pole position for the final. But he cannot afford to let this little incident with Trevelov getting through and then running him wide so that Vasile got past as well. He cannot afford to let that get in his head, because that's where the mistakes start to creep in. That's where the chinks in the armour are shown. There goes Norton Andreasen through into third place. That's what I'm talking about. You've got to be so careful. You cannot afford to let this kind of thing get away from you. So Tom Lulet is now going to be on 4 points accumulated as a result of that. Now down the inside, that's Habulin, wheel to wheel with Luye, and they get very close together. Piccini having already got through. So Piccini has got away from this little gaggle, but we've got Ikelchik, Habulin, and Jean Luye, who's dropped all the way back down the order. Has Luye gone off the road? Jean Luye has dropped out of contention by the look of it. So we're not entirely sure where Jean Luye has ended up, but he's certainly not circulating anymore. I think he might be out of it. There is Jean Luye. He's fallen to the back of the grid and he's not happy at all. He peels into the pits. His race is over. And that's another big name fallen by the wayside. So Luye still leads the rankings at the moment, but he's going to have some pressure now. Trevelov has caught back up to Vasile. Lulet is trying to get through on the inside, and he has to bail out of the move on Andreasen. Tom Lulet is feeling the pressure, but he cannot afford to panic here, because fourth position would still give him pole position for the final. He cannot afford to get to, he cannot afford to let this get to him. But Trevelov has caught up to Vasile. Here he goes. David Trevelov dives in on Vasile, and he gets through. So David Trevelov takes the lead. The German definitely had his Weetabix this morning. He is going to gun for it as he charges his way through, and on lap 4 of 15, he comes through to the first position once again. This is the longest race of the weekend so far, don't forget. So this is definitely where the pressure is going to be mounting. But with David Trevelov taking a win, that's going to put him on accumulated 5 points. That's going to be on accumulated 7 points. So if Lulet were to drop another couple of places, he would definitely be in danger of losing his pole position. But in fact, he's catching up to Norton Andreasen rather than falling into the clutches of Robert Kinderwarter. So for Tom Lulet, this is not a panic. This is what will eventually be known as a dropped stitch in the Genk tapestry, because it's only 4th position. It's not that big a deal for Tom Lulet, who was dominant yesterday. He'll only pick up 4 points if he stays like this. Look at the battle in the midfield. Drivers all over the shop trying to go for the overtaking moves. It's ridiculously close. From about 8th position downwards, it's an absolute cannon. 8th position down to about 27th. Absolutely on it. The top 4 have broken well clear. But the racing's still ultra close in KZ2 as Andreasen has his first look at Vasile. Lulet was trying to have a go at Andreasen in the same breath, so you've got to be very careful. Andreasen still trying to get a tighter line than Vasile. Andreasen looking so strong today, dives in on Vasile. That'll do. Norton Andreasen, the Swedish charge, gets up in a second position. A great run from Andreasen thus far. Now Vasile is having to go defensive with Tom Lulet. So Tom Lulet can afford to stay in 4th position. He doesn't need to get the ground made, but for his own benefit and for his own resolve, I think he'd like to get himself back in a position if he can. As on the main straight, Oscar Target makes his move on the inside of Michael Rossiner. So now the battle raging in Superheat A of KZ2. There's still a lot of drivers that can win this final, as evident by this Superheat. Here goes Lulet on the inside of Vasile. No problem at all. Tom Lulet gets back into 3rd position, and he's still got time to get himself back into 2nd, maybe even 1st here, because he's on lap 7 of 15. He's still got more than half the race to do. So Tom Lulet is definitely not in panic stations mode, far from it. Third position would be more than enough to get in pole position for the final later. So even though Trefilov got under his skin a little bit on the opening lap, it's not done yet, and he's still looking good for pole. There's Kinderwarter, then Pacini, Ikelchik and Spergel in front of Christian Abulin. And there goes Christian Abulin making his way past Matteo Spergel. And off in the final turn. That, I'm afraid, is Tom Adams. So Tom Adams in the Maranello crashes out of the weekend. I'm afraid from there he's not going to make the final, but he's given it his best shot on his European Championship debut. And no doubt we'll see him hopefully back again at Cremona next month. So the battles rage for David Trefilov as Norton Andreasen and Tom Lulet are going to close up. Further back, this is Pacini versus Ikelchik. Christian Abulin is there in 8th place, the Croatian, as Tom Adams walks away from it. Norton Andreasen getting very close to the race leader. Andreasen has no pressure at all here, so he can just make it work. And he's going to go for the lead on David Trefilov. He tucks in, nearly gets alongside him in turn 1. Goodness me. Norton Andreasen really stepping up the attack now. The Swedish fans will be going bananas here, trying to see if their man can get through. So Norton Andreasen working his magic in front of David Trefilov. So really exciting battle as they continue to emerge, and into the pits to retire comes Yannick Himmels. Oh no, sorry, that is his teammate Ronnie Tabakovic, I do apologise. Oh, and off the circuit, that is one of the CRGs off, that is Andrea Bossetto. So Andrea Bossetto comes off the kart and manages to, well, attempts to push started, I should say, but hasn't been able to. Meanwhile, Tom Lulet is all over the back of Andreasen. Trefilov has backed him up. So Trefilov has backed up Andreasen into the path of Tom Lulet. Daniel Vasile is still in 4th place, but is falling ever closer to the clutches of Kinderwarter. So these three are going to be battling in the final 6 laps. So fascinating stuff. I tell you what, Germany may not have had a good night in Eurovision last night, but I tell you what, David Trefilov is giving them plenty of more reasons to wake up and smile this morning. Here comes Lulet, diving on Andreasen. No, you don't, says the Swede. Oh, Norton Andreasen really trying to make light work of the race leader, whilst also going defensive on Tom Lulet. He's got to be really focused now, Norton Andreasen. He's in the toughest position here of the three of them, because he's got to be a combination of offensive and defensive tactics. Oh, a bit of a run wide from Trefilov. Andreasen eating up the road in front of him. Trefilov's got to be careful. Andreasen will want to try and go for the move. 5 laps to go. And if anything goes wrong, it could blow the race wide open in the final later. Because one of these names falls by the wayside, it's going to be costly. Very, very costly indeed. Ronnie Tabakovic waves goodbye to the European Championship round here at Genk. His mechanic congratulates him for the hard effort, but it wasn't to be for the German. Meanwhile, his countryman Trefilov is trying to hang on in front of Andreasen and Lulet. Very tough racing. Carlos Martinez and Paul Lussier are charging through the field, by the way. Martinez has made up 14 places. Lussier has made up 17 as they run in 14th and 15th positions. Andreasen again holds the inside line from Tom Lulet. Stalemate one more time. 4 laps to go. Trefilov, Andreasen, Lulet. And Tom Lulet, the man at the back of this three, is going to be the one that will start the final from pole position if he keeps it together. Andreasen is looking likely to be top 10 if all goes his way. And Trefilov is looking good for a front row start if things work out in his direction. But it's all going to be down to the composure. Defensive from Trefilov. Andreasen going on the attack. Lulet just hanging back, waiting for the gap to appear. Andreasen almost gets the undercut on David Trefilov. Up towards Cafe Corner they come again. Up to the square right-hander. And is Andreasen going to need to defend? Yes, he is, because Lulet is all over him. Nearly gets level. Up into the pit bend. Andreasen's got to be so focused. He dives in for the inside, trying to get closer to Trefilov. He needs to get on the run of the Maranello. This is fascinating watching these three. Maranello, Tony Kart, Leclerc. Germany, Sweden, France. Trefilov, Andreasen, Lulet. 3 laps to go in the KZ2 Superheat A in the first round of the European Championship here at Karting Genk. Into the pits, strolling in comes the CRG of Celian Galassin. So I'm afraid his race is over. Very unfortunate for the Frenchman. I'm fairly sure that's his weekend over as well. We've lost Yannick Julius Bernhardt, who didn't start. We've lost Arthur Lehuc. We've lost Jean Luyet, Tom Adams, Ronnie Tabakovic, and there is Célian Galassin walking in. What a shame for Célian Galassin, the Frenchman of the CBV Sodicar. So Trefelov still hanging on from Andreasen. Lunette has decided to hang back a little bit. That might actually work out in his favour. 2 to go. Andreasen still throwing everything bar the kitchen sink at the man in front, David Trefelov. The German talent is really having to do his homework here with Norton Andreasen all over him. This is not going to be easy at all. Down the back straight. It'll be a really exciting tussle for them now as they continue to challenge forward. Andreasen is closer now to David Trefelov than he has been over the course of the last few laps. It is very, very close indeed. Is there going to be a run on the inside? No, Trefelov moves to cover into Cafe Corda. They're only going to have a lap to go at the end of this one, and Andreasen looks like he will take a risk if it opens up. Trefelov defensive again, along the main straight. 1 lap to go in the superheat, and it could be any one of these three. As into the pits to retire comes the Birolart. I'm afraid it's game over for the 342. That is Alexander Schmitz from the top 10. What a shame for Schmitz. Big problems for the German. But back at the front, Andreasen is absolutely spitting the exhaust fumes of the race leader, David Trefelov. Trefelov defends. Andreasen trying to get the undercut. They go through the apex. Is this going to be the move? No, Trefelov holds the line just in front of the Swede. Norton Andreasen all over the back. Down to Cafe Corner. You're really going to need to take a bold lunge. And Andreasen tricks Trefelov into the defensive move, but he called it right, so Trefelov might just have this. Andreasen will try. Trefelov will protect. It's going to be stalemate. David Trefelov is going to beat Andreasen to the line. Trefelov wins it. Andreasen second. Tom Lulet is third, with Daniel Vasile just hanging on in front of Christian Abulin. David Trefelov takes a big scalp out of Tom Lulet and Norton Andreasen there. That makes his final tally 7. Tom Lulet still has 3 though, and that means that the Frenchman will still be in pole position for the final. But that gives us an indication that it's not going to be as easy as Tom Lulet thought it might be, because David Trefelov is definitely going to make his impression on the final. He will be there. He came into this weekend as the favourite, having been third in the International Super Cup at the end of the weekend at Kristianstad, behind the 2 men, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Senna van Walstein, who have both stepped up to the world of KZ this year. So on paper, David Trefelov was the favourite, but paper is not the same as a racetrack. You've got to do the hard work when you're behind the wheel. So David Trefelov definitely going about it the right way. Oh, looks like we've had a stoppage at the end of the race. And that is a post-retirement, actually. That is a 365. That's Matteo Spergel's car that's come to rest at the hairpin on the slowing down lap. David Trefelov taking the win then from Norton Andreasen and Tom Lulet, from Daniel Vasile and Christian Abulin. Robert Kinderwarter and Matteo Spergel ahead of Ivan Ekelchik and Andrea Dale. Oscar Target in the top 10 from Michael Rossiner and Alessio Piccini. Carlos Martinez and Paul Lussier charging through from Karl Lukaszewski, Dominic Reuters, Robin Gledham and Christian Bertucca. Then it is Adrian Janicki ahead of Brendan Nilsson, Kevin Stehauer and Corentin Rousseau, Luigi Di Lorenzo and Linus Lagerström from Lukas Vladic and Thomas Imborg, who've dropped all the way to 26th. Antoine Babarou and Axel Bengtsson from Andrea Bossetto, and Alexander Schmitz was the first of the retirements. Schmitz was out, Célian Galassin, Ronnie Tabakovic, Tom Adams, Jean Luyet and Arthur Lehuc. Yannick Julius Bernhardt was the one driver who did not take the start. So a very tough battle for the drivers in the first of the 2 KZ2 Superheats. But what a sensational challenge it has been for the drivers so far. So a really exceptional battle for the competitors at this point. And not entirely sure what happened there for Matteo Spergel on the slowing down lap, but certainly that wasn't in the script. So a really exciting battle for the contenders as they continue to put on an excellent show. That was Superheat A. Now it's time for Superheat B. And the man on pole position is still kind of drinking in the moment. He only did one KZ2 event before this one, and that was Adria last year. But here is Marcus Kayak getting himself together again, ready for the challenges that await him in the Superheat B. I caught up with him after his fantastic efforts yesterday.
We came testing here 2 weeks ago. It was not really good, but when the competition started, it was like we immediately had the speed. Won 3 first heats, but then during the last 2, when we put new tires, like it was really tough getting like the best laps. We couldn't match the others, so it a bit fell back, but otherwise it was okay. I think it's just really smooth over the whole race because in the beginning we are really fast, but during the end laps it gets quite difficult because other guys start to catch us. I really hope we can win the Superheat and maybe be on the podium in the final.
It's a tall order, but it's not impossible for Marcus Kayak, the Estonian for the Ike's Racing team. They've been so strong over the course of the race weekend. And Marcus Kayak, who was in the OK category last year, stepping up to KZ2 mid-season. What a performance it has been from him this weekend. Almost perfection, and he's really looking incredibly strong going into the Superheat B. Once again, these points scored from this race will add to the accumulated points from yesterday. What about this boy, though? Arvid Lindblad, the Red Bull Junior. What a performance he gave us yesterday, including the last heat of the day. In his first weekend, he bounced back from as low as 11th on the grid at one point to charge through to take the final race of the day with a move in the final corner of the final lap. This boy is turning into something quite special in Gearbox already. And the last Red Bull Young Gun we said that about won the Formula One World Championship last year. No pressure. Second row of the starting grid. It's going to be a very interesting battle for the competitors behind as well. Lining up in third place on the grid, that is Jorge Pescador, the Spanish driver for the CRG squad. He's been making massive steps forward in terms of his personal progress, and now he looks like he is ready to step on the KZ2 European Championship podium. It could happen in the final later today. He has a really good chance of it. But he's not the only Spanish talent that's been making waves in KZ2 this weekend. Because alongside him on that second row of the grid is another, this man, Genis Civico, very much picking up from the mantle left by the Italian Simone Cunati in this Modena race team. Genis Civico carrying the torch for the flag for the Modena karting squad, and they are having a great weekend with Genis Civico. This is definitely the strongest I've ever seen him race in KZ2. He's got a great opportunity from where he currently stands. In the previous heat, we had Jean Luyet line up 5th position on the starting grid on the third row. But this time, it's his brother Sam Luyet who is going to be there in 5th position on the starting grid, as we just take a look at Genis Civico in the Modena kart. Ines Mechanic getting himself ready for a strong challenge. So as I said before, Jean Luyet was 5th on the grid in the last heat. The last Superheat, I should say, Superheat A. But now it's his brother who is on the grid in P5. There is Sam Luyet. So both of them starting from 5th position on the grid in their Superheats. And Superheat B for Sam Luyet, a good chance to improve his qualifying position for the final. Let's see what he can do from the third row. An absolutely fantastic opportunity for Sam Luyet to make good progress in this one. So Marcus Kayak in pole position and Arvid Lindblad in second for the Standpex Motorsport team. Speaking of the Standpex Motorsport team, what about this boy, Chris Harnen, the Flying Dutchman? Really is putting in some incredible performances this weekend. And the way that the Standpex team are talking about him, they're already comparing him to the last great Dutchman to storm the world of Gearbox and disappear into the fraternity of racing. Max Verstappen, who made his name on this very circuit. So a fascinating opportunity for the competitors as they run through. 7th on the grid, Danilo Albanese, and 8th on the grid for Artur Carbonell. There is the Red Bull Young Gun, so strong over the course of yesterday, considering that he was still recovering from injury a couple of weeks ago after his big accident at Franciacorta in February. But what a performance he has been making on his return. But Markus Kajak alongside him, ultra competitive, the Estonian. Let's see what he can do from pole position. This is Markus Kajak's front row of the grid to lose now. He's in a very solid position. But there's a really good opportunity for the Estonian now to conquer all and go for a fantastic opportunity for the victory. So Markus Kajak and Arvid Lindblad from Jorge Pescador and Genís Savico, Sam Luyet and Chris Harnon, Danilo Albanese and Arthur Carbonell, David Lewinsky and Jesper Sjoberg from Jean Nomblo and Tim Troga, Giuseppe Palomba and Valentino Fritsch from Thomas Schipers and Jacob Bergmeister, Dylan Davies and Marco Torman from Giorgio Carrara and Tim Gerhards, Martin van Leuven and Moritz Ebner from Paavo Tonteri and Paul Ribera. Then Fabrizio Rosati and Natalia Balbo, Lukas Schecher and Kasper Nadolski, Alexandru Iancu, Sim Liedmar, Florian Kibel, Flint Schoring, Felix Arnold, Renzo Alibax, Salvatore Toscano and Henry Johnstone of Australia. So time for the drivers to put on a show. It looks like there's only one driver out there that isn't actually taking the start, and that is the Maranello Motorsport driver from Germany, Felix Arnold. Everybody else appears to be out there on the grid. We've talked a lot about Kajak and Lindblad. What about the guys behind, the two Spanish drivers, Pescador and Savico? They were mighty in terms of their tyre management yesterday, with Pescador and Savico very much able to get a little bit more speed out of the car at the latter stage of the qualifying heats. So it really started to come back to both drivers in the latter stages. Sam Luyet just as good as his brother Jean. If they didn't occasionally race together on the same bit of racetrack, you'd be forgiven for thinking that they were the same person at times. In terms of their driving style, there's not much to choose between them at all. Chris Harnon, 6th position, really struggled towards the middle part of the day with tyre management. Hopefully they can put things together for this superheat to really give Chris Harnon a platform to show what he's capable of. The Standpex Motorsport team adore young Chris Harnon. He's one of the most dedicated young drivers to switch from the OK categories to KZ2 they've ever encountered, apparently. Danilo Albanese, right towards the sharp end. So often the nearly man in KZ2 for the Kart Republic factory squad, but Danilo Albanese, some great speed over the course of the heats. So let's see what he can do in the superheat. Artur Carbonell, ever consistent, ever reliable for the CBB Sports Squad, as is his Polish teammate, David Lewinsky, who had a victory snatched away from him in the final bend yesterday of the final heat of his day. So some fascinating battles to come. Been an up and down sort of weekend for the CBB Sports Squad from Sony Karts. They've had flashes of excellence and then a lot of bad luck. So they're kind of hoping that today all of that bad luck is put to sleep. There's a lot of drivers just behind them, though, to keep an eye on. Jesper Sjoberg for the KSW Satellite Birolart squad. Jean Nomblo, Tim Troga, Giuseppe Palomba, who had a lot of bad luck yesterday, but he's always very fast for the Birolart factory team. Valentino Fritsch for the KSW Satellite squad, based out of Wackersdorf in Germany. That's him, not the team. They are from further afield. And the leading wildcard in this one is once again the local star, the Belgian Thomas Schipers, who is racing under the guise of the Thierry Dalray race team, the Mach 1 chassis, developed by the former Super Shifter European Series winner, Thierry Dalray. So that's a chassis that's still going through its development in only its third season of competition, and certainly its first ever appearance in the European Championship at this level. So an awful lot of pressure on the shoulders of young Thomas Schipers, but here in Genk, his home circuit, he's proving to be quite the talent. Didn't have a lot of luck yesterday, so we'll see what he can produce. As the final few drivers come into position, we're going to launch our way forward. When the green flag is shown at the back of the grid, we'll then go for the lights. There we go, the green flag is present. The lights will come on. When they go out, we'll be racing. 2, 3, 4, go! Difficult start for Lindblad again, but Kajak's moved forward. He's got a great start. Pescador in a second. Chris Harnon makes a good launch forward. Up in the 4th place behind Luyet. So Chris Harnon going well. Savico's come strong. Lindblad through the first corner now behind Genís Savico. So the Spanish pair have made a beautiful launch. Pescador in a second. Savico into 3rd. Now Chris Harnon got a little bit held up through turn 1. He drops back into 7th place behind Sam Luyet. And that looks like one of the CBB Sport Sony Karts that's come through. I guess that's Artur Carbonell as Pescador goes for the lead on Kajak. Pescador already trying to get past the Estonian. So this is going to be one mighty superheat. as we have Kayak, Pescador, Savico, Lindblad. And then we have in 5th position Carbonell. Oh, contact for the back. That's one of the Leclerc carts, I'm afraid, that's come off the road. That is Kasper Nadolski. So Kasper Nadolski has tangled with one of his rivals there. I couldn't quite make out who that was. I think it was Giorgio Carrara. So Giorgio Carrara has an incident, and so has Natalia Balbo. Devastating for the Italian. She was amazing yesterday. And Natalia Balbo is desperately trying to start the kart at the same part of the circuit, and she can't get going. So Natalia Balbo is out of the weekend as Pescador goes for Kayak. They bang wheels, and that's backed them into the pack. Pescador determined to get past Marcus Kayak as Natalia Balbo walks away from her kart. So sad that her weekend is over. She didn't deserve that, as Savico is nudging Pescador. Sam Luye has got through into 4th place now, the Swiss driver, working his way past Lindblad. Here comes Savico, trying to go for Pescador. No chance. Jacob Bergmeister has an investigation flag. So a very tough situation for a lot of the drivers. Giorgio Carrara got going again, by the way. So we've only lost Kasper Nadolski and Natalia Balbo from the fray. Carrara has kept going, but obviously is now right down at the back of the field. So still, they bid each other for the breaking point. There's only 0.6 of a second covering these 5 cars. It's about 0.8 of a second now as Carbonell hangs on in front of Albanese and Harnan. Palomba's in 9th place in front of David Lewinsky as well. So a very tough battle for 6th position, just as much as there's a tough battle for the lead. And Kayak is in defensive mode on lap 3. Marcus Kayak is defending. Clearly he feels he hasn't got the pace compared to Pescador and Savico, as Luye has to cover the inside line to hold off Arvid Lindblad. But that means that any one of these 5 can take the win now. Carbonell 6th, Albanese going for the move on the inside. Oh, 4 of them in the final bend. 4 of them go together. That's Davies, Bergmeister, Ebner and Schecker. So all 4 of them trip up in the final corner. That's going to be busy. So Dylan Davies, Jacob Bergmeister, Moritz Ebner, there is Bergmeister. And Lucas Schecker is in the middle of all of that as well. Bit of a mistake from Genis Savico. That's enough of an invitation from Sam Luye, but he can't finish the move. So Sam Luye desperately trying to get past Genis Savico. Luye is 4th, Lindblad is 5th, but again Kayak is defending. He is absolutely determined to keep the lead. He was mighty in defence yesterday, but he couldn't do it for that length of time, surely. He's been defending since the previous lap, as we now look at Kasper Nadolski and Natalia Balbo watching on the sidelines. Pescador is getting enraged behind Kayak. Come on, man! Stop defending! Put your foot down! Marcus Kayak controlling the pace of the field up front as he weaves from side to side to try and get that inside apex nailed. The tension will be bubbling over for the 4 men behind. Pescador, Savico, Luye and Lindblad. They're all diving for the inside apex as Kayak continues to protect his first position. Marcus Kayak cannot afford to lose a single place in this race. That is why he's being so insistent of holding the line, because if he stays where he is, he'll start the final from the front row. 2 more fall off the road. That is David Lewinsky. He's out. And unfortunately, he's tangled up with Florian Kibel. The marshals are just watching along from the sidelines, having done a lot of hard work there. Up the inside, Pescador gets the move on Kayak. Pescador finally gets the lead. His patience is rewarded, and Jorge Pescador finally gets into the lead of the race. Fantastic work from the Spaniard. Now Arvid Lindblad tightening up behind Jean Luye and Savico tightening up behind Kayak. And look, you can see that Pescador is already starting to open up the gap a little bit now. But this is not good news for Marcus Kayak. He's going to fall off the front row of the grid. And David Trevelov is going to take his position on the front row of the starting grid the way this is going. On the inside, big dive. Lovely move from Sam Luye. He gets through in a 3rd place past Genis Savico. So Genis Savico trying to hold the line. And that is another card walking away. That is David Lewinsky from earlier. So they're dropping like flies. Lindblad slices up the inside of Genis Savico. 4th position from the Brit into turn 1. As Valentino Fritsch comes in, he's lost his front fairing. Goodness me. The attrition rate in Superheat B is extraordinary. Drivers are giving it everything, gung-ho, and they're dropping like flies. So Pescador Civico back on the inside of Lindblad, lovely from the Spaniard. Genis Civico dives back in and retakes 4th place from the British driver Arvid Lindblad. And look who's come along for the road. Hello, it's Danilo Albanese. So Danilo Albanese is now getting involved. Lindblad back on the inside of Civico. Retakes 4th position, and he needed to, because Albanese is really hustling him. So Albanese is going to try and make the bid into turn 1 as we watch Florian Kibel watching from the sidelines. Very disappointing for him. And into the pits to retire comes one of the Energy Course carts. So it's a retirement, I'm afraid, for the 318 of Martin van Leuven. Another strong driver falling from the wayside. Sam Louye is getting absolutely enraged, sat behind Kayak, who is just desperately trying to hang on to 2nd place. Here comes the move, diving in, don't even think about it. Lindblad dives in behind both of them and splits them. So Lindblad in behind Sam Louye. That was great vision by Lindblad. As into the pits to retire comes Martin van Leuven. His race is over. Now Kayak is down to 4th. This is a real problem for the Estonian now. But if he can stay relatively in the top 6, then Kayak can still hold on to 3rd on the grid for the final. Lindblad is looking good for 4th on the grid. Pescador with this win should take 5th. Lindblad has a look at Sam Louye. He's got time, don't rush it. Sam Louye has lost a lot of ground to Pescador, being sat behind Marcus Kayak for so long. 1.5 seconds is now the deficit back to Pescador in the lead. And Sam Louye is doing everything he can to try and close up on the CRG driver up in front. Lindblad goes for it. 2nd place. That'll do from the Red Bull youngster. The Stan Pex Motorsport team delighted with their British boy. So a fabulous job so far. And he now runs in 2nd place, but he's got 1.8 seconds to make up on Pescador as Civico goes side by side. No, sorry, that's Albanese trying to get through and past Marcus Kayak, and he's done it. And Marcus Kayak has lost a lot of ground as a result of the move. Look, where's Kayak? There he is, in the background. So Marcus Kayak falls to 6th position, but he's got to be careful. He can't afford to lose too much more than that. A lot of drivers still pushing this. I noticed that Dylan Davies and Lucas Schecker were involved in that 4-kart incident at the final turn, and both of them have managed to get going again. But certainly Bergmeister and Ebner were not able to, so they were out on the spot. A lot of attrition in this race, 26 drivers still racing, the other 10 have gone. As now we've got the battles raging in the lower end of the midfield as well. This is Harnen, Nomblo, Tröger, Sjöberg and Ribera. As Lindblad chops away at the gap to Pescador, but surely 1.4 seconds is too much even for him to make up in 5 laps. He's got to think about the big game here. He's got to think about the long term. 1.3 is the gap now. He can certainly push it, but he's got to be careful. There is Jorge Pescador. Jorge Pescador, the CRG driver from Spain. What a great run this has been for him this weekend. He's been so solid and strong. Well, nobody's told Arvid Lindblad he can't catch Pescador. He set another fastest lap, 51.57. He's got his sights on Pescador, and he is going to try and do it. It's absolutely amazing from Pescador, holding on in the CRG, running a solid race, but look back and you'll see a very motivated Arvid Lindblad taking 1/10 of a second per sector. It's not quite going to be enough, I think, to close up by the end of the race, but he's certainly going to be there or thereabouts in the Stan Pex machine. Behind the top 5, now Giuseppe Palomba has got through past Marcus Kayak in the background. So Marcus Kayak really is struggling to hold this together. Meanwhile, we've got another defensive cork in the bottle from 8th place downwards as Chris Harnen is holding the field up to ransom here, desperately trying to hang on to 8th place. You can just about see it in the background. Chris Harnen is desperately trying to hang on to his 8th position, but it's really becoming a massive problem for the guys behind. You've got Tröger, Nombla, oh, and that's why they cluster together. Rosati comes off, and so does Renzo Alibax. So the long freight train, 2 or 3 carts get spat out of it per lap pretty much at the moment. So Pescador leading, Lindblad second, the gap down to 8/10 with 3 laps to go at the end of this one. So it's not done yet, there's still a little bit of time to go Down to 7/10 for Lindblad. Louillet is third, Civico fourth, and Albanese in fifth place. Palomba in sixth in front of Kayak, Tonteri. So Tonteri, Troga and Ribera have all three managed to get past Chris Harden, who is still defending valiantly to try and hold on to as high a position as he can, Marcus Kayak style. But there is the battle. Oh, and up and over the top, Sim Liedmar. How is that kart still pointing in the right direction? My goodness, Sim Liedmar. What a slide out there from the Estonian. Manages to keep it going, and he's got the nerve to gesture to the guys behind. Come on, let's go get him. Still going, still pushing. Wow, that shows you how intense it is. There's only 24 karts still running now. And there's another one out. That is the 309 walking away from the scene. That's Artur Carbonell. My goodness. I can't remember a KZ2 race with so many retirements in it. Such a busy race, this one. And look at Lindblad. With 2 laps to go, he is on the bumper of Pescador. I can't believe it. He's going to do it again. He catches up to the CRG, and he clearly doesn't want to finish second. He doesn't want to settle for the runner-up spot. Tightening in behind Pescador. He's got a lap and a half to do it as well. So Lindblad can take his time about this and figure out where Pescador is weak. He's just taking his time, measuring the position. Pescador's going a little defensive into the final turn. So Lindblad's going to have all the time in the world, but he's also going to have a run up to the first corner. Pescador knows he's there. He covers him at the first bend, but Lindblad's still looking strong. Louillet is holding off Civico and Albanese. Palomba in 6th, Kayak in 7th, then Tonteri, Troga and Ribera up to the hairpin. Lindblad trying to go the long way deep and get up alongside Pescador. Down the back straight. Pescador will defend. Lindblad will hold the racing line. Oh, it's close between these two. Lindblad trying to find the gap. Pescador not giving him any space. Pescador dearly wants to win this one. But so does Lindblad. Lindblad's going to get level as they go into Cafe Corner. Pescador backing him up. This is all going to be about the defensive tactics from the CRG. Can Lindblad get there? Don't risk anything you don't have to. But he's going to drive right round the outside. Oh my goodness. He gets on the grass. Pescador has it. Well, now we know how much of a fighter Lindblad can be. But Pescador holds on. Wow, wow, wow. The final is going to be amazing later. Jorge Pescador hangs on for the win. Great defensive drive from the CRG. He knew exactly where to put the car, to put Lindblad out of his comfort zone. But that was very decisive from Pescador out of the final bend. And Arvid Lindblad charging his way almost to another win. Well, I think we all know now how talented a kid Lindblad's going to be in KZ2 moving forward. But Pescador, great performance from the Spaniard. Very decisive in his move on Marcus Kayak early on. That was really, really solid and strong. Epic work, great display, and some excellent performances. But for the CRG of Jorge Pescador, he manages to hang on for a solid win in KZ2 in the Superheat B. So again, neither driver that started from pole ends up with a Superheat B win. Pescador takes it from Lindblad and Louillet, Civico, Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba, then Marcus Kayak in front of Paavo Tonteri, Tim Troga and Paul Ribera, Jesper Sjoberg in front of Chris Harnen, Tim Gerhards and Sim Liedmar, Thomas Sipers and Jean Nomblo ahead of Henry Johnstone and Alexandru Iancu. 19th place for Salvatore Toscano in front of Giorgio Carrara, Flint Schuring, Dylan Davies and Lucas Schecker. And I'm not kidding, that's all that finished. Artur Carbonell was out, Fabio Rizio Rosato and Renzo Alibak's out, Martin van Leuven out, Valentino Fritsch and Marco Torman out, Florian Kibel and David Lewinsky out, Jacob Bergmeister and Moritz Ebner out, and then also Natalia Balbo and Kasper Nadolski out. Felix Arnold didn't start. One of the craziest KZ2 races I've ever seen. So the second chance saloon for the drivers then felt as the pressure bubbles over here at Genk. And now we will have our grid for the KZ2 final. Tom Louillet is going to be pole. David Trevelov is going to be second, with Marcus Kayak and Arvid Lindblad on the second row of the grid. Jorge Pescador with that win has now booked himself 5th on the starting grid for the final, with Daniel Vasile alongside him on the 3rd row. Jenis Savico and Sam Luye will be together on row 4. What a magic final that's going to be. So now we come to the main spectacle of the European Championship, the KZ category. This is their superheat, and this will add to the accumulated intermediate results from the qualifying heats yesterday and Friday evening. And this is going to set the grid. But the man who's been on top since qualifying, Emilien Denner, the Frenchman, has won every single session that counts. Qualifying in pole, and then, of course, coming through for all 3 heat wins. But can he get the job done in superheat? That's the tricky question. I asked him how he was feeling after a solid day at the races yesterday.
Now we're feeling confident. Everything was working perfectly, to be honest. Engine and chassis, so I want to thank both TM and Sodica for the material. And yeah, it was a perfect day. Yesterday I could manage a little bit the tires in the end of the heat because I had quite a big gap, but today I had to push a little bit more. So I think we're going to have to look that in the super heat about the tires, and then for the final, that's not a question. We're going to have 4 new tires, so we'll see how it's going. For sure it's going to be quite a challenge because it has been like 20 degrees so far every day, and tomorrow's going to be more like 30. So yeah, the track will change a lot, and we have to adapt tomorrow. We're going to try something in the super heat to see for the final how it's going to go. So yeah, I think we're going to use the super heat to a test for the final, and we will see. It has been really good. Gives a lot of confidence. I always have some pressure before the first heat to see how it's going to go the first race. But yeah, it's been pretty good. I had a good start in every heat, and then I could put away a little bit in the first laps and manage towards the end of the race. So it was pretty good. I'm happy about that, and we'll see on the long run tomorrow.
There's a sense of expectation at Sodica this weekend with Emilien Denner. They seem to feel that this is the pinnacle of what they can achieve so far. This is an absolutely sensational opportunity for the team. They have never managed to win back-to-back weekends in OK and KZ over the course of 2 European Championship events. They've never done that before. They managed to get the job done in OK Junior 2 weeks ago with their British charge Nathan Tai in Duera in Spain. But here in Genk, this is where they really do know their bread and butter. The Sodica operation have been kings in gearbox. Here are the battles for the finals later on. Those are the times you need to put into your diary over the course of the day. Set an alarm on your phone, whatever you need to do. But 1:25 local time, that's when the Academy final will kick off. The presentation for that will be starting about 1:10 local time here in Belgium. The KZ2 final will come just an hour after that. And then the KZ final, the champion of champions, if you will, at the home of champions. What a battle it's going to be today. A stunning race day in progress at the FIA Karting European Championship, where the best racing drivers in the world, don't argue with me, reside. This man has a great chance. Matteo Vigano from the front row of the starting grid. He's come so close to European and world title success in the last couple of seasons. Only joined the world of KZ in 2019. Had the European title snatched away at Sarno in 2019. Had it snatched away again last year at Adria. And was on course to fight for the world title in Kristianstad when a mechanical problem robbed him of an amazing drive in Sweden in the World Championship last year. But he's bounced back and he is in contention once again. 3rd position on the starting grid. Well, it's difficult to look past the opportunity for this man. He's been amazing this weekend. Paolo Ippolito for the Kart Republic factory team. And a great chance for the number 22 to move forward. So consistent over the heats. So there's a good opportunity for the Kart Republic man to charge forward. And it's welcome back to the front for Jorrit Pex. He's barely been in the kart over the last 6 months, but the multiple world and European champion seems to have come out of the blocks stronger and faster than the last 3 seasons combined. And he is right up at the sharp end now. Jorrit Pex has 1 letter on his mind. W. The win. Check out how many karts are being recovered from the KZ2 Superheat B. I have never seen that many karts on one trailer before. Well, that's the efficient work of the recovery crew here at Karting Genk. Absolutely astonishing, but so many weekends have come to nothing. Some big names there as well. Fabrizio Rosati and Marco Torman caught up in that Superheat B chaos. Rather unfortunate for Natalia Balbo to have had the same thing happen to her, because She didn't get a lap at all, nor did her teammates, Brandon Nilsson or one of the other two or three of the other drivers in the CRG crew didn't manage to get their qualifying laps in either. They got held up in traffic, so they had the speed, they just didn't have the position on track, and that has really ruined their weekends because they could have had so much more from this weekend. That's how important it is to be a little bit fortunate as well as be in the good positions for time qualifying, because you get so many problems as drivers battle away for position. It's never easy, but it makes the victory, when it comes, oh so sweet. So now the drivers are getting themselves ready for the KZ, and look at how busy the stands have got. It's wonderful that the fans have been allowed to come back to the world of FIA karting after 2 years of racing behind closed doors. Now the atmosphere is back, and karting is as it should be again, populated by the passionate aficionados of the sport. So it's going to be an interesting challenge for the drivers as they make steady progress through the course of the weekend. A lot of drivers here are going to be working increasingly hard to make good use of it. Emilion Denner and Matteo Vigano, two drivers that have yet to become European champion at KZ level, but both have been threatening to do so for the last 2 seasons. So now the chance to get it done again here at Karting Genk is not lost on anybody. Drivers and getting themselves ready. The fans are getting themselves flocked in as well. KZ is the hottest ticket in town. How about this man? Tuukka Tarponen. Absolutely phenomenal what he has done this weekend. He is the reigning world champion in the OK category. That is direct drive. Here in Gearbox, he's making his debut in the European Championship. I caught up with him this morning. He said, well, if I can finish top 10, that'll do for me. I'm focusing on the World Championship at Le Mans in September. I mean, what if he could win both the Direct Drive World Championship and the Gearbox Championship in less than 12 months? That would be an astonishing statistic. And that would be something quite spectacular if he can manage that. That's something that even Max Verstappen didn't do in his karting days. So there is an absolutely extraordinary opportunity here for the Finn, Tuukka Tarponen, who people are already starting to call the next Häkkinen, the next Raikkonen. This man, though, has a great chance too. The Italian stallion, Lorenzo Travasanuto, two-time world champion in the OK category, the reigning international KZ2 Super Cup winner, has converted to KZ, and he's already quick out of the blocks. We have a great opportunity here to see what Travasanuto can give us as the many drivers walk their KZ2 karts back into the pits. I've never seen quite so much flotsam and jetsam at the side of a circuit after a superheat in KZ2. A very tough weekend for so many drivers. There is Natalia Balbo. Totally not the weekend she deserved at all. Had the speed to be in the top 10. And just so unfortunate. Qualifying ruined her weekend, as it did at least half a dozen others. But now the drivers are coming out for the KZ Superheat. This is the race where we will decide who's going to be pole for the final. Emilion Denner and Matteo Vigano, Paolo Ippolito and Jorrit Pex, Tuukka Tarponen and Francesco Celenta, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Pedro Hiltbrand, Adrien Renaudin and Simo Puhaka, Stan Pex and Zenovan Wallstein, Noah Millel and Victor Gustafsson, Juho Valtonen and Alexei Orlando, Jeremy Iglesias and Gavin Lulet, Gianni Andrezzani and Louis Speck, Marijn Kramers and Douglas Lundberg, from Davide Fori, Lorenzo Camplese, Nicolo Cogato, Ben Dua, Luis Ponsardo, Simon Prim, Tim Metz, Mario Lubick, Johan Sogel and Sandro Hotzem. 32 drivers still remain after the 33 that started. Those of you who know your sport very well are thinking, hang on a minute, where's the European champion Riccardo Longhi from 2021? Well, I'm afraid he was excluded from the meeting after correcting his front fairing in the second heat. So he will take no further part in the weekend. Sadly, that also means that we're going to get a new European champion in 2022 because he'll have to carry that score through to Cremona as well. So it means that we're in for a very exciting battle as the contenders will charge away for position. The Superheat is going to be very exciting indeed. They go around for a second lap. Now this is interesting. Emilion Denner is on his own there. think the drivers are just trying to get up to speed with the shifters. Let's not forget that these guys, ultra physical. Just think for a moment that these are not your ordinary average karts that you go mucking about with your mates on a stag do. These are ultimate professional racing machines. 0 to 60 in about the same time that most supercars will do on the road, with none of the seat belts and roll cages and protection that you'd get from it. A couple of millimeters off the floor, experiencing similar G-forces to what you would do in sports car racing. And let's not forget as well that these karts, they'll experience so much G-forces that even in a race where you don't have an accident, you can crack and even break ribs. So physical. You've got to be at the peak of physical condition. You've really got to cope with it. They all wear rib protectors to make sure that they are supported when they go through some of the faster bends. These guys really are the best of the best. And Formula One drivers will regularly come and test these karts in between races to keep them match fit. So let's see if they are going to give us another spectacular show. We had 3 really good heats over the course of Friday and Saturday. So now let's see what will happen. And a phenomenal amount of talent in this field. Emilian Denner, KZ2 International Super Cup winner. Matteo Vigano, likewise. Paolo Ippolito for the pride of the Kart Republic team. Jorit Pex, multiple European and world champion in the KZ category. Tuka Tarpinen, the reigning OK champion of the world. Francesco Salenta, one of the top talents for the Parolin Motorsport team. His teammate, Lorenzo Travasanuto, 2-time OK world champion, as well as the International Super Cup winner last year. Pedro Hiltbrand, world champion. Adrian Renaudin, European KZ2 champion. Simo Puhaka, multiple KZ2 title winner. Stan Pex, raced in the Academy Trophy back in the day, younger brother of Jorrit. Senna van Walstein, second in the International Super Cup last year. Noah Milel, the reigning Gearbox world champion. Victor Gustafsson, the former KZ2 European champion. This really is the champion of champions on this grid. Behind them, you've got Valtonen, Irlando, 2020 world champion, Jeremy Iglesias, 2019 world champion, Morin Kramers, Davide Fore, one of the legends of the sport. You run out of superlatives for this much talent. The green flag flies. We're ready to go racing. The lights will come on. When they go out, it's time for KZ Superheat at Genk. Let's do it! Great start from the front of the grid from Denner. Vigano races into the apex. No problem at all for Denner, though. He holds the line as they go through the hairpin for the first time. Emilian Denner through to the right, through to the left. They come up through the curbs, and there are a few drivers bantering for position in the middle of the gaggle. They swarm through. Whoops! 1 or 2 of the drivers getting out loose there, but just about managing to hang on to it as they come up through turn 5. Now down the motorway straight, and they will head for the braking zone for turn 6. Denner controlling the line in front of Vigano. Battle away for position. A couple of drivers going for a big move in the braking zone. Oh! Problems in the midfield. That's the world champion, Noah Milel. Noah Milel's gone around with Simo Puhaka. And one of the CRGs is down there as well. I think that's Victor Gustafsson. No, it's Alex Irlando. But the reigning world champion is out. Noah Milel tangled up there with Irlando and Puhaka. And that has ruined Simo Puhaka's weekend even more. But Noah Milel is now in tatters at the sidelines. His weekend chances up in dust. Alex Irlando walks away. Yet another opportunity to become European champion, taking a massive hammer blow. He had his chance at Sarno 2019 when he tangled with, yep, that's right, Simo Puhaka. Not the first time they've tangled. Here's Jorit Pex on the inside of Vigano. Oh, Jorit Pex is back to his best. Into second place, and there goes Ippolito. Ippolito gets past Vigano. Jorit Pex, who's got so much success here at Genk in the past, he's come back. He's come home to roost, and he wants to dominate. But Emilian Denner, the young pretender to the crowd, is the man in front of him. Jorit Pex, who won the European Championship in 2018 and 19. He hasn't won the title since then, but he's been on the podium almost every single championship set. We've got problems in the final bend. 2 karts have come together. It's a CRG and a Tony kart. Okay. It's Victor Gustafsson. Victor Gustafsson has a warning flag, but who's gone with him? It's one of the... It's Tarpinen! Tuka Tarpinen having such a good weekend. And it's Tuka Tarpinen who's gone off as well. Oh, poor Tuukka Tarpinen, the reigning OK World Champion. They are plummeting by the wayside here as Jorrit Peks closes up on Emilian Denner. He's going for the lead. Jorrit Peks takes the lead at Genk. Oh, magnificent from Jorrit Peks. And the Stan Peks Motorsport driver now leads in front of Emilian Denner and Paolo Ippolito. Well, all of a sudden, the bleak outlook from the Stan Peks Motorsport team of we might have some competition today, we might be competitive, it might be all right. Forget it. Jorrit Peks and the team have bounced back in phenomenal fashion in the Superheat, and this is only lap 4. Douglas Lundberg gets the fastest lap of the race as the pole position man, Emilian Denner, has a very rare sight this weekend, which is a kart in front of him. It doesn't happen too often, and Simo Pohaka has bailed. He has elected to come into the pits to retire. So obviously he tried to keep going after his incident with Gustafsson and Millell. With his incident with Millell and Orlando, I should say. There goes Ippolito. Ippolito up the inside of Denner now. He gets it a second. And it looks as though Salenta has made the move on Vigano as well. Denner trying to get back in on Ippolito, but Salenta's got past Vigano. And there is Pedro Hiltbrand. All of a sudden, the Spanish sensation, Pedro Hiltbrand, has come back to play at the front end as well. He was a contender for the world title at Kristianstad last year before the front bearing incident. And of course, the year before that, in the OK World Championship, he was on the podium at Portimao in Portugal. So Hiltbrand knows exactly how to run at the front end of the field in any capacity. But he's back in the top 6 once again now. Hiltbrand on a charge, closing up on Vigano. And he's going to dive in at Cafe. What a move from Hiltbrand. Oh, wonderful. Fantastico from Hiltbrand as he slides in and makes the move. Now Van Walstein is trying to get alongside Vigano. Senna Van Walstein in his first appearance in KZ. Trying to dive in, and he's got Stan Peks with him for company. Oh, and that's another problem. That's the 94 going off to join the fray. That's Sandro Holtzem in the Aston Martin colours of the Door Motorsport squad. So I'm afraid that is all done and dusted for Sandro Holtzem. He's out of the race. He joins that car park. Oh, what a move from Van Walstein. Last of the late breakers from the Dutchman, and now his countryman's going to get through as well. Stan Peks gets in past Matteo Vigano in unison. And now the next man to try and get through is Adrien Renaudin. Advantage Renaudin. I thought he was going to get through there into Cafe. He certainly had a look of it. But out in front, it is Peks from Ippolito, Denner and Salenta. Great moves all the way through as they come out of Cafe. And then down the main straight, Jorrit Peks, Paolo Ippolito and Emilian Denner on lap 7 out of 15. What an opportunity for Jorrit Peks and the Stan Peks Motorsport team. All of a sudden now, the Dutchman is in contention. But yet again, Emilian Denner cannot afford to panic here because he's in 3rd position. And if he stays there, he is still going to be in pole position for the final. Such has been the crazy nature of the KZ this weekend that the man who's going to join him on the front row of the grid is set to be Paolo Ippolito, who has 14 points if he stays where he is. And Denner is on 3. So if you're Emilian Denner, don't panic. Just stay in the top 5 and all will be good. Ippolito has a look at Peks. Doesn't go for the move in the end. Has to bail out. Salenta in behind Emilian Denner. Then Hiltbrand, Van Walstein, Peks, Vigano, Renaudin and Travis Anuto in the top 10. Marijn Kramers is in 11th. How did Marijn Kramers find that speed? But the Dutchman and the world champion 2019, the European champion 2020, has bounced back in phenomenal fashion. So it's great to see him in such strong position again. And he's battling away with Douglas Lundberg, the Lenzo kart driver, who's having a great race. So still they battle away. Jorrit Peks running there is Simo Pohaka. He can do nothing but watch. Jorrit Peks in front of Paolo Ippolito, Emilian Denner and Francesco Salenta. Up to the hairpin. Here goes Ippolito. Oh, wonderful from Paolo Ippolito. And he's going to run very wide, Peks. Denner gets through as well. And now Denner's got the run on Ippolito. Peks is trying to get back in. Not going to happen. Lap 9 out of 15. And we have a new leader. It's Paolo Ippolito. Lonato 2020 is a distant memory now for Paolo Ippolito. It's ancient history. He doesn't even talk about it these days. Now he is charging away at the front of the KZ battle. Denner in second, Pex in third, Celenta in fourth. And the Kart Republic star from Italy, Paolo Ippolito, really has taken the mantle of team captain in the Kart Republic factory squad. And he's doing a great job of it. Dino Chiesa must be absolutely ecstatic with his boy. Here comes Francesco Celenta. And I'm sure that Marco Parolin will be willing his boy on to try and get past Jorit Pex. This is going to be a tough one to call in the KZ final. There's at least half a dozen drivers who could win this final for my money. We still haven't quite figured that one out yet. But Emilian Denner is certainly looking good to take the 10 points for pole position in the final. Looking good for him if he just stays in the top 5. He can fall behind Celenta if he wants to. But his teammate, Senna van Walstein, is now up in 5th position and he's looking very hungry. Fastest lap of the race for the Dutchman. So Senna van Walstein trying to make hay while the sun shines. But out in front, it is still Paolo Ippolito in front of Emilian Denner, Jorit Pex, Francesco Celenta, and Senna van Walstein ahead of Pedro Hilbrand. Senna van Walstein charging his way forward into 5th place. So keep an eye on the Dutchman in 5th position. He has a dual helmet design. One half is that of Ayrton Senna, the man who he is named after, and the other half is of his own creation. It's a fabulous, fabulous tribute. And Senna van Walstein working hard to close up on Francesco Celenta. The Parolin driver going full guns blazing at the moment, but Paolo Ippolito still leads. Second is still Denner. Pex and Celenta getting very close together. But this man is flawless out front. Another fastest lap from Senna van Walstein. But this is a great challenge from the competitors as the Dutchman is trying to close up on Pex and Celenta. But he's got away a little bit now from Pedro Hilbrand. Here is Jorit Pex, 3rd position in front of Francesco Celenta. They continue to battle away. And at the end of this lap, there are just 4 to go. And the race after this one will, of course, be the final. So, a chance to figure out just how far the tyres can go in the hotter temperatures. It's a lot hotter today than it was yesterday. It's currently 24 degrees Celsius air temperature, and it's only just gone midday. It's coming up to midday, I should say. It's 11:30, so the fact that it's 24 degrees Celsius and it isn't even noon, by the time we get to the final, it's going to be roasting here at Karting Genk. Those tyres are going to be screaming at their drivers on lap 5 of the final. So this is definitely going to be a tough day at the races. Paolo Ippolito hanging on in front of Denner, Pex, Celenta and Van Walstein. Celenta having a look. Pex is holding his line as they come off the final corner and up the main straight once again. Lap 12 completed. 3 laps to go of the superheat. And Paolo Ippolito looks good for the win. It won't change a thing. It'll put him on the front row of the grid alongside the pole man, Emilian Denner. Denner will still be pole. Celenta right in behind Jorit Pex. Jorit Pex really has got the speed this weekend. It's great to see that he and the team have come out of the blocks fighting fit. In previous seasons, they've been scratching their heads, wondering how to find the pace. They've already found it here at Genk. So now it's just a case of bringing the kart home in the top 5, 3rd position if possible. That gets him a decent starting grid position for the final. But the gods, the warriors, the gladiators of the sport in KZ have treated us royally. We've had drama, we've had intrigue, we've had suspense, and in the last 2 laps, we're going to get amazing positions lined up for the starting grid of what promises to be an epic final here at Genk. Ippolito stretching out a little bit of a gap over Denner, 0.6 of a second at the maximum. Pex and Celenta swapping fumes with each other, they're that close. And is this going to be a move from Celenta? Well, Denner is under pressure from Pex now. Emilian Denner could lose out to Jorit Pex. This could be very interesting. Emilian Denner just wants to consolidate 2nd place. He doesn't care that he doesn't win the superheat because he'll still be pole position for the final. Thought Pex was going to have a look at Denner then. We've seen a couple of drivers come from that far back to slice it up the inside before. And Pex does look like he needs to because Celenta is getting very hungry as we go into the final lap. Here we go. Paolo Ippolito looking pretty safe for the victory in the final. Ever since the Kart Republic driver managed to get the job done at Adria last year, he has looked so strong. And now he's just going to keep getting better and better by the look of things. But Pex is all over the back of Denner. Salenta is all over the back of Pex. Van Walstein is all over the back of Salenta. But this man still reigns supreme, Paolo Ippolito. It's absolute stalemate between these four. They really don't have to get into the Barney in this one. They can think about that in the final if they want. But they can all consolidate their positions here. Bit of a defensive tactic from Denner, just to hang on a second. But Paolo Ippolito has shown his hand just before the final. And this win will put him on the front row for the final. Paolo Ippolito takes the win at Genk in the Superheat. And now he's got a great chance to go for the final. And with it, the European Championship points lead. Emilion Denner in second. Jorrit Pex is back, folks. He's in third. Well, well, well. This is going to be an epic afternoon here at Karting Genk. We are going to see some truly spectacular racing. But Paolo Ippolito has shown his hand at exactly the right moment to get everybody just a little bit flustered. So it looks like there's definitely some raw pace in the Kart Republic Motorsport factory team. And Paolo Ippolito in particular has come fighting out of the blocks. What if he gets this done? Snatches it away from Emilion Denner in the final. That's got to be his target now that he's starting from the front row of the grid. But Denner will get the pole. Ippolito will be second on the grid from Vigano, Jorrit Pex, Francesco Salenta and Pedro Hiltbrand ahead of Lorenzo Travasanuto and Adrien Renaudin. What a grid for the final. Paolo Ippolito takes the win from Emilion Denner and Jorrit Pex, then Francesco Salenta and Senna Van Walstein. Pedro Hiltbrand in sixth ahead of Stan Pex, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Matteo Vigano and Adrien Renaudin in the top 10. Lorenzo Camplesi is 11th in front of Marian Kremers, Douglas Lundberg in front of Jeremy Iglesias, Juho Valtonen ahead of Gabin Lulet, then Johan Sogel ahead of the legendary Davide Fore. 19th place is Louis Speck, and then it is the first of the wildcards. Gianni Andrezzani in 20th place ahead of Simon Prim and Ben Dua. Louis Bonsaldo ahead of Tim Metz and Nicola Cogato. The last driver home was Mario Lubick, and then we had the retirements. Sandro Holtzen, Simo Puhaka and Tuka Tarpanen, along with Victor Gustafsson and the world champion Noah Milel and Alex Orlando crashing out on the first lap. What a final this is going to be later on. It's going to be an epic build-up. We have 3 races to go today, and that is going to be the Academy Trophy final, followed by the KZ2 and KZ finals. It's going to be an epic afternoon. We're going to take a breather to allow the marshals a chance to get some sustenance and the officials to get some respite. While we leave them for a little while, we're going to show you the highlights of what happened over the course of the European and World Championship finales, starting with Adria in Italy last year, and then moving on to Kristianstad in Sweden, where Noah Milel became king of the world. See you in a bit.
The finale of the FIA Karting European Championship for gearbox racers comes from Adria in Italy, the scene of last year's season opener. And in the intense Venetian heat, nobody will be able to take things easy in this bubbling cauldron of a race weekend. With both KZ and KZ2 categories reaching their climax and the Academy Trophy continuing its 2021 story, there's plenty of action on the horizon and many battles to be won. Matteo Vigano will be our guide around the Adria Karting Raceway. Flat down the home straight, flipping the throttle through turn 1 to get the ultimate driving line, then an open apex for the second corner that tightens aggressively. Once back on the power, you're approaching a tight turn 3. The exit is crucial. Cut the course and you're either penalised or compromised. Most drivers keep a tight approach to the hairpin as it's a critical overtaking point, but a fast exit on a hot lap can make a massive difference. You need to maintain speed and control through the next right-hander as the circuit carries you further on that trajectory into the braking zone for turn 6. Line up the car well and you can nip up the inside of turn 7 and gain a cheeky place, still accelerating through 8 and then into 9 with a big stop and a tricky exit point to master. You need to be strong into turn 10 and carry a lot of curb before a gradual deceleration in the final turn. It's one of the fastest circuits in the sport, taking place on one of the hottest weekends the drivers will ever face. The Academy Trophy is looking likely to be the most open and competitive the category has ever been, with drivers gathering from all over the world to claim victory. With multiple race winners so far across the heats, the battle will be very close in the final, and nobody is certain as to who will take advantage. The stage is set for an epic showdown, with the title contest heating up. Maciej Gledizh led Alexander Bondarev away at the start of the final, whilst Ivan David and the fast-starting Riccardo Iannello put themselves into a strong position, and Renaud Franco fell back down the field to begin a tough fight back. Bondarev wasn't hesitating and took the lead from Gledizh into turn 3, and as the two duelled into the braking zone for the hairpin, David sensed his chance to claim the lead from both of them. He dived for the inside line and drew level, but didn't quite have the space to finish the move, and elected to consolidate third position. After all, there was plenty of laps still to run. By the end of the lap, Gledizh was leading, and David and Iannello had both made their move to rise to second and third positions. The pole's lead was brief, however, as Ivan David picked his moment and soared ahead, having worked his way back from the 7th row of every heat during the weekend. Heading into the third lap, Gledizh decided to fight back and found the overtaking move into turn 3. But having taken so long to make his way back to the front, Ivan David wasn't prepared to give up so easily and fought back valiantly. He tried an identical move to his previous attempt, and predictably, it resulted in the same outcome. Iannello was stepping up to the plate on home soil and made his move instead, moving up to second in turn 4, a chance to score a podium in Italy too tempting to resist. It wasn't the only battle on track, as Luca Neuenschwander of Brazil and Denmark's David Walter pushed each other intensely for the place. But no matter how hard Walter forced his hand, the Brazilian wasn't prepared to concede. It was fairly inevitable that the move would occur soon, and as the Danes surged ahead, Leo Robinson behind them also moved forward. And that was just the start for the plucky Algerian. He soon made his bid for the manoeuvre on Neuenschwander, and it worked out through turn 2. That motivated the Brazilian yet further. He returned the favour within an instant. Behind them, the battle would continue between Slovenia and South Africa, as Mark Kastelic and Nicolas Roos were locked in a similar scrap. But it was game over for Argentine star Stefano Cagnolo, who joined France's Augustin Bernier on the sidelines. Gledizh was keeping his lead constant ahead of Iannello and David, with Alexander Bondarev still safe in P4. But David was now under investigation for jumping the start. If guilty, he'd receive a 3-second penalty. Neuenschwander was still up against it, this time trying to fend off from Leon Zelenko of Croatia. And into turn 9, not only did Zelenko make the move, but on the exit, he ensured that there would be no retaliation. There was one last bid to close in on Gledizh, as the home fans were hoping to see an Italian driver on the top step of the podium. Iannello was giving it everything he had. David wasn't far away, just in case something happened. The three drivers were so easily matched that they were trading fastest sector times to close up or pull clear, and it became a race of stalemate between the three young stars. It was at this point that it became apparent that David would inevitably face a penalty, as the report was already well underway, which would eventually drop the Sri Lankan to 5th position. Into the final lap, and Gledizh had made it clear he wasn't going to make any mistakes. And as the Sauber Academy driver closed out the race for a deserving victory, there would be more trouble elsewhere. In the intensity of the midfield battle, Federico Al-Rifai and Leon Otschai would retire in the same place on turn 9 and end their chances of a strong points finish. With the Japanese fuming and unhappy at the side of the road, the marshals were desperate to clear the circuit before the leaders came through. They managed it with seconds to spare, allowing Maciej Gledizh, the Polish youngster in the lead, to taste victory in fantastic fashion to move to the top of the points standings with 1 round to go, and to become the first Polish driver to win a final in the FIA Karting Academy trophy in the current format. The joy was clear for all to see, and with a solid advantage heading to Sweden, there were plenty of reasons to celebrate. Riccardo Iannello claimed second at home, and David's penalty would indeed demote him behind Bondarev and Walter, with Robinson ahead of Zelenko and Neuenschwander, whilst Mark Kastelic and Romania's Darius Babiawana would complete the top 10. David would climb the podium before handing his trophy to Bondarev, Iannello would celebrate in front of his family and home crowd, and Gledizh would savour the spoils of Poland's first Academy win.
The first few laps was very hard for me because two drivers passed me, and after I stay calm, I overtake these two drivers, and I'm looking forward, and yeah, I won. I will do my best in Kristianstad to win the championship.
The final is so hard because I'm starting in the P7, and the first corner I am in the second position behind the Maciek, and the last is 3 laps. I'm trying to do aggressive, but I'm not going to very well. I'm finished second, and I'm really happy.
In the final, I had a great start. I was in P2, but then I made a really early move on Maciej, and then he came back on me. Then Riccardo and Jevan came past me, and then in P4 I couldn't be faster. I was just trying to catch the top 3, but it wasn't just enough.
KZ2 will be a difficult battle to the final lap, as Senna van Wallstein hopes to claim his first European title, and his opponents are hoping to close down the gap. The Italian heroes Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese have been the dominant men of the weekend so far, and coming into the final, their rivalry could upset the balance in the European Championship. From here on, anything could happen. Giuseppe Palomba led Danilo Albanese into turn 1 as the Italian pair renewed their rivalry. Senna van Wallstein had made a smooth getaway ahead of Giacomo Bellini and Paavo Tonteri, with the Dutchman looking good for the title. But there was mayhem behind, as a couple of touches turned into a pile-up. Maximilian Paul, Marco Torman, Juho Valtonen, David Trevelov and Nikita Artemonov were eliminated on the spot. Slick work from the marshals ensured that the race could continue without a yellow flag period, but the 5 retirees were going no further. The duel between the Italians had ended in the Kart Republic driver Albanese's favour in the heats, and the Birolart star Palomba was in no mood to repeat the scenario. On lap 2, he defended with pure conviction, almost crashing in the effort to stay in front. Behind them, the CRG pairing of Bellini and Tonteri had passed Van Wallstein, and as the dueling leaders went into turn 6, they actually did crash into each other. Palomba continued, but Albanese was out, and suddenly Van Wallstein's dreams of the title had taken a huge hammer blow. Then Kaja Sixnelis had to dodge a pair of warring Birolarts, as David Levinsky and Alessio Piccini traded paint. With the CRG's first and second, Van Wallstein was looking unlikely to be able to score enough points over Bellini to maintain his advantage. Bellini was set for victory, and Van Wallstein was set for a long race catching Tonteri. Hubert Petit and Arthur Carbonell were catching Van Wallstein too, and they almost managed to slide past their teammate. Petit grew tired of staying behind his teammate, and it was clear there was no love lost between the Frenchman and the Dutchman. Carbonell eventually assisted Van Wallstein by passing Petit and giving Laurens van Hoopen his chance of staying in the title fight. This didn't please Petit, who was clearly riled up. Marcus Funder ended his season off the road to join an ever-growing list of spectators. But Giacomo Bellini was living out a fairy tale. Not even his teammate Paavo Tonteri could keep up, and it was looking like this could finally be Bellini's first FIA crown after several near misses. Behind them, Van Hopen and Petit were still at each other's throats, and the Dutchman was currently in front. But he needed to make more progress. Staying behind his rivals up ahead wouldn't be enough to win the European title. And he certainly didn't want to spend his race defending instead of attacking, as the season finale turned out to be a long race for Van Hopen. For whatever reason, he just couldn't find the pace to pull away, a fact that Petit capitalised on with ruthless efficiency on lap 11. Behind them at this point was Palomba, who after his contact with Albanese was hoping for a miracle to save his race. 2 years after his last World Championship title in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto was now getting into the swing of gearbox racing, as the Paralin driver was moving through the field, smoothly and swiftly. Carbonell was soon caught again by Petit, who clearly wasn't feeling a team player vibe. He had sensed a podium finish might be possible, and so he stormed ahead of his CPB Sport teammate. But as Van Hopen struggled for grip, he would then lose out to Travasanuto, and it looked like the former OK driver's championship hopes were slowly dying out. Travasanuto wasn't done yet, as he too managed to overtake Carbonell in the closing stages. But with only a couple of laps to go, the only way for Van Walstein to win the European Championship was to catch and pass Tonterri. Catching was one thing, passing was quite another. On the final lap, he knew he had one last chance, and a dive up the inside would be a huge gamble. He took his chance and just hit the brake pedal a split second too late, and as he and Tonterri drifted wide, Petit and Travasanuto sailed by. It was over. So as Van Walstein accepted defeat, Giacomo Pellini became the 6th Italian to win the KZ2 European Championship, and in flamboyant fashion. 3rd in the KZ2 Super Cup last year, 2nd in the European Championship 3 years ago. But now at last, he was the winner, and a very popular one too, as his rivals queued up to congratulate him, including Van Walstein, a very worthy adversary. Petit and Travasanuto returned to the FIA karting podium ahead of Carbonell, Van Walstein and Tonterri. Van Hopen held off a disappointed Palomba, and Romania's Daniel Vazil would finish ahead of Switzerland's Samuel Louye for the Tony Kart factory team. It was a particularly happy podium. Travasanuto had scored his first KZ2 success, Petit was back to his formidable best, and Pellini was a champion at last.
I don't start so good. I recover my position, and then Albanese and Palomba crashes. They help to win my race and the championship. I'm really happy for this championship, and in three weeks we try to win also the International Super Cup.
Yes, the weekend started very well with a good quali. It was also good. I make a good position to be on the front for the final. I was P5 on the first lap. After, I was a really good speed. I have a good feeling with my chassis, with my engine, so I can come back on the front and finish P2 on the last lap. So I'm very happy.
At the beginning, I thought I couldn't catch up and have I knew we had the pace, but I didn't believe we could get such a good result. Then of course luck plays also a role into it. We went from 17th to 3rd in the finals. Honestly, yeah, I must say the speed was amazing and everything worked really well.
For us, this gives the team a huge satisfaction. Particularly in this race, we prepared very well. Let's also say performance was good from the start, and so we were pretty confident for the race as a result in the final. The KZ form book has completely changed since Wackersdorf. Riccardo Longhi is near the back of the field, Emilion Denner is frustrated, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli is making his KZ debut and is immediately fast. Matteo Vigano and Stan Pex have emerged as potential European champions after amazing speed and pace through the weekend, and CRG have made massive gains with Paolo Ippolito and Jeremy Iglesias. The only thing for certain is that the championship showdown will be a nail-biting spectacle. In a dramatic start, Matteo Vigano and Victor Gustafsson banged wheels, allowing Paolo Ippolito clear passage to the lead of the race. Pedro Hiltbrand placed his kart in third around the outside of turn 2, whilst sadly Mirko Tosolini and Lorenzo Camplese were spat off the circuit. Camplese continued, Tosolini did not. Stan Pex and Adrien Renaudin followed the top 4 drivers as championship contender Emilion Denner was boxed in. But he was ahead of Riccardo Longhi and Vigano wasn't leading, so for now he was safe and still looking good to become European champion. But Hiltbrand had a chance to become champion too, and when a gap emerged beside his teammate, he made his move. Vigano resisted, and so Hiltbrand tried a classic undercut. Despite a valiant effort, Vigano couldn't keep him back, and the Spaniard was ahead, with Vigano struggling for pace. Gustafsson was ready to line him up, and the man who won here last year in KZ2 put on an excellent display. There was nothing Vigano could do to thwart his challenge. Stan Pex was alongside too, and it took all his determination to stay in front. Renaudin and reigning world champion Jeremy Iglesias were hunting them both down, so nobody could afford a single mistake. The jostling of the pack almost cost Denner a position to Simo Puhaka, and whilst it was no time to panic, he certainly couldn't afford to take things easy. Into lap 4, and with a chance to win the title still within Stan Pex's grasp, he too was eager to take chances and hurled the Kart Republic past Vigano. For the 3rd year running, it looked as though Vigano would be denied. Renaudin added insult to injury later in the lap, but Iglesias and Denner would have to wait their turn as far as Vigano was concerned. But as soon as the Leclerc chassis drifted slightly wide, Iglesias didn't need asking twice. Frustratingly, Denner couldn't pass just yet, and he needed to. The man behind him was now Longhi, his main opposition. He needed to take a chance, diving up the inside and then chopping across Vigano on the next left. It was a great move, but it gave Longhi the overtake as well. Marijn Kramers was acting as Longhi's wingman, and he added to Vigano's woes with a strong run into the first corner. He couldn't win the title today, but his team manager could, so it was a valiant team effort. The tactics then became clear. Give Longhi space to get away. This didn't exactly please the Leclerc by Lennox driver, who was now in danger of losing another place. This time to Noah Milel, and into turn 6, he was passed. The nightmare just continued on, as Puhaka then made an easy sweep ahead into turn 1. Douglas Lundberg then decided to grab another place into turn 2, and as the door remained open, European OK champion Andrea Kimi Antonelli made a bid, but Francesco Salenta passed him instead. Even so, it wasn't a bad effort from the youngest man in the field. Denner and Longhi were now together, battling for the title, hoping their rivals wouldn't outscore them and keeping their duel clean, fair, but firm. Gustafsson was now under pressure from Pex, and into the first corner, the deed was done. If things went his way, Pex could win the title, driving in KZ in his own team's colours for the first time. Was this the year that Stan would finally emulate his brother Jorrit? Denner versus Longhi continued, a game of patience and control. Longhi thought his chances were over after qualifying near the back of the grid, but Longhi never gives up. Up ahead, Ippolito was looking good for his first win in an FIA final after his incredible perseverance with CRG. The team finally looked like it would return to winning ways. His advantage over Hiltbrand and Pex was staying fairly constant. The young Italian was on course for the greatest result of his career so far. Second was still up for debate, and both Pedro Hiltbrand and Stan Pex could still mathematically become European champion. But alas, the leaders were behind them, and they would need a little bit of luck from the midfield race behind them to unfold in their favour. For the talented young German Louis Speck, it had been a tough but character-building year. But his retirement was nowhere near as spectacular as the next two. Emilion Denner was out, after an incident on track, and his title hopes were shattered. It was all too much for the popular Frenchman. Then dramatically, Stan Pex went for Hiltbrand, and it failed. He too was out of the race and out of the championship. Denner and Pex's demise had put Longhi back in the lead, and all he had to do was finish to become champion. So as Denner and Pex walked away in disbelief, a heartwarming story was written up ahead, as Paolo Ippolito was cruising home to a worthy victory. The Leclerc by Lennox teammates would come close to winning the title themselves, but not quite close enough. For CRG and Ippolito, it was a fantastic win at home, and a return to the glory days of Paolo Di Conto, Jorrit Pex and Max Verstappen, after many people had doubted their ability to win again. But down in P6, the Birolart team manager Riccardo Longhi had become European champion, the first Italian to do so for 4 years. Triumph for Longhi, heartbreak for Denner. Behind Ippolito, Hiltbrand and Gustafsson on the podium, Renaudin and Iglesias would lead home Longhi, with Francesco Celenta in 7th ahead of Noah Milel, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on his KZ debut, and Simo Puhaka. Gustafsson had returned to the podium a year on from his KZ2 win, Hiltbrand had shown his hand for a world title effort, and Ippolito had returned CRG to the top step of the rostrum.
Well, since the free practice we were quite fast. Even my teammates, as we see on the qualifying practice, while Matteo was in the top 5, also Victor. I struggled a bit more than them into the heats from the qualifying, because on the free practice I was quite fast, but then the final, let's be honest, Paolo was a bit faster than me, and I tried my best, but at the end I will push, and we are in a good moment, I'm in a good moment, but you never know, but we will push so hard.
Not easy to win this race. We start in the beginning of this weekend with a few problems, but with my team we worked really hard, and we arrived to achieve this victory. I'm really happy about that. We are sure that we have the potential to do another race similar or like this one. So we will see in 3 weeks what will happen.
It has been a very difficult weekend and amazing, of course. Congratulations to all parts of the team. We are working very hard, improved in every session. So we try to do our best and keep this way, good way for us.
It's incredible for me, no? It's my dream. The weekend for me started very bad because in qualifying I had a very big problem with the tires. I think I lost the championship, no? But all the team, my teammate, Marin this week helped me too much. In the final, when I start the race, I think only push. I want to arrive in the front. I made a good start. I overtake so many drivers. When I arrive behind Denner, okay, now it's my moment. When I arrive last lap, I look my team. Oh, you are first, you are first. Now I'm European champion in KZ. I want to arrive in Kristianstad for fight for the world champion.
Winning a European Championship is an incredible reward after a season-long battle, and standing on the top step of the podium as an Academy Trophy winner takes great courage and passion. But if you thought the drivers could rest easy and celebrate the moment, you'd be wrong. In just 3 weeks' time, the next challenge will be upon us as we head to Kristianstad in Sweden, as 3 amazing drivers will claim the KZ2 International Super Cup, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy title, and the KZ World Championship. Join us then as the drivers quest to join the Karting Hall of Fame. This year's FIA Karting World Championship
sees the paddock return to Kristianstad Karting Club at the Asumring in Sweden. 3 years ago, the World Championship for the OK categories were held on this challenging track. But now it's the turn of the gearbox competitors and the Academy Trophy to end their season in balmy breezes and the cool Scandinavian sunshine. With the world's best gearbox racers competing for the World Championship and the KZ2 International Super Cup, the racing will be as tough and intense as ever. And with only one weekend to get it right, the pressure is higher than ever before. And after the absence from Kristianstad on last year's calendar due to the world pandemic, it's wonderful to return to one of the sport's most cherished venues.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track which is very technical, and that combined with the high speed straights and the high speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we worked very hard to improve ourselves. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right. For sure, I think, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Victor Gustafsson will guide us around the Asumring. KZ racers drop a gear into turn 1 to carry the speed, then another gear through the chicane, and with the kart already on the limit, then you can brake for turn 4. Once at the apex, you'll get back on the power and prepare for liftoff as the kart leaves the ground for a few millimeters over the crest. Into 5 and the corner opens on exit, so you can accelerate again up to turn 6. Another obvious overtaking point completed, now you head up to the S's, where only the brave will try and overtake into the left, as it leaves you vulnerable on the right, and you're upshifting between corners to hold speed. Now into the final section, and as you dart through the right, you change camber again. Treat the final 2 lefts as one flowing hairpin staying off the curbs, and then into a tight final turn, which actually opens out, so a move or two is more than likely. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits in the world and offers a unique and exciting challenge to all. The Academy Trophy will see some incredible talents duel for the victory and the title, and with Maciej Gledizh, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter best placed to go for the win at Kristianstad, it could have major ramifications for the championship. Dion Gauda and Jevan David have outside chances to win the final, and there's plenty more stars who could steal it all away. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, as anything can happen. On the rolling start, Maciej Gledizh swept across to seal second position behind pole sitter Dion Gauda. And as the field swept through the first few corners, Caleb Gafrara and David Walter drifted onto the grass. But fortunately, both men were able to recover without losing time. So Gauda led from Gledizh, Bondarev, Gafrara and Walter, with Jevan David snapping at his heels. Sadly, Oscar Wirtz would spin out as the field congested, and his season was over, much to the talented Monegasque's frustration. Next time around, Bondarev was now second ahead of Gledizh, but he led them both past Gauda, dropping the Singaporean down to third place. Bondarev was now leading, but Gledizh was in a perfect position to seal the title. Gafrara was eager to make his way past as well, and heading into turn 6, he tried to repeat the overtake. But as his car touched the inside curb, he drifted wide, and now Walter was closer than ever. Walter had been fastest in qualifying and showed his speed again with a beautiful move on Gafrara into turn 1, but the leaders were already well clear. The race then became about the fight for third, and despite resistance from Gauda, the Danish star Walter was able to move up, and so was Gafrara. The loss of momentum from Gauda also allowed Renaud Franco through into 5th position, and Darius Babiawana made his way into 6th. Yavan David was next, as the Sri Lankan tried his hardest to move into winning contention. Franco made his bid on Gafrara and ended up hitting the American and spinning out of the race. The man who won at Wackersdorf was now out of the title fight, and despite his best efforts to rejoin, it was a sad end for the talented Dutchman. David was now locked in combat with Gauda, Leon Ochai and Nicolas Ambiado, but their squabble allowed local star Ludwig Fransen to throw himself into the mix. It was a sensational battle, and one of many in the 2021 season where the drivers were racing with great skill and agility. It resulted in a scary moment for Riccardo Iannello, who somehow managed to keep going despite contact with Gauda. Bondarev and Gledizh were now being caught by Walter, who had his heart firmly set on ending 2021 with a win. But the Pole in second had no pressure at all. He just needed to stay where he was to be crowned champion. Stefano Cagnolo and Sal de Colombres were not so lucky, as their days ended together. Walter was the first to pounce, and Gledizh decided to let him through, knowing that the title could still be his. But Walter wasn't finished yet. A lap later, he saw an opening in the final hairpin and made his bid for the lead, and Bondarev was beaten. So Walter was now leading the race, with Gledizh still looking strong for the Academy Trophy. Bondarev fought back in turn 1, but to no avail, and it gave Gledizh his second place back again. With Bondarev down to third, Walter was now looking good for the runner-up spot in the season standings. As Bondarev's tyres started to wear, Babiawana became his nearest challenger, as he desperately tried to hang on to the final place on the podium, and he began his defensive tactics to try to hold on to his position. It certainly wasn't going to be easy. With 4 laps remaining, Babiawana found his moment and seized third position in turn 4, but it was brief. Bondarev had anticipated the move and claimed it back instantly. A lap later, and the Romanian tried again, and this time, it worked. But Bondarev wasn't giving up, and he dived again into the S's, but on the exit, Babiawana returned the favour and took back his place on the rostrum. Then, as he pushed to try and recover the place, Bondarev spun out of 4th position in dramatic fashion, and it was all too much for the young Ukrainian. So as the race came to its conclusion, there were 2 jubilant men at the finish, David Walter for the win and Maciej Gledizh for the title. They had both ended the season on their terms, and as the top 2 men in the standings, with the pole a very popular winner. After the race, Babiawana was excluded for replacing his front fairing, which elevated Leo Robinson to the podium. David would be 4th ahead of Bart Harrison and Dion Gauda, with Iannello, Ochai, Ambiado and Gafrara completing the top 10. It had been a phenomenal race to end the season, and nothing could wipe the smiles from the faces of Maciej Gledizh and David Walter as the celebrations began.
For the heats, we didn't do so well. We were starting 21st. But then for the final, we managed to make my way through everybody. And then I managed to get to the front, and I really realised I was P4 when I was going on to the last lap. So hopefully in the 2022 season we can do a bit better. For sure I'm so happy because second in the round and win the championship. So I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, the final was really hard for me because in the start I was P2, Bondarev passed me after David caught us and passed me, and after Oleg, after I overtook Bondarev, and I was second.
The race starts and I get a bad start, but I just focus and I just took 1 position after 1. I was P1 and I was so happy with it. And it took 10 laps more, I saw on the time. I was just focusing and make the lap done. For sure it's nice, but I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
KZ2 has been dominated by Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov through the heats, but Senna van Walstein was the fastest in timed qualifying. A crash in his opening heat means he's now on the comeback trail, but starting the final from 11th will make it harder than ever. Samuel Luye is also looking strong for the Tony Kart factory team and could spring a real surprise. Expect the unexpected. KZ2 always delivers action by the bucketful. At the start of the KZ2 Super Cup, Travasanuto, Trevelov and Luye held their positions into turn 1 as the field swarmed into the first sector, trying to stay out of trouble. But one driver would have a dramatic exit from the race. Following a tangle with an opponent in turn 4, Jean Nomblot would scramble from his kart after a roll. He was a little shaken, but was able to walk away. Senna van Walstein was already storming through the field as he overtook Paavo Tonteri to move up to 6th. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese were the two Italians up ahead. But Trevelov fancied his chances for the win. He dived for the lead on Travasanuto and all looked well, but on the exit he couldn't quite hold on to the advantage. He now had to protect second to avoid losing out to Samuel Luye. Luye wasn't about to wait around, and he soon made his bid for second, as behind them Van Walstein moved ahead of Albanese. But resistance from both Trevelov and Albanese tightened up the pack, and in the ensuing fracas, Paavo Tonteri picked up a position on the latter. Then Tonteri tapped the back of Van Walstein's kart and spun. Albanese hit the brakes and Thomas Imborg launched over the back of him. And yet miraculously, they all carried on. There would be front-fairing penalties for Imborg and Albanese, whilst Tonteri rejoined last. Giacomo Polini, however, was out after the new European champion collided with Parolin driver Angelo Lombardo, with both karts too damaged to continue. His teammate Travasanuto was oblivious to it all out in front as he started to pull a gap over Luye. It's a happy hunting ground for the Italian after he won his first world title here in the OK category 3 years ago. Having worked his way masterfully through the field, Van Walstein then staked his claim on a podium charge with a move on Palomba. But the Birolart driver was refusing to cooperate, and no matter how hard the Dutchman tried, there would be no straightforward manoeuvre, and he was losing valuable time. Eventually Van Walstein made the move, and without retaliation, but it was now going to be tougher to close on the 3 men ahead. Jean Luye wanted to join his brother on the podium and made his own pass on Palomba into the final hairpin. It allowed Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati to overtake Palomba as well, which didn't please last year's runner-up. He made his way back past Rosati instantly, but the damage was already done. James Wharton was on the prowl as well, and the Australian was pushing hard. Lorenzo Giannone was the next driver on the sidelines, and as he walked away, that was one less CRG in the running. His teammate, Jorge Pescador, was scrapping closely with Joey van Splinteren, but fortunately, they kept it fair. Hubert Petit took advantage of Danilo Albanese, whose fairing was clearly loose, but the Frenchman would later suffer the same fate. The race for second truly began, and as Luye defended from Trevelov, Van Walstein had a genuine look on the inside, and that was enough to increase the urgency for Trevelov. He dived in the next bend once more, but Luye just wouldn't move over. Sadly, he would have no choice on the next lap, as his Tony Kart spluttered to a halt. It was cruel luck for the young Swiss driver, who was denied his best result in his karting career so far. This was all the motivation that Van Walstein needed, and he made his move on Trevelov, from 11th to 2nd. Not a bad run at all, but would he have time to catch Travasanuto? The answer looked fairly blatant. The Parolin was a country mile ahead. Van Walstein was doing everything he could to catch up, but second would have to do, as Trevelov held off the resurgence of Jean Luye in his brother's absence. Heading into the final lap, and James Wharton sealed a positive day for Parolin by storming past Piccini to grab a 5th place finish after a tough season in KZ2. As Travasanuto himself said after the race, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. it was a glorious win for Travazanuto as he claimed the highest prize for a KZ2 driver. Behind Van Walstein and Trevelov, Jean Louillet headed home Wharton and Rosati after a penalty for Pacini dropped him behind Victor Auberg and Arthur Carbonell, whilst Jorge Pescador ran home in 10th. 3 young stars finally fulfilled their potential in KZ2, and it appears we'll likely see all 3 of them step up to KZ in 2022. And who knows how many titles they'll score between them, as the future looks very promising.
Definitely this track is a special place for me. I mean, it's been my first FIA success here actually in 2014. I was driving with PCR, so it's always been in my heart, this track. And my schedule as a driver coach is also very crowded, very busy, so I try to make up time when I had to train. Finally, I managed after Wagersdorf, I managed to get a little bit more training. I started to get more confident with the material, and then everything unfolded. So, and when we put it all together, it finally paid off. The drivers in KZ are all super good, so, but it's going to be exciting for me. There's many drivers that I aspired to in the past, and also drivers that I've been racing with, so I'm looking forward to that, and I'll try to be there.
Obviously, coming out of qualifying, we were really happy with the result. I think putting a pole position in the World Cup is really something you always wanted to do. Coming into the final in 11th place, it's always difficult to come back to the front, but the pace was good, the overtaking was good, so we made it to 2nd place at the end. There are some conversations going on, yeah, of course, but nothing is confirmed yet. Probably going into KZ1 for next year.
Well, the qualify was really good. I was like P7 in total. The heats were very strong, and yeah, I think we lose a bit of pace in the final, but P3, it's a good result for me and the team. 2022, I think I will be driving in KZ1 to replace Fabian Federer.
It's obviously a fantastic feeling to win the International Super Cup. It's the first year in KZ class after some time we were off the class, and to conclude it on the top, it's really amazing for all the team and all the efforts that mechanics, tuners and drivers have put into this season. We have 3 drivers in the top 7 at the end of the event, and it's really a great satisfaction for all of us.
There is no greater accolade in the sport than the World Championship, and the KZ category is the toughest race in the world for a kart racer to win. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel are best placed to challenge for the win, whilst Fabian Federer and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are next in line to challenge. But with this being the longest and toughest race for the win, victory is a fairy tale and a dream that can only come true for one fortunate driver. Noah Milel made the perfect start to beat Vigano to the first corner, whilst Antonelli fell through the field after a poor getaway. Lorenzo Camplese made his way into 3rd ahead of Fabian Federer, with Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin igniting the chase behind. All was not well up front, however, and in controversial and dramatic circumstances, the dream ended for Vigano yet again, as his kart gave up the ghost on the opening lap. After dominating the heats, it was cruel luck, not for the first time either, and his heartbreak was felt worldwide with team and fans alike. On the next lap, Federer lost out to Gustafsson as they chased after Camplese. But with the apparent pace of Milel up front, it looked like the win was already gone, and so both Gustafsson and Pohaka elected to increase their defensive strategies. Overtaking moves would be difficult, but not impossible. Former world champion Jorrit Peks would be the man on the move as he started to gain his competitive edge. But his big move came on the 2nd lap in the final bend as he made an audacious pass on Pohaka and left the door wide open for Renaudin to join him, but the ferocious Finn was not willing to comply. Alexei Lando was also out of the World Championship, and he was happy to put it behind him. And he wouldn't be the only man on the sidelines. Emilion Denner would spin out on his debut for Kart Republic. It had been a frustrating return to karting in 2021 for the Frenchman. Pex versus Buhaka became an interesting spectacle as the Finn pulled off one of the moves of the race. Could he help Tony Kart to another clean sweep of the podium? For Milell up front, he was on course to become the first Swedish gearbox world champion for 33 years, and on the circuit he grew up on. But Pex wanted to join him on the rostrum, and he swept back ahead of Buhaka before the Finn realised what had happened. But there was even more to come as he launched an overtake inside Federer in the S's, and somehow he made it work without contact. Buhaka still had good pace and was able to move ahead of Federer as well, but Federer was still giving SRP and Maranello plenty to smile about. Gustafsson was on the podium at home until Pex caught him. The Dutchman spoiled the party and moved ahead with his signature move. Then came one of the duels of the weekend. Buhaka tried his own special move on Gustafsson. But the Swede wasn't so willing to lose the place to Buhaka as he had been to Pex. It was tough, but despite a slight brush of the Tony Kart's front fairing, he just held on. Jorrit Pex had driven beautifully to fight through for third position, but he had run out of time to catch Camplese, who had driven his best race yet. But there wasn't a dry eye in sight, as Noah Milell emulated his uncle 25 years before to become world champion. Having literally been born and raised as a part of the Kristianstad Karting Club, the fairy tale couldn't have been sweeter. He hadn't just won at home, he had dominated, and the reception he received was breathtaking. Behind Camplese and Pex, Gustafsson narrowly missed out on his own podium finish ahead of Buhaka and Federer. Paolo Ippolito beat Stan Pex home, with the Birolats of Marijn Kramers and Riccardo Longhi not far behind. The party went long into the night as Milell became the first homegrown KZ World Champion since Marco Ardigo won at Sarno in 2014. Noah Milell was nothing short of a hero.
I cannot describe the emotions and feelings. I maybe look like similar neutral, but inside I am very happy and grateful for what we achieve, and to win here in my home with all my friends, supporters, family. It's another level of happiness. I'm not sure what will brings me next. But it will open many doors and for the future. And if I can, I am very happy with where I am with Tony Kart and Vortex, and we worked hard for this, and finally we received the result that we should have.
Yes, fantastic job of the team. I start very good, and then overtake Matteo, maybe have the problem. I won't catch Noah, but it's impossible because Noah is very fast. At time, I won't manage my position, don't lose the time with the driver behind me.
It was a really good final for me. I had a good start, take some place in the first lap, and then in the beginning I was not really fast, but after a few laps I took really good pace, and then I could drive very fast to the front and overtake the drivers in front of me really quickly. The end of the race was quite easy for me because I was on third position and behind me was nobody, and the gap to the front was a little bit too big, so the last 9 laps were kind of easy.
Yeah, honestly here the level of the competition is really high. All the drivers are really fast, and all together it was really tough in the end, because finally it's really long race, 25 laps. It's good work for the team. We find a really good setup for the final, and we are really happy that finish first and second, and first and second and fifth. It's great for the team. Great job.
So, Maciej Gledicz becomes the new Academy Trophy winner and Poland's latest rising star of karting. Lorenzo Travasanuto wins the International KZ2 Super Cup for his 4th FIA karting title. And the hometown hero, Noah Milel, becomes the first Swedish world champion since his uncle, Johnny Mistievich, in 1996. It's the beginning of a new era for the sport, and next season we could see yet more exciting races from the new kings of gearbox karting and the new cast of elite talent in the Academy Trophy. Join us in 2022 when the next generation of racing talents will return to fight for glory once again. So the moment is upon us for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. The finalists for this first round of 3 here at Karting Genk, the home of champions at the edge of the country of Belgium, as the competitors make their way out. The Belgian flag flying aloft with our young representative for Karting Genk leading the parade out. The stars of the future really are here in more areas than one, and it is great to see so much fantastic talent making its way out onto the starting grid. 36 drivers here for the Academy Trophy, and they are all putting on a fantastic display. We will see some incredible performances from these youngsters, many of whom are here in Europe for the very first time. Never mind racing in Europe for the first time. Wonderful to see these competitors who have come from all 4 corners of the globe, from North and South America, from Australasia, from Asia, from across Africa, and of course all 4 corners of Europe. And they are here at the home of champions to kickstart their international motorsport journey. This is a fabulous competition, won over the years by Nicolas Tehonen, Charles Leclerc, Jonas Lapalainen, Maxime Potti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Xavier Hansheim, Mari Boyer, Kaios Sixnelis, Conor Zilic, and Maciej Gladish. An incredible host of competitors. And we are very honoured to have with us the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, along with the Managing Director at Karting Genk, Mr. Koen Lemons, who will help to present the participation medals, the competitors' medals for those who have managed to get as far as this. There is Koen Lemons and the President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, talking with the RGMMC President, James Geidel. And we are ready, as the karts themselves will make their way onto the starting grid. The drivers are in front of Cafe Corner, ready to be presented to the fantastic capacity crowd here. So many amazing names have come through. Just have a list of the competitors. We've already named the champions in the Karting Academy Trophy. Just the names of the people that have come through on the podium at the end of the season. The late, great Antoine Hubert, Ben Barnicoat, Juho Valtonen, Berkay Bessler, Rinus VK, who is, of course, doing a fantastic job out in IndyCar these days. Kakunoshin Otter, who is one of the stars of Super GT and Super Formula. Kaz Havercourt, Tymon van der Helm, Guillermo Figueiredo, Kobe Powells, and of course the likes of Christian Ho, Robert De Haan, Theo Mercouris, Matteo Capieto, David Walter, and Sasha Bondarev in most recent times. So as the karts make their way to the starting grid, the drivers are receiving their medals at the Cafe Corner. For France, Art de Dorisson. For Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard. For the Philippines, William Go. For the Czech Republic, Jindra Pazel. For South Africa, Nicolas Roos. For Bahrain, Luca Horton. For Slovenia, Alexander Bogonovic. For Colombia, Matthias Orjuela. For Finland, Joel Pajola. For Romania, Dino Storescu. For the United States of America, Caleb Gafrara. For Italy, Riccardo Cirelli. For Austria, Nando Weichselbaumer. For Poland, Ivo Besterda. For Spain, Adrian Ferra. For Estonia, Mark Dubnitsky. For Lithuania, Markus Silkunas. For Switzerland, Tiziano Kuznini. For Belgium, Thibaut Ramakers. For the Republic of Ireland, Jack Buckley. For the Netherlands, Mies Huben. For Chile, Augustin Sepulveda. For Japan, Megumu Suzuki. For Argentina, Santino Pinetta. For Sweden, Oliver Kinmark. For Australia, Harry Arnett. For Malaysia, Timofey Mikhailov. For Great Britain, Henry Jocelyn. For the Women's On Track programme, and also representing Switzerland, Chiara Batig. For Canada, Harry Mamasi. For Norway, Alina Rolfsson. For Israel, Jan Pinto. For Brazil, Gabriel Sano. For Thailand, Rio Ketsari. For Latvia, Robert Permalis. And finally, for Bulgaria, Alexander Deshkov. An incredible array of talent as they all receive their handshakes and their medals from the karting manager at Karting Genk, the home of champions, Koen Lemons, and of course from the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim. Wonderful to see these young men and women representing their nations on the international stage. Henry Jocelyn receiving his medal, and representing the Girls on Track program for women in motorsport, Chiara Batig, the 12-year-old from Switzerland. There is the Canadian, Hadi Mamassi, receiving his medal, the first ever Canadian to race in the Academy Trophy. There are some amazing firsts here this year. Some countries are being represented in the Academy Trophy for the very first time. And what's also really pleasant to see as well is that 54 competitors are racing in the Academy Trophy this year. It is a new record in 2022. 53 nations, 54 competitors. The only nation that doubles up is Switzerland for Tiziano Cugnini and Chiara Batig, although Chiara Batig, of course, won her place representing the Girls on Track program that took place last autumn at the famous Le Mans circuit. A massive thanks and congratulations to our drivers. A massive thank you to our guests, to Koen Lemons and to the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim. The 10-minute board goes up on the start-finish straight. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we present your 2022 FIA Karting Academy Trophy finalists for Genk in Belgium. These competitors proudly represent their country, and they have come from all four corners of the globe. The partisan fan base here very proudly watching them on. When you consider that some incredible competitors have come out of the Academy Trophy over the years, it really is a bit of a who's who of the stars of the future in motorsport. There have been some incredible racers to have made their swan song, made their debuts in international competition. 3 Formula One drivers currently on the grid came out of the Academy Trophy. The likes of Charles Leclerc, Esteban Ocon, and George Russell all made their debuts at this level. And there are some amazing karting sensations that have come through over the years, such as Ben Barnicoat, Juho Valtonen, world champion Marijn Kramers, Tom Bale, Paolo Bezencenes, Martin van Leuven, Stan Pex. You've also got the likes of incredible international stars such as Berkay Bessler, Rinus van Kamphout, who of course is now known these days as Rinus VK, who races in the IndyCar Championship, Kakunushin Otta, who is one of the stars of Super GT these days, Javier Cobian, Arturo Melgar, Erwan Juliet, Philippos Kalesis, Alfred Nilsson, Kaz Havercourt, Timon van der Helm, Francisco Melo, Guillermo Figueiredo, Kobe Powells, who is now one of the rising stars of Rallycross, Christian Ho and Robert De Haan, who have moved into single-seaters, Theo Makuris, Maceo Capieto, and fellow karters David Walter and Alexander Bondarev. Get well soon, Alexander. We miss you. And of course, we also garnered the talent of the late, great Antoine Hubert, who was second in the 2010 category, a member of the karting paddock that we all still fondly miss. So there are the contenders lining up on the starting grid for the Academy Trophy final here at Karting Genk. And what a plethora of stars we have. Many of them at various different stages of their karting journey, but all here representing their country in magnificent fashion. And what a grid of personalities. The Belgian flag proudly waved on the start line. That's a moment he's going to remember forever. Good lad. Well done. Great to see so many fantastic stars out here on the circuit at the home of champions. And who knows, we could see quite a lot of champions come through from the Karting Academy Trophy again in 2022. The 13th running of this illustrious competition. And it seems to get stronger and more exciting every year. There is our FIA Karting President on the left of your screen, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, in conversation with Koen Lemons of Karting Genk, the RGMMC President James Geidel, and the FIA Karting Competition Manager Simone Parego. Here are the drivers getting ready. In pole position, the Frenchman Art Dorisson. It's been a long journey to get to this point for the Frenchman, but he now comes forward to represent France on the front of the grid. Pole position for Art Dorisson after 2 heat wins out of 3. A very impressive performance from him so far. The French-speaking drivers really have come on and put on a bit of a show here at Karting Genk. Alongside Dorisson on the front row of the grid, Guillaume Bouzard for Luxembourg. An amazing opportunity for him. No man from his nation has ever won a final. Today, that could change. He's been very strong over the course of the weekend. He was the fastest man in qualifying. And the whole of Luxembourg is watching with bated breath. Some excellent moments to come in this Karting Academy final. For the Philippines, William Goh, ever impressive, spent nearly 2 years out of racing thanks to the pandemic. The way he's bounced back in 2022 has been phenomenal. And here, waving the Philippines flag in the Academy Trophy, he's in the top 3 already. But can he give them their first podium of the 2022 season? Everyone watching back home in the Philippines, hello to you. Your boy could get the job done. But out in the Czech Republic, they're watching this man, Jindra Pezel, 4th position on the starting grid. And this man has a great opportunity to charge his way forward. An excellent competitor. His boyhood hero is Lando Norris. His helmet design is based on Lando's. And his speed is just as intense. Great to see what he's been able to produce this weekend, full of consistency and a great character in the Academy Trophy 2022. For South Africa, Nicholas Roos. At a time when South Africa is being talked about as a future Formula One venue, who knows, this man could lead the charge as he climbs the karting ranks, and he could give South Africa a win in the Academy Trophy here today at Karting Genk. He certainly got the job done in one of the heats yesterday, so he definitely has the talent to climb to the top spot. Alongside him on the grid for Bahrain, it is Luca Horton. An excellent opportunity for him over the course of the weekend. He's been steady and consistent, solid as a rock in defence. But now he's going to be on the offence as he goes for the podium. A great opportunity for young Luca Horton. And I'm sure everybody back home in the Middle East, he's got a big fan base over there. He has a great chance to move forward. Next, from Slovenia, Alexander Bogonovic. He's not been racing that long at all. So to be representing his country, started off in Mexico in his karting early days and has come across back home to his beloved Slovenia, stepping up through the national and domestic ranks. Now he's here, representing his nation on the world stage. A great chance for the Slovenian to reach the podium today as the 3-minute board goes up. For Colombia, the talented superstar Matias Orjuela, definitely looking like he has the potential to climb all the way to the podium at least once this season, and the first time could well be today. He goes off 8th position on the starting grid, every chance to make something special happen. The clear the track board is presented at the front end of the starting grid. Next up for Finland, Joel Pojola, the man who is coached by the reigning world champion Tuukka Tarponen. They say he's another one of the special ones from Finland. He won his heat earlier on today, so there's no doubting that anymore. Joel Pojola with a great opportunity to add yet another page to the chapter of Finnish superstars in karting. For Romania, it is this talented superstar Dino Stroescu making his way to the top 10 in his first weekend of the Academy Trophy 2022, and there is a lot still to come from him. And even just behind them in the top 10, there are a plethora of decent stars. For the United States of America, Caleb Gafrara. Welcome back to the Academy Trophy for the American. And he's starting 11th on the grid for this one. He has the experience and the wisdom. Does he have as much speed and tenacity? We're about to find out, of course. As the grid is being cleared, all that will be left will be the one mechanic and the one driver per kart so that they can push start them off the start line. And there is an incredible array of drivers around them. Riccardo Cirelli of Italy, Nando Weichselbaumer of Austria, then Ivo Besterda of Poland, Adrian Fera of Spain, Mark Dubnitsky of Estonia, Markus Silkunas of Lithuania, Tiziano Kushnini of Switzerland. The 1 minute board goes up, and of course, there's the home favourite. The stands are cheering for him, Thibaut Ramakas. He has a chance to do something special from the midfield. He was the quickest in time qualifying, so anything is still possible. Race director Pasquale Lupoli just getting himself into position. And now it's all down to the 36 remaining contenders in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2022 season opener here at Genk. The stands are packed. And even the entirety of the ground is filled with motorsport enthusiasts. The Arrive and Drive circuit is alive and kicking. Even the model race circuit next door has competitors whizzing round it. And the motocross circuit next door has been kicking up dust all weekend. This is the epicenter of motorsport in Belgium this weekend. And we are about to write some new chapters in history. The Academy Trophy Final 2022 here at Genk could start a few dynasties in the world of motorsport. Art de Dorisson and Guillaume Bouzard on the front row of the grid from William Goh and Jindra Pezel, Nicolas Roos and Luca Horton from Alexander Boganovic and Matthias Orjuela, Joel Pajola and Dino Storescu, Caleb Gafrara and Riccardo Cirelli, Nando Weichselbaumer, Ivo Besterda, Adrian Fera, Mark Dubnitsky, Markus Silkunas and Tiziano Kushnini, Thibaut Ramakas and Jack Buckley, Mies Huben, Augustin Sepulveda, Megamo Suzuki and Santino Panetta, Oliver Kinmark and Harry Arnett, Timofey Mikhailov and Henry Jocelyn, Chiara Batig and Hadi Mamasi, Elina Rolfson and Jan Pinto, Gabriel Sano, Vongsapat Ketsari, Robert Pamalis and Alexander Deshkov. 36 drivers from all over the world, and they will come to battle in fantastic style in the Academy Trophy. It's going to be one heck of a show as the young men and women gracing the circuit here have a great chance to step forward and show the world what they can do. The out lap and then the single solitary formation lap. For these young men and women, this is the pinnacle of their career so far. This is what it's all been building up to. They've known for a few months now that they will represent their country in the Academy Trophy, but there's nothing quite like racing in a final. It's already a victory to get here and to be part of the show, but now is the chance to put on an epic display for the partisan fans here at Karting Genk. At the side of the circuit, the world has stopped as everybody now finds themselves a vantage point. They want to see how these young men and women begin their journeys, especially when you think that so many incredible competitors have come out of this competition. 3 Formula One drivers, a handful of touring car stars, a handful of rallycross aces, and some single-seater racers and sports car legends far and wide. Over the last 12 seasons, they are starting to build a legacy. In the 13th season of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, 54 more will do the same, 36 of whom have made it to this final. It's time for the first final of 2022 to get underway in the Academy Trophy. Dorisson on the inside, Bouzard on the out. Go, Pezel, Roos, Horton, Bogunovic, Orjuela, Pajola and Storescu. It's up to Pasquale Lupoli and we're going round again. We're going round again. False start. Now that was quite an early decision there. So clearly just the excitement of the occasion bubbled over a little bit there for our young Academy contenders. But it's always a very tough mission. These karts absolutely identical. All Expert chassis, Vortex engines which are pooled, and LeConte tyres which go for the start of qualifying all the way to the end of this final. They're not even on fresh tyres. So this all becomes about discipline, about racecraft, about wisdom, about maturity, about skill, and above all, about passion. That's what's going to get you to the top step of the podium. And these men and women have worked incredibly hard to get to that point. Wonderful to see that in 2022 we have already managed to get 2 women in a final. Chiara Batig and Elina Rolfson have worked incredibly hard over the weekend. They are both in the final grid. So now it's time to see what these young men and women can do as they battle for glory in the Academy Trophy final. 19 laps of the circuit here at Karting Genk. the longest race of the weekend, more than double the length of the qualifying heats. It is the toughest race that these young men and women will ever have done. But the winner of it will absolutely have earned it. Dorisson, Bouzard, Go, Pazel, Roos, Horton, Bogunovic, Orjuela, Pajola and Struescu. They come off the final turn. The mini Olympics of karting comes out of the final turn. The lights are on. Let's race at Genk. Up to the first corner. Perfect start from Dorisson. A little bit of a squeeze to the drivers alongside him. And as they go through the hairpin for the first time, perfect start from Dorisson. Good retaliation from Bouzard. Bouzard's come through in second place, no problem at all. William Go into third position. Excellent start from the academy drivers. And out in front, Dorisson holds the advantage. Second place for Bouzard, third for Go. Nice simple start, no complications. Up to fourth has come Nicolas Roos in front of Jindra Pazel. Pazel holding on in fifth place in front of Luca Horton. And as the field works its way through turn 6 for the first time, everybody has come through cleanly as Go gets into second place, makes his move on Guillaume Bouzard. And so William Go has moved into second place. This is the race he's been waiting for. And he's now in second. Just one more kart to pass. And that is the Frenchman Arthur Dorisson. Battling for third position. Guillaume Bouzard hanging on in front of Pazel and Roos. Roos is working hard here. And I can tell you that every single driver, bar 2, have made it round the first lap. I'm afraid we have lost Marcus Silkunas and... Oh no, we've lost Gabriel Sano and Alexander Dashkov, I'm afraid. So Alexander Deshkov and Gabriel Sano, the Brazilian and the Bulgarian, are out of the race. So we continue on without them, I'm afraid. But there's still a long way to go. And up the inside, that is the move from Luca Horton. He gets the run in Jindra Pazel. Pazel has to move across to get defensive against his opponents. So some tough battles in the early phase of the race. Quite a few drivers making up some place. Oh, there's a problem. There's a problem on the back straight. Who's that in trouble? Big trouble for the 509. And I'm afraid it's game over for Dino Struescu. The Romanian comes to a stop. That is heartbreaking for the Romanian. Oh, Dino Struescu was having such a great weekend, such a great race. But it's mechanical that takes him out of the action on lap 2. You've got to feel for Dino Struescu. Racing is racing, unfortunately. Nothing he can do about it. He just has to come back and prove he deserved his place once again at Cremona. Dorisson, Go, Bouzard, Roos, Horton and Pazel. Here are the Bahraini and the Czech battling away for 5th position. Some great performances so far. Santina Panetta has made up 11 places. Henry Jocelyn has made up 13, and that is a race over for Chiara Batig. Oh, poor Chiara Batig. Out of the race at turn 5. Easily one of the fastest ladies in the pack this weekend, and a shame she couldn't really show what she could do, as there is the Romanian Dino Struescu on the sidelines. Great battles down the main straight as Joel Pajola is working it out with Jindra Pazel and Caleb Gafrara. Pazel on the inside. Gafrara gets there too. Pajola has to come back on the inside. Oh, he tangles wheels with Adrian Ferrer. And Ferrer goes off the road, having just set the fastest lap. He's now got to watch as the whole field storms past him. What a shame for Adrian Ferrer. Just a slight rubbing of wheels, and it continues down the back straight as we got 2 or 3 drivers in there. That's Oliver Kinmark battling away with Mies Huben and Augustin Sepulveda. And on the grass, we've got a couple of drivers going off on the road there. A couple of drivers in deputy. That's the 523 that's gone off the road. That is Mark Dubnitsky. So Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, has gone grass tracking in the middle of the road. So back towards the front end, and it's Dorisson who leads Go and Bouzard. Guillaume Bouzard trying to work with William Go. So the young man from the Philippines still working hard in second place. Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, in third. It's been some fantastic performances from Guillaume Bouzard all through the weekend as Thibaut Ramekers bangs in the fastest lap. Great work from the Belgian to find his way back into contention. He's in 14th place already. So Thibaut Ramekers has made up 5 places. Harry Arnett has made up 10. Henry Jocelyn has made up 16 places. My goodness, the British driver is on the comeback charge. Dorisson leads though. So Dorisson, Go, Bouzard. France, Philippines, Luxembourg. Then Nicolas Roos, the South African, is in 4th position. Luca Horton for Bahrain in 5th, and then Alexander Bogonovic for Slovenia in P6, ahead of Jindra Pezel of the Czech Republic, Caleb Gafrara of USA, Joel Pajola of Finland, and Riccardo Cilelli of Italy. Then it's the Irishman and the Brit, Jack Buckley and Henry Jocelyn. They are battling for 11th. A tough race battle all the way through this field. Some great performances. Not only Jocelyn on the move, Thibaut Ramekes has made up 6 places. Jack Buckley has made up 9. 10 places made up for the Australian Harry Arnett. He can be very happy with that. 12 places for the Canadian Hadi Mamassi. What a performance from the young Canadian. From 30th on the grid, he is now in P18. I'm sure that Father Jerry and the whole of Canada is going to be absolutely delighted. Canada has never had an Academy Trophy driver before this season. So Hadi Mamassi putting them back on the map. So Dorisson, Go, Bouzard, Roos, Horton and Bogonovic. And it looks as though Guillaume Bouzard is banging his steering wheel in frustration down the main straight. I wonder if he's got a problem developing. Certainly Caleb Gafrara has lost ground there to Joel Pajola. Pajola gets back through the American. Guillaume Bouzard is falling off the back of William Go. So that's why Bouzard's getting frustrated, and there's not a lot he can do about it. Bouzard is falling into the clutches of Nicolas Roos. So Nicolas Roos is doing a great job to try and get into 3rd position. And these are the 2 leaders, Dorisson and Go. So after Dorisson of France, 2 wins out of 3 in the heats. Fairly consistent through time qualifying, just kept himself to himself. Made the launch forward when he needed to last night. And now he is the favourite for this, but William Go, ever impressive and ever present. 7 laps completed, 12 laps to go. Very tough indeed for these youngsters as they continue to battle away all the way through to the finish of this one. It's going to be a very competitive season in the Academy Trophy 2022, that is for sure, as Dorisson leads William Go, the Philippines youngster, in 2nd place. So can William Go catch and pass the Frenchman up front? We've seen so many battles in the Academy Trophy over the years. There's some incredible young talents. It doesn't take them long to establish themselves after a season at this level. They really do have the potential here and the tenacity to show the world what is possible. Dorisson, Go, Bouzard, Roos, Horton, Bogunovic. Then Pezel, Pajola, Gafrara and Cirelli in the top 10 as Dorisson is starting to extend the gap a little bit over William Go. You've got to time this right. The tyres will be absolutely howling at this point. 8 laps completed. That is the length of a qualifying heat. So they've now got another 11 laps to endure. The longest race of many of these young drivers' lives. A great battle down the back straight there. That was Tiziano Cushnini going to battle with Timofey Mikhailov, having had a difficult start to the race. So the battles continue. Thibaut Ramekes now getting up behind Jack Buckley. Big slide in as Buckley goes a little bit over the limit. Ramekes trying to come to, oh, that's Hadi Mamassi! Hadi Mamassi, the Canadian, was doing such a good job, and now he's out of it. Bitter disappointment. He was looking so good, and I'm afraid it's game over for this one, but he'll be back at Cremona, no doubt. So with Hadi Mamassi out of the running, that elevates everybody up a place behind him. Henry Jocelyn still trying to break into the top 10, as is the home favourite, Thibaut Ramekes. And the Belgian crowd would dearly love to see him fight back to the top 10. It's not been the easiest weekend in the end for the Belgian star. Rapid in qualifying, unlucky in the heats. Here comes Pezel. Oh, Pezel gets a nudge as they go side by side. Oh, and up and over. Jindra Pezel goes airborne as he runs along the back straight on the grass. My goodness, Jindra Pezel running the gauntlet and still going. That shows you his determination. Fair play to Jindra Pezel. That was scary, but you know what? He took a deep breath and just kept on going. That's proof that these guys and girls are made of strong stuff in the Academy Trophy. They've got to be. Dorisson, Go, Bouzard, Roos, Horton and Pajola. Now Pezel is still at it. He's having a great battle with Caleb Gafrara. As further up, that is Nicolas Roos battling away with Luca Horton. They can't quite get close enough to Guillaume Bouzard. So this is the battle for 4th place between these two. Still they battle on. Weary, tired, exhausted, punishing. And you know what? They're racing drivers. They don't know the word pain. They're just getting on with it. Jindra Pezel battling away with Caleb Gafrara. So physically intense. These will be the fastest karts these youngsters have ever driven. Pushing hard. Battling away for position is Jindra Pezel. Hangs on in front of Caleb Gafrara. Then Shirelli. Ramakas up to 11th, having got past Jocelyn and Orjuela. Jack Buckley in 14th, ahead of Harry Arnett and Panetta. Then Besterda, Ferrer, Suzuki, Hubens, Kinmark and Sepulveda. And that's the move on the inside from Horton as he battles again with Nicolas Roos. And Luca Horton gets himself into 4th position. His fan base back home in the Middle East will be absolutely delighted with that. So Luca Horton up into 4th place. Great work from the young man from Bahrain. The international circuit at Sakhir is his local kart track, but he has been touring all over the Middle East over the last few seasons in multiple disciplines, showcasing his skill in all of them. And here in Europe for the first time, he really is putting on a bit of a show. So there is Guillaume Bouzard trying to close up on William Go. Still they battle at Cafe Corner. A couple of drivers having a difficulty at the back of the field there. So I think that might be Tiziano Kushnini and Vongsapat Ketsari, the Swiss and the Thai, who have had a bit of a difficult race up to this point. But they've certainly shown their speed through the weekend. As there is the battle further back. Those are those two drivers. Oh, that's Mikolov and Dubnitsky, the Estonian and the Malaysian. As into the pits to retire comes Tiziano Kushnini. What a shame, but neither Swiss driver is going to make the finish of this final. Very unfortunate. We lost Chiara Batig earlier on, and now we have lost Tiziano Kushnini. Bitter disappointment for Tizzy, but he'll be back. He'll be stronger than ever at Cremona. And there is a warning flag. It's gone to the local star, Thibaut Ramakas. So Thibaut Ramakas, charging his way back into contention, needs to calm it down a little by the look of it. The officials have made it quite clear that he needs to chill out. Oh, poor Tiziano Kushnini. The frustration overwhelming. Dorisson, Go, Bouzard, and then Horton ahead of Roos, Pajola, Bogdanovic, and Jindra Pezel is up the inside. There goes Pajola. He comes through now past Nicolas Roos. So the Flying Finn gets up into 5th position. And Joel Pajola has a warning flag. Not sure what that's for. That move looked pretty okay to me, but maybe it was something else. So the 5:34 after Dorisson ahead of William Go. Guillaume Bouzard in front of Luca Horton, Joel Pajola and Nicolas Roos. Then it is Alexander Bogdanovic, the young Slovenian, ahead of Jindra Pezel, Caleb Gafrara and the Belgian, Thibaut Ramakas in the top 10. Very much following in the footsteps of his contemporaries, the likes of Kobe Powells and Tom Braken in years gone by. But the 5:18 of Joel Pajola is trying to close up on the top 4 drivers up front. Guillaume Bouzard doing his best to gain ground on William Go. So frustrating for William Go. He managed to start having been 2nd in his qualifying group, 2nd in Heat 1, 2nd in Heat 2, 2nd in Heat 3, and now in the final he's running 2nd. This must be bitterly frustrating for a competitive man like William Go. But the young man for the Philippines is doing his nation proud, keeping it steady and smooth. No major catastrophes for him today. Just frustratingly close to the top spot at all times. There's Joel Pajola, starting to reel in Luca Horton on lap 15 of 19. There'll be 4 laps to go at the end of this one, so nothing is certain yet. Dorisson is still doing his best. William Go in 2nd, Guillaume Bouzard in 3rd. All 3 drivers, when they found out they were going to be doing a program in the Academy Trophy, managed to find some opportunity to race in the European Championship of OK Junior to train in karts similar to this, but they're not allowed to test these karts, of course. But the man behind them, who is the head of the drivers that are not at that advantage, is Luca Horton, the young man from Bahrain, doing an exceptional job, running in 4th position. There he is, Luca Horton in front of Joel Pajola. This is a great performance from these 2 competitors. Luca Horton really putting in a giant killing effort here, the young man from Bahrain. Has barely set foot in Europe. He races some European competitions, but nowhere near as high as this. So an excellent performance so far from Luca Horton as he continues to battle away for supremacy with Joel Pajola. Out of the final turn comes the race leader Arthur Dorisson, and there's battles further back. That is the move from Adrian Ferrer, getting past Ivo Bešterda. So Ivo Bešterda representing Poland in much the way that last year's winner of the Academy Trophy, Maciej Gladish, managed to. So they continue their duel. Luca Horton still in front of Pajola, but Pajola dives in on the inside. So Joel Pajola fights his way back into 4th position, gets past Luca Horton on lap 17 out of 19. Good work from the Finn. And Luca Horton, of course, doing his best to try and get back into position once again. But the momentum is going to be with Joel Pajola. They're going to have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Joel Pajola is actually under investigation, not entirely sure what it's for. But it's quite late into the race, so I don't quite know what that would be of a suspicion of, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But certainly with 2 laps to go, the top 3 are unchanged. Dorisson, Go and Bouzard. It's been a really exciting battle for the 3. But Dorisson leads Go, leads Bouzard. And it looks like we're going to be getting a French flag, a Philippines flag, and a Luxembourg flag on the podium. That'll be a fabulous sight as Arthur Dorisson is preparing, but he's not done yet. He's got a lap and a half still to go. But it's definitely going to be a very interesting challenge for the competitors as they continue to make good note of how things are going. It's been a very solid performance so far. Caleb Gafrara picks up a warning flag as we keep an eye on Joel Pajola. But the drivers are about to come into the final lap. There is the 5:18 of Joel Pajola, trying to stay with these 3. But it's been a tough one all the way through. We've had some great battles, some great contests in the Academy Trophy this weekend. This man, William Go, has come dangerously close to the top. A couple of Asians have been runner-up in the Academy Trophy over the years. Kakunoshin Ota of Japan and Christian Ho of Singapore. William Go is currently 2nd, and he will of course go 2nd in the title fight to emulate it and continue the ball rolling. But no Frenchman has ever won the Academy Trophy before. The highest they have ever been at the end of the season is the late great Antoine Hubert, who was the vice champion in 2010. But certainly Arthur Dorisson stakes his claim for a French victor of the Academy Trophy in season 13. Can he get it done all season? He's certainly done it today at Karting Genk. Arthur Dorisson wins the Academy Trophy final at Genk 2022. Arthur Dorisson, magnifique. It will be La Marseillaise on the podium. And it will be the victor, Arthur Dorisson, in fine style. How about that for sportsmanship? Look at that. William Go shakes the hand of his colleague. And Jindre Peisel likewise. There's a lot of great spirit amongst this community. They've only met together for the first time this weekend, and already there are friendships building. Oh, it looks like there's been a little bit of a melee on the warm-down lap. 2 or 3 carts have tangled up on the warm-down lap. Well, that's not great, is it? That's Buckley. So Jack Buckley has tangled up there, I'm afraid, with the 507. That is Caleb Gafrara. And there's another kart in the mix of all of that, I'm afraid, as well. Couldn't quite make out who the 3rd one was. But certainly it doesn't take away from the victory moment. The other kart involved was the 540. That is Harry Arnett, the Australian. Well, Arthur Dorisson gets the win in front of William Go and Guillaume Bouzard. Joel Pajola and Luca Horton from Nicolas Roos and Alexander Bogunovic. Jindre Peisel ahead of Henry Jocelyn, and Thibaut Ramakers fought back to the top 10. Jack Buckley in 11th ahead of Harry Arnett from Matthias Orjuela and Caleb Gafrara. Santino Panetta and Adrian Ferrer. Marcus Silcunas and Augustin Sepulveda of Chile. Then for Japan, it is Megumi Suzuki in 19th place ahead of Ivo Bešterda. Riccardo Cirelli and Oliver Kinmark from Nando Wechselbaumer and Mies Huben. Robert Pamalis and Jan Pinto ahead of Helena Rolfsen and Mark Dubnitsky from Timofey Mikhailov, Vongsapad Ketsari, and then the retirements. Tiziano Kuznini, Harry Mamasi, Chiara Batig, Dino Storescu, and on the first lap, we lost Gabriel Sano and Alexander Deshkov. Look at that sportsmanship between the first 2 men. Arthur Dorisson and William Go. But the Frenchman is just realizing what he has achieved. He started the Academy Trophy in fine style. He runs to his mechanic. He was trying to find him. So Arthur Dorisson is going for a bit of a celebration. It's not been the easiest of finals for everybody, but Arthur Dorisson is going to go and have a celebration with his mechanic. It's been a fabulous, fabulous Academy final here at Karting Genk. And in just a few short minutes' time, we will welcome the podium ceremony for Arthur Dorisson, William Go and Guillaume Bouzard. There is Arthur, absolutely delighted. He's pulling a full-on Jensen Button here. He's running down the length of the podium, running down the length of the pit lane to go back to his kart and help push it in. But Arthur Dorisson takes the lead of the Academy Trophy. Nobody from France has ever won this title before. Not even Esteban Ocon when he competed in it. So Arthur Dorisson has a real chance to do something special here. And it'll be fascinating to see what happens when the Academy Trophy drivers recongregate at Cremona in Italy next month. But what a fabulous battle it was for the Frenchman. He finishes in the win ahead of William Go and Guillaume Bouzard. The podium ceremony will be in just a few short minutes. So it's time to welcome the drivers to the podium ceremony for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Season Opener 2022 here at Karting Genk. And what a moment it'll be for these three drivers to step out onto the podium for the first time in 2022. In third position for Luxembourg, Guillaume Bouzard! A great performance from Guillaume all through the weekend, and he deserves his place on the podium. In second position for the Philippines, William John Riley, go! A fabulous performance from the young man from the Philippines, but the race winner for France, up to Dorisson! And in deference to our man on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for France. Congratulations to our drivers on the podium. We will now ask our dignitaries, starting with the CEO of Karting Genk, Mr. Koen Lemmens, to come forward and present the trophy for the driver in third position after a fantastic Karting Academy final for Luxembourg. Ladies and gentlemen, Guillaume Bouzard! And we will also ask Mr. Lemmens to present the trophy for our driver finishing in second position, representing the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, William John Riley, go! And now we will ask our dignitary, the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to present the trophy to our winning driver here at Genk in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for France, up to Dorisson! And we will ask our representatives on the podium to pose for the pictures. They can hold their trophies aloft. A fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, your Academy Trophy Genk Podium 2022. And we will get everybody onto the podium, the top step together, to pose for the winning picture. The three drivers on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand, your Academy Trophy podium finishers. A fantastic performance from Up to Dorisson, from William John Riley Go, and from Guillaume Bouzard. The first three podium finishers in the Karting Academy Trophy 2022. They'll be back, of course, next time out at Cremona. But now they can celebrate in fine style. We will ask the dignitaries to make a swift exit if they wish to. They probably want to, because now the drivers are going to disappear and get their helmets out of the way, because now it's time to get busy with a fizzy! Arthur Dorisson already going for a swift spray. And William Go, oh, that's a tricky strategy. He waited till they'd done theirs and then got his own in. Always looking for the edge, William Go. Excellent work. The Academy drivers will be back next time, ladies and gentlemen, at Cremona. Next up is the KZ2 final. But ladies and gentlemen, your Academy Trophy Podium 2022 at Genk, Guillaume Bouzard, William Go, and your race winner, Up to Dorisson! The flag of the Kingdom of Belgium, which was adopted back in January 1831, taken from the coat of arms of the Duchy of Brabant, flies out over Karting Genk. Fabulous to see once again, led out in the parade here, as we have our dignitaries, the CEO of Karting Genk, Koen Lemmens, and the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, will once again go along the line of the drivers who have managed to qualify for the KZ2 European Championship final here at Genk. The mechanics bring their machines out onto the circuit, and they will be in position by the time the drivers get there. 23 laps of the course, and what a grid it's going to be. Tom Lulette in pole position, David Trevelov alongside him on the front row of the grid. Third place for Markus Kayak of Estonia, and in fourth position, Arvid Lindblad for Great Britain. The third row of the grid sees the Spanish driver Jorge Pescador for CRG, and for Romania, it's Daniel Vasile of the DR Kart squad. For Spain, it is Genis Civico in P7 on the grid. For Switzerland, it is Samuel Luyet of the Tony Kart Factory team. Then it is the German star Robert Kinderwarter, who will line up 9th position on the starting grid. And in 10th on the grid, for the Netherlands, it is Chris Harnen. 11th place for the Swedish driver Norton Andreasen. In 12th on the grid, it is the Frenchman Thomas Imborg. 13th, it is Alessio Piccini, the Italian. And he lines up alongside his countryman for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. And that is Danilo Albanese for Kart Republic Motorsport. Just making sure that the medals are not quite so tangled up, but there we are. Danilo Albanese gets his medal for making it to the final of this incredible competition. Then it is Christian Hobulin of Croatia, and for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, the leading wildcard, Ivan Ikelchik. Jean Luyet, the Swiss talent for the Tony Kart Factory team, and then alongside him is Matteo Spergel of the Sony Kart CPB Sports Squad. Then it is the Italian Andrea Dalle, one of the legends of KZ2. And alongside him, Arthur Carbonel of France. Then the German talent for the Maranello Sport team, Tim Troger. And the German will line up alongside the Frenchman, Jean Nomblot. Then for Sweden, it is Jesper Sjöberg, who will be there on his Birolart chassis. And we will see the Italian Giuseppe Palomba. He will be next up for the Birolart Racing Factory squad. It's going to be a fascinating charge through the field for him. Let's see how far he can go. Next up, making his first ever appearance in the European Championship finals for Australia, although he carries the flag of Italy on his license, Oscar Target. Great to see him making such an impression in his first weekend in the European Championship. And along with him, we have David Lewinsky, the Polish driver in the Sony Kart. Next up, Michael Rossina, the Italian in the TB Kart. And another of the wildcards, Linus Lagerström. So he will be there in position. And then for Belgium, Thomas Sipers for the Thierry Del Rey Mach 1 chassis. And then next up, it is Valentino Fritsch of Germany, all the way from Wackersdorf. And then Tim Gerhards, the Dutchman, doing a fantastic job in the Sony Kart. Dylan Davies, also from the Netherlands. And on the back row of the starting grid, for Finland, it is Paavo Tonteri. And then it is Giorgio Emiliano Carrara of Argentina. Andrea Bossetto of Italy. And finally, the last man in for Germany and Maranello, Karl Lukaszewski. So all 36 drivers have walked through fireballs of tension and destiny to get to this point. And now they are here, ready to battle. Ladies and gentlemen, your KZ2 finalists at Genk 2022. As the crowd applaud their achievement, they are in position. And now it is time for the drivers to head to the machines that will take them to glory. A fantastic battle awaits them. 23 laps of the course. And this is one of the toughest races they could ever ask for. On a circuit that's ultra grippy, looking after the tyres for 23 consecutive laps. It's definitely going to be tough out there. They're going to have to work increasingly hard to give themselves the best chance of the victory. And there is the flag of the coat of arms of the Duchy of Brabant, the Belgian flag. That's very nearly a 200-year-old flag, that. But what a fantastic battle it is going to be for our drivers as they quest for glory. An amazing amount of contenders in the KZ2 European Championship over the years to win the title. Thomas Knupper, Tony Lavanant, Angelo Lombardo, Paolo De Conto, Fabian Federer, who won in 2011 and 16, Sinuas Djurversis, Emil Antonsen, Andrea Dalle, Joel Johansson, Leon Köhler, Adrien Renaudin, Emil Scaras, Victor Gustafsson, and last year, of course, Giacomo Polini. A fantastic who's who of the gearbox world. They have battled tooth and nail over the years. We're in for a stunning display as the contenders prepare for action once again. They call this sport Formula One without the money, and with good reason, because there is no greater feeling that can get you as close to the Grand Prix grid than this sport. The contenders are getting themselves geared up and ready. 23 laps of karting Genk await them. And it will be the toughest race they've ever competed in up to this point. Tom Lulette, pole position, flawless against the qualifying heats. 5 wins out of 5. A top 3 finish in the super heat this morning. He's never been stronger, and this could be his first chance to get the European title underway in his favour. So the Charles Leclerc chassis. That's a name that's having a bit of a whirlwind in the world of motorsport, both as a karting chassis and from the man himself in Grand Prix racing. But great to see just how much hard work they are coming up with as the Belgian flag flies resplendent on the front of the starting grid. And that young man is definitely going to remember this moment for a long, long time. Great to see everybody in position as the race director, Nigel Edwards, gears himself up for his first gearbox final in charge on the top of the gantry of 2022. There is David Trevelov, the German sensation for the Maranello SRP team. He is the on-paper favourite for this year as the third best in the International Super Cup last season. But don't count him out. He's going to go for glory. And if he gets half a chance, none of the others will see which way he went. He's been super strong all weekend, the young German talent. There's massive things in his future. There was a bit of an expectation that potentially he would move up to KZ this year to replace Fabian Federer, but he stayed in KZ2 to maximise his development. Third place, the Estonian, Markus Kayak. He's not even been in gearbox that long, but what an adaptation he has had. And the Estonian and the Ix Racing team have deserved to fight this way here. They are not here by accident. They are not here by luck. They're here by sheer grit and determination, and they have earned their place on the second row. Markus Kayak with a great chance to top the podium, which would be the first win for an Estonian in KZ2 history, I do believe, if that were to happen. But this man has history written all over him. Arvid Lindblad, the Red Bull youngster, first ever weekend in KZ2, 2 amazing victories in the qualifying heats. What can he do in his first KZ2 final in the European Championship? There's a lot of people who rate this boy very highly, including his driver mentor, Oliver Rowland, who is racing Formula E out in Berlin this weekend. And he, of course, himself was a karting superstar. Jorge Pescador of the CRG squad, the Spanish star, has worked his graft to get up to the front of the grid. It's been a long time coming for Jorge Pescador in the European Championship, and he deserves every second of the enjoyment. And the way he's driving this weekend, he could just go all the way to the top spot. He really has that ability, and the CRG is working beautifully at the moment. 5th position on the starting grid for Jorge Pescador. But there's a lot more where that came from. There's going to be some good battles in this KZ2 field. In the top 5, we've got some real talent. The 5-minute board goes up. But there's a lot of great talent still to talk about. For Romania, the talented DR driver, Daniel Vasile. What an opportunity for him. Starting from the front of all of his qualifying heats. Smooth, consistent, never really putting a wheel wrong. What if he could climb to the top spot here in Genk? There's definitely a good opportunity for the young man for the DR Racing team. They keep making steady progress every weekend, every year. Never say never as far as DR are concerned. The switch to the Modena kart squad has definitely paid dividends for the Spanish talent, Genis Civico. He's making light work of the opposition. He's there on the 4th row of the starting grid, again on merit rather than by accident. And Genis Civico and the Modena squad are looking to return to the top. Simone Cunati, of course, was the vice-European champion in KZ2 for this team a few years back. But Genis Civico wants to go one better in 2022. They've got a good chance of it. There is Samuel Louillet, the Swiss ace, leading the charge in the Tony Kart racing team in KZ2. The Swiss brothers doing a fantastic job. It ends up being Sam Louillet that has the stronger chance of putting the Swiss flag on the top spot. So he will give himself every chance to move himself forward. And he's got every opportunity to make big waves here at Karting Genk. Then it is the German talent Robert Kinderwarter for the KSW Satellite Birolot squad. This young man keeps making big headway in KZ2. The luck hasn't been with him as much as the speed. Today could be very different. Robert Kinderwarter lining himself up for a great chance to go for the podium. From 9th on the grid, he has every chance of making that happen. And rounding out the top 10, the next Flying Dutchman of Gearbox, Chris Harnen. The Standpex Motorsport team can't stop raving about this man. They've had difficulties with tyre management, but if they've got on top of it, anything could be possible for this boy. One of the hardest working drivers you'll ever see, the DKM champion of 2020. And a great opportunity for him to continue his journey. Norton Andreasen, one of the OK direct drive converts to Gearbox. And this man is making it look like child's play. There's no two ways of saying it. The young Swede for the Tony Kart Factory team could even get to the podium from P11 on the grid. It's more than likely. The kind of speed that Norton Andreasen has demonstrated this weekend, he can just pick off his opposition like raisins, the way it's currently going. There is Baz Lammers, watching on from the sidelines. We hope to see him back out on track at Cremona next time out. The living legend of our sport. 12th on the grid for the Frenchman, Thomas Imborg. He's always been up at the sharp end. 12th on the grid is not bad for the Frenchman. He probably would have wanted a lot more. He could well grab a lot more if he gets the race he deserves to have. And that is the man that starts on the outside of row 6. It's an all-Italian affair on the 7th row of the starting grid. On the inside, Alessio Pacini getting ready to charge his way forward for the Birolot Factory team. And he wants to start the season on a high note. He's there on the 7th row of the starting grid. And of course, on the other side of the grid will be his countryman Danilo Albanese for the Kart Republic Factory team. There's a lot of great talent behind them as well. You've also got the likes of Christian Abulin, the Croatian, who of course grabbed a podium over the course of last season. The 1 minute board goes up. Ivan Ikelchik, the leading wildcard entrant. Jean Louillet and Matteo Spergel. They're going to be together. And of course, the former European champion, Andrea Dalle, is in the field. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, gearing himself up for his first KZ2 final of 2022 in the European Championship. The second and last of those will, of course, be next month at Cremona in Italy. But what an opportunity. In the baking Belgian sunshine, air temperature has climbed to the dizzying heights of 26 degrees Celsius. That means that the track temperature is probably going to be around 38 to 39. So this is definitely going to be the hottest race of the weekend and the longest race of the weekend. So now we're going to get to see just how tough it's going to be for the drivers as they battle away for supremacy. So now we are going to have a fantastic battle in the KZ2 final. Here we go. 23 laps of Karting Genk. The winner will definitely be the hero of the hour. Tom Loulette and David Trevelov from Marcus Kayak and Arvid Lindblad. Jorge Pescador and Daniel Vasile. Then Genis Civico and Samuel Louillet from Robert Kinderwarter and Chris Harnen. Norton Andreasen and Thomas Imburg from Alessio Piccini and Danilo Albanese, Christian Abulin and Ivan Ekelchik, Jean Luyet and Matteo Spergel, Andrea Dalle, Arthur Carbonell, Tim Troga, Jean Nomblo, Jesper Sjoberg and Giuseppe Palomba, Oscar Target, David Levinsky, Michael Rossina and Linus Lagerström, Thomas Schippers and Valentino Fritsch, Tim Gerhards, Dylan Davies, Paavo Tonteri, Giorgio Carrara, Andrea Bossetto and Karl Lugashevsky. 2 formation laps as the rest of the staff, including the circuit manager, the new circuit manager here at Karting Genk, Esme Rosman, moving away from the scene just to give the personnel on the circuit the chance to get started in earnest. And what a final this is going to be in KZ2. A fantastic battle out on the course. So it's definitely going to be an exceptional challenge for the competitors. So we will see how it all comes to battle. The contenders are definitely going to have a really strong battle of it as the race gets underway in earnest. 23 laps of the course here in KZ2. And of course the start of the European season. Now, the top 10 on the starting grid are also currently the top 10 in the Drivers' Championship, with 10 points for Tom Lulet, 9 for Trevelov, 8 for Kayak, 7 for Lindblad, all the way down to 1 point for Chris Harden in P10 on the grid. And that is based on the work that they did in the qualifying heats, so it's 10 championship points for the pole sitter and 1 point for the man who starts 10th. But then, of course, there are 25 points available for the race win. 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, 10 for sixth, and then 1 point down in 15th place. So the challenge is on now for the KZ2 European Championship. There's only a maximum of 70 points that can be scored in these 2 weekends. So it's definitely going to be a very tough order for the drivers. They'll all want to battle for supremacy up at the sharp end. And here in KZ2, it's never been closer. There's at least 12 drivers who could get on the top step of the podium in this one. For my money, about 20 of them could reach the podium. So we're definitely in for a strong battle out here on the course in KZ2. As they say many times over, this is Formula One without the money. It is the most physically demanding form of karting that you are ever going to come across. And this is where the battles will rage. Tom Lulet, pole position. David Trevelov, second. Markus Kayak of Estonia and Arvid Lindblad of Great Britain on the second row. Then Jorge Pescador and Daniel Vasile from Genis Civico and Samuel Luyet, Robert Kindervarter and Chris Harden in the top 10. 26 more drivers behind them, hoping to turn their fortunes around. The fans in the stands are at total capacity. Great to see. And everybody is here ready to watch these drivers battle in formation once again. We're going to have an exceptional show as the contenders are ready in KZ2 for the first final of the 2022 European Championship. Can Tom Lulet get the job done up front? David Trevelov, can he fulfill his destiny as the early season favourite? Or will Markus Kayak or Arvid Lindblad upset the balance? What can Pescador and Vasile do? The lights come on. We're ready. Let's race at Genk. A difficult start from Lindblad, but a very good start from Lulet and Trevelov. Kayak gets a solid one as well in third position as they work their way through the first couple of corners. Everybody trying to get themselves out of harm's way in the couple of corners that start the lap. Oh, 3 cars come together there. And I'm afraid that's game over for Jean Luyet and Daniel Vasile. Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, tumbles out of the race. What a shame for Daniel Vasile. And what a great start to the weekend he had. But it's all come undone for him now. Well, that's bitter disappointment for Vasile as he watches the rest of his rivals out there on the circuit battle away for position. Kayak is third, Pescador is fourth. Chris Harden has come up to 5th place. What a start for the Dutchman. And so now they battle away on the first lap. Trevelov is going to go straight for it as Daniel Vasile walks away, escorted by Pasquale Lupoli. So through the hairpin they come. up into turn 2. And there is Sam Luyet. He has got going again, but I'm afraid it's all going to be academic because he'll be down at the back. And here comes Kayak, squeezing up the inside of Trevelov. He can't get there. Pescador tries to get there. Harnen is now trying to get up alongside. And Chris Harnen dives in on Pescador, can't get through. Andreasen is now in 6th. Then it's Kindervarter, Lindblad, Pacini, Imborg, Civico and Albanese. Christina Boulin in 13th, ahead of Jean Luyet and Andrea Dale. So some exciting battles early doors, and already a few drivers quarrelling for position. That is the 303, battling away there in the mix. Some good battles in the early phase of positions. I think it was the 302 actually of Jean Luyet trying to make up a place or two. So for the Luyet brothers, it's definitely been a bittersweet Sunday compared to the glory of Saturday, as Tom Lulette tries to shake off the attentions of David Trevelov. Trevelov needs to go for this because he's got pressure from Kayak already up to the hairpin. Trevelov can't get through as Tom Lulette is holding him at the apex. This is going to be a tough race to win for Lulette as Chris Harnen squeezes in on Pescador. Lovely move from the Dutchman. Chris Harnen into 4th place as Sam Luyet has an investigation flag. That could have something to do with the incident with Daniel Vasile, or it could be something else. But certainly, and that is a game over for one of the Sodi cards. I'm afraid that's Matteo Spergel, and I think he's tangled with the wild card Ivan Egelchik. So problems there, but Tom Lulette leads the way from Trevelov and Kayak. Chris Harnen in P4 from Pescador, Kindervarter, Andreasen and Lindblad, then Pacini and Imborg. So a very solid start here in the KZ2 European Finals. The first of 2 finals this season, the second of course coming at Cremona in Italy next month. Sam Luyet sets the fastest lap of the race as into the pits to retire comes Matteo Spergel. He got the kart going again, but I'm afraid he's out. So there's just 34 drivers still running. And it's been a very tough race battle already up at the front. Lulette, Trevelov, Kayak, Harnen, Pescador, Kindervarter. And then in 7th place sits Andreasen in front of Lindblad. There is Matteo Spergel, having walked away from his car. So it's game over for the Frenchman. But now there's a lot more still to do. Tom Lulette hanging on to the lead in front of David Trevelov. Trevelov is holding up, and on the inside, Chris Harnen leans into Kayak and gets into 3rd position. Now Pescador trying to get through on Kayak. That's not going to happen. Here comes Kindervarter. Dives up the inside. Gets into 5th position. Lovely move from Kindervarter as he takes on Pescador. Now Andreasen and Lindblad will want to go. So lap 5. That's Lindblad trying to fend off from Alessio Pacini. Genis Civico getting hungry as well. And this is still very early doors. This is only lap 5 out of 23. A long way still to go in this final. Breathe deeply. Get yourself back under composure. Sort yourselves out. Go through the apexes. Work through the motions. A lot of emotion and adrenaline running through these hands and feet. Tom Lulette trying to pull away now from Trevelov and Harnen. Kayak, Kindervarter, Pescador! Pescador up the inside of Kindervarter. Kindervarter defends. Don't even think about it. Pescador back on the inside again, and Kindervarter has to concede. Very nicely handled there from Pescador, as the Spanish driver just got his boxing gloves out and made sure that he had that strong stance. Andreasen now protecting. Lindblad going with him to protect from Pacini as well. So the drivers continue their charge forward. Tom Lulette is now 0.6 of a second ahead of David Trevelov. But the German wants a little bit more than he's currently got. So he's going to work at it. Half a second is the deficit to Tom Lulette. So Trevelov has to push a little bit harder now by the look of it. Trying to keep things together. Still a close battle as they run in formation. Down the main straight, side by side. Christina Boulin is having a go with Thomas Imborg. They battle for position, and Boulin has to give best as up the inside, up over the curbs. There is the move from Carbonell. He gets through on Andrea Dale, and Dale manages to squeeze through on the inside of Giuseppe Palomba. So some great battles in the midfield there. David Trevelov sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to stay with Tom Lulette. Still the battles raging. Chris Harnen keeping the Stampex Motorsport dream alive in 3rd place. There he is, 3rd position ahead of the Estonian Markus Kayak. The top 4 have broken clear of the rest of the gaggle, led by Pescador, Kindervarter, Andreasen, Lindblad, Pacini and Albanese. So So still they battle again. Marcus Kayak hoping for an opportunity to get back into the podium. Pescador, but there's the race leader. Tom Lulet having a very solid day's work as he runs on lap 8 now out of 23. And Tom Lulet running on the Charles Leclerc chassis for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, run by Jordan Lennox-Lamb, one of the best British karters of the last 20 years. David Treveloff in second place, Chris Harden in third, and Marcus Kayak in fourth position ahead of Pescador, Kindervarta, Andreasen, Lindblad, Pacini and Albanese. A very competitive top 10, and there is still a heck of a long way to go. So much banter still to come in this one. Oh, what a move from Lindblad! Storms in on Norton Andreasen. That is one heck of an overtake. My goodness. Arvid Lindblad pulls that out of nowhere into Cafe. Absolute screamer. And now Pacini's going to want to do the same thing to Lindblad. So he's going to have to try and pull something out of the bag here. This is not very easy to predict how this is all going to play out. But now that Lindblad and Pacini have got through, so too has Albanese. So Norton Andreasen finds himself down in P10 now, ahead of Jean Lier and Genis Savico, with Thomas Imborg, Christian Napulin and Arthur Carbonell looking to be the last ones to score points. There's only 2 retirements up to this point, Daniel Vasile on the first lap and Matteo Spergel. So a very tricky start to proceedings already as Danilo Albanese is trying to hustle Alessio Pacini into the final turn. Here comes Albanese, lovely overtake into the final bend, and Albanese makes the move. So a great run there from the Kart Republic. But Pacini now has pressure from Andreasen. But there's Jorge Pescador running in P5, dropping the train behind in the hope that he can close up on the men in the top 5 positions. So he's just got to keep on making the progress, essentially. One by one, little by little. Jean Lier dives in on Norton Andreasen. That was a tough move, and he makes it stick. Genis Savico doesn't quite have the space to make the same overtake. But that was pretty brave from both men, actually. They really had to stab on the brakes there and get decent traction off the turn to avoid a little bit of bargy-bargy. So on the main straight, Tom Lulet, 10 laps completed, 13 to go. Treveloff second, Harden, Kayak, Pescador, Kindervarta, Lindblad, Albanese, Pacini and Jean Lier. So still they battle for supremacy with 13 laps remaining here at Karting Genk. They call this place the home of champions. We won't crown a champion today, but that champion could certainly sow the seeds. Tom Lulet out in front of David Treveloff. And this is the German working very hard. David Treveloff was the early favourite coming into the season, but Tom Lulet had other ideas. Treveloff is still there, second position. Consistency is very important. You've got to try and hold everything together. So obviously there are some tough battles all the way through. But we are going to see just how much of this incredible situation from the competitors as they continue to make rapid progress. So Tom Lulet in front of Treveloff, Harden, Kayak, Pescador, Kindervarta, Lindblad and Albanese. The local favourite, Thomas Schippers, just outside the top 20 at the moment, trying to fight his way back up the order. And the Belgian representation, sadly, in the KZ2 heat, limited to just Thomas Schippers in the end. None of the others managed to make it through to the final. So it's obviously going to be a long wait for a victory from Belgium in the KZ2 fraternity. We'll have to wait till the next time they come back. But Tom Lulet, David Treveloff and Chris Harden still working hard here in the top 3. Kayak is 4th, Pescador 5th, and then we've got Kindervarta being hunted down by Arvid Lindblad. So Kindervarta very much the match of British driver Arvid Lindblad for the moment. So let's see how it all goes in the top. Oh, Tim Troga! Tim Troga has had a moment in the final turn. So I'm afraid the Maranello driver, Tim Troga. Oh, and Lindblad is trying to get the move on Kindervarta, and he's done it! Into P6. So a good run there from the British driver. Oh goodness, and there is the front fairing of the Maranello kart of Tim Troga. So it parted company with the kart. As up the inside, that's Albanese getting past Kindervarta. So the 2 Kart Republic drivers, Arvid Lindblad for Stan Pex Motorsport and Danilo Albanese for the factory team, working their way through the pack one by one. There's Tim Troger parking his kart in the exit of the pit lane. Now, it's not like the world of other motorsport where blocking the pit lane is a big deal, so they'll obviously move that when necessary. But Tom Lulet is your leader from Trefeloff, Harnen, Kayak, Pescador and Lindblad. There is the leader, Tom Lulet. He's extended the gap to a second now. But the big question is going to be, can he hold this for the whole race? Chris Harden, very impressed with him in this final. The Dutchman really has saved his best for last. No wonder he was ultra defensive in the heats, because they knew what sort of pace he could have in the final. So Chris Harden working hard to close his way forward on the two rivals, Tom Lulet and David Trefeloff. France, Germany, Netherlands, Estonia, Spain, Great Britain and Italy. 7 different nations in the top 7 places. Ultra competitive in KZ2. And a sport that's been dominated by the Italians. Well, the leading Italian is now 7th, Danilo Albanese. Shows you just how competitive KZ2 is becoming nowadays. There is Marcus Kayak, the light blue Ike's Racing machine. Working hard to try and establish a bit more of a gap over Jorge Pescador in the CRG. The famous black and orange colours. Won by so many incredible drivers over the years. The history goes back such a long way with the CRG brand. Leclerc's name doesn't go very far back in karting terms, but Charles Leclerc himself certainly does. But the gap is opening up. Tom Lulet is now finally starting to open up the taps and stretch away from the rest of the gaggle. Trefeloff in second, Harnen in third, then Kayak, Pescador, Lindblad and Albanese. Albanese seems to be putting Arvid Lindblad under some pressure. This is the most physically demanding race Arvid Lindblad has ever done. And when you consider that he has only just been cleared to race on the Thursday before this week, having recovered from injury at Franciacorta, he will be so sore after this one. But the guys around him know the score. They've done it before. So Arvid Lindblad still working very hard here in P6, in behind Pescador. There is Pescador, running in P5. But the Red Bull young gun will be quite content, I think, for a top 6 finish on his debut in KZ2. I'm sure everybody back home in England who supports him will feel it's a very impressive reward. But Tom Lulet is now 1.8 seconds ahead of David Trefeloff. 7 laps to go. Look at the gap. He's just started to extend it and extend it. 2 seconds is now the gap as Tom Lulet really opens up the taps of the Leclerc by Lennox package now. Looks as though they've got some serious legs to get away from the rest of the pack. There is Kayak and Pescador, 4th and 5th. Arvid Lindblad, P6, in front of Danilo Albanese, Jean Liet and Norton Andreasen. Then Thomas Imborg and Alessio Pacini. Savico, Abulin, Palomba. Those will be the last few point scorers. Points all the way down to 15th place, of course, in the final. Same point scoring system as is used in the world of motorcycle racing at Grand Prix level. But Tom Lulet is 2 seconds clear of David Trefeloff. He's been hiding that for a while, actually. That's vapid pace. As up the inside, that's a lovely bit of overtaking from Pacini to fend off from Christian Abulin. So Genis Savico is dueling away with Pacini now. He's worked his way back in front. So Genis Savico up to 12th, Christian Abulin down to 15th. This is where the tyres really start to become the problem factor. Drivers that looked after them well will find a resurgence in speed. Those that haven't will start to plummet back through the order. And it really is slippery. It's a bit like a drunk dad at a roller skates at a wedding blindfolded on lino. Very tricky. Lulet, Trefeloff, Harnen, Kayak, Pescador and Arvid Lindblad. The top 6 well clear, stretching out a gap. This is further back. This is Norton Andreasen battling with Thomas Imborg and Jean Liet. Jean Liet is the man at the head of the train as we watch Chris Harnen start to get closer to Trefeloff. Second could still be up for grabs here. There's Kayak with Pescador and Lindblad not far away. Albanese is close to the British driver as well. Things could still change in the final 5 laps. You can't afford to back down. You have to keep going. Down the back straight. Kayak still hanging on in front of Jorge Pescador. The CRG driver just looking for an opening. You really have got to lean on your opponent all the way round. Second, the battle is between Trefilov and Harnen. Fourth, the battle is between Kayak and Pescador. Sixth, the battle is between Lindblad and Albanese. And even for 8th place, Kindervata is falling into the clutches now of Jean-Lier and Norton Andreasen. So down the home straight, and the top 7 drivers have pulled clear of Robert Kindervata. 4 laps to go in the KZ2 final here at Karting Genk. And this is where all the hard work, all the testing, all of the data is going to start to either be proven right or proven wrong. Pescador looking quite hungry in behind Marcus Kayak, and he knows that Pescador is going to be there or thereabouts. This could get interesting. For the 2 men behind, Lindblad and Albanese, they might be able to get the top 5 after all. It all depends on how this plays out between Kayak and Pescador. If they end up holding each other up, then we could be in for a brick show. Kayak is going defensive. So Marcus Kayak pulling across to the line to keep Jorge Pescador behind him. He clearly feels that he can drive defensively enough for 4 laps to make it worth his while. But Tom Lulette has stretched the lead to 2.3 seconds with 3 laps to go. And that, as far as I'm concerned, is almost insurmountable. Tom Lulette for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team having a bit of a jolly, while his ipso facto chassis boss is out there in Monaco playing with Niki Lauda's Ferrari. The Leclerc by Lennox Racing team are romping to a victory. If they can hold it, it'll be their first of the KZ2 European season and their first final of 2022. So Tom Lulette 2.4 ahead of David Trefilov and Chris Harnen. Marcus Kayak and Jorge Pescador ahead of Arvid Lindblad and Danilo Albanese. Robert Kindervata ahead of Jean Liet and Norton Andreasen in 10th position. On to the home straight, 2 laps to go. This is getting heated between these 4. Kayak, Pescador, Lindblad, Albanese. Could still go anybody's way, the fight for 4th place. As Lindblad storms in on Pescador! And Albanese goes with him. The Kart Republic duo storm up the inside of Pescador. And I think that might be all she wrote, because Kayak has got a little bit of breathing space in front. Lindblad having to defend from Albanese on the penultimate lap at Genk. But they've proved their point. They've made their mark. Wow, what a battle it's been in KZ2 for these 2 Kart Republic drivers. Danilo Albanese has bounced back to P6. Arvid Lindblad has showcased what kind of a racing driver he really is. Ruthless, efficient, dictatorial, stunning. Last lap begins, and David Trefilov is just trying to hold on in front of Chris Harnen. With the gap they've got between each other, that should be okay. But I know for a fact there's going to be a very happy man. Oh, it's into the pits. Comes Andrea Dale. Andrea Dale retires on the last lap. That's a real shame, as the Italian does not quite make it home. I was going to say there's going to be a very happy set of people in the Leclerc by Lennox awning. Jordan Lennox-Lamb and the whole team have been working tirelessly all weekend to give this boy the chance to be invincible. He won all 5 of his qualifying heats. He was 14 thousandths of a second off the outright pole position. 3rd in the superheat. Final turn. Now he is victorious. Tom Lulette wins at Karting Genk. Brilliant work. Tom Lulette victorious at Karting Genk in KZ2 at last in the European Championship. It's been a long time coming for Tom Lulette, but at last he has achieved his ambition. There's nothing quite like a win in the European Championship. It's massive, it's huge, and he's done it carrying the colours and name of the Charles Leclerc chassis brand. Tom Lulette to France. What a result. And he has got it done in spectacular fashion. Almost invincible all weekend long. He certainly had the speed, he definitely had the pace, and he absolutely had the ambition. Tom Lulette partying on the lap home. He's making it last as long as possible, and who can blame him? Enjoy the moment, savour the sweet, sweet taste of victory. Tom Lulette gets the win from David Trefilov and Chris Harnen. Marcus Kayak is 4th from Arvid Lindblad and Danilo Albanese. Jorge Pescador and Robert Kindervarter from Jean Liet and Norton Andreasen, Thomas Imborg and Jenis Savico, Alessio Pacini and Giuseppe Balomba just outside the top 10, and the final point is scored by Christian Habulin. CPB Sport come home behind them, Artur Carbonell, Jean Nomblo and David Lewinsky. In 19th place, it's Valentino Fritsch ahead of his teammate Jesper Sjöberg. Oscar Target, Thomas Sipers and Michael Vassina from Paavo Tonteri and Ivan Ekelchik. The leading wildcard home is Thomas Sipers on home soil. Tim Gerhardt's 26th ahead of Linus Lagerström, Dylan Davies and Karl Lugashevsky from Sam Liet and Andrea Bossetto ahead of Giorgio Carrara. The retirements, Andrea Dali, Tim Troga, Matteo Spergel, and on the very first lap, Daniel Vasile. But the moment of jubilation and victory is realised, and finally the emotions pour out for Tom Lulet. The Leclerc by Lennox driver has done it. Gagné for Tom Lulet. He is victorious. And after an amazing weekend, he cannot believe it. What a great weekend. Absolutely perfect, pretty much. Read the situation in the superheat well this morning. Came home third. Knew he could still get the pole. But the job is done. He is crying. And with every good reason. I cannot begin to describe what it's like to race in a KZ2 final. Never mind to win it. It's just about the most euphoric moment you'll ever get in racing. And Tom Lulet has achieved a massive ambition for any racing driver at this level. To win in KZ2, the only thing that's greater than that in accolade in my book is to win a Grand Prix. Tom Lulet gets the job done in amazing fashion in KZ2 in the European Championship. And he's really going to have a party tonight, as are the Leclerc by Lennox team. Congratulations are given there by the 305 Jesper Sjöberg. It's been an amazing weekend for Tom Lulet. He has had his moments of opportunity that he's been able to take and then had snatched away from him at the bitter end in a very disappointing frame. But this weekend, Tom Lulet made it happen. He and the team worked tirelessly all weekend, and now they have managed to get the job done. So it's time to head down to the podium in just a few short minutes, where we will greet Chris Harnon, David Treveloff, and the race winner, Tom Lulet. So the FIA Karting European Championship KZ2 podium is ready to get started, and what a party this is going to be. 3 very happy and very deserving drivers on the podium here this weekend. It's their best finish for all 3 drivers, and what a show it's going to be for the rest of the season. In 3rd position for the Netherlands, Chris Haanen! An excellent job for the Standpex Motorsport driver, taking to the KZ2 podium in the European Championship for the first time. In 2nd place for Germany, David Trifolov! Amazing work, the best ever finish for the German, for the Maranello SRP team. But your race winner for France, Tom Louillet! An amazing performance from the Frenchman, and onto the top step of the podium he goes. Representing the winning team, please welcome Jordan Lennox-Lamb! The Leclerc by Lennox race team picks up its first win of 2022 in the European Championship, and in deference to our race-winning driver, the national anthem for France. Fantastic. For the man on the top step of the podium, it is victory here in Karting Genk. We will now welcome our dignitaries. Firstly, the CEO of Karting Genk, Mr. Koen Lemmens, to come forward and represent the trophy and present it to the driver in 3rd position for the first time in the European Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Netherlands and for Standpex Motorsport, Chris Haanen! A fantastic performance from Chris Haanen, a worthy step to the podium. We will also ask the CEO of Karting Genk, Mr. Koen Lemmens, to present the trophy to our driver in 2nd position. His best ever result in the European Championship for Germany and for Maranello SRP, David Trifolov! And now we will invite our guest, the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to come forward with the winner's trophy for the man on the top step of the podium for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team, and for France, your winner, Tom Louillet! A fantastic performance. We will also ask the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to give the winning trophy to our winning team manager for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, Jordan Lennox-Lamb! A fantastic result for our drivers in the KZ2 European Championship season opener here at Karting Genk. We wish them all the very best and we congratulate them for a fantastic result. The drivers can now lift their trophies aloft after a fantastic battle here at Karting Genk. Ladies and gentlemen, your KZ2 podium at Genk 2022! Let's get the 3 drivers together on the top step of the podium for the winning photograph, along with the winning team manager, Jordan Lennox-Lamb. Come on, Jordan, you don't get out of the picture that easily. Our 4 contenders on the podium after a fantastic battle. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Haanen, David Trifolov, and your race winner, Tom Louillet. And now comes the moment that the KZ2 trio have been waiting for. Since the checkered flag fell, they get to party in style here in Karting Genk. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate! Tom Louillet makes a beeline for his team, as do the other 2 drivers. They're never quite going to stay in shot for a podium. But there we are, ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 drivers in KZ2 have been sensational this weekend here at Karting Genk, and they've put on another fantastic spectacle for us. Of course, the KZ final is on the way, but what a podium. Chris Harnon, David Trefilov, and your race winner, Tom Louillet. Attention paddock, just to inform you that there is a short delay to the KZ final. There is a delay of 15 minutes, a short delay of 15 minutes for the KZ final. This is due to a spectator being taken ill and needing medical treatment, so we are just in need to use the ambulance at this point. So there is a delay of 15 minutes to the KZ final. We will update you if there is any further update, but at the moment there is a 15-minute delay to the KZ final. Thank you. This year's FIA Karting World Championship sees the paddock return to Kristianstad Karting Club at the Asum in Sweden. 3 years ago, the World Championship for the OK categories were held on this challenging track. But now it's the turn of the gearbox competitors and the Academy Trophy to end their season in balmy breezes and the cool Scandinavian sunshine. With the world's best gearbox racers competing for the World Championship and the KZ2 International Super Cup, the racing will be as tough and intense as ever. And with only one weekend to get it right, the pressure is higher than ever before. And after the absence from Kristianstad on last year's calendar due to the world pandemic, it's wonderful to return to one of the sport's most cherished venues.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track which is very technical, and that combined with all the high-speed straights and the high-speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right. For sure, I think, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Victor Gustafsson will guide us around the Asumring. KZ racers drop a gear into turn 1 to carry the speed, then another gear through the chicane, and with the kart already on the limit, then you can brake for turn 4. Once at the apex, you'll get back on the power and prepare for liftoff as the kart leaves the ground for a few millimeters over the crest. Into 5 and the corner opens on exit, so you can accelerate again up to turn 6. Another obvious overtaking point completed, now you head up to the S's, where only the brave will try and overtake into the left, as it leaves you vulnerable on the right, and you're upshifting between corners to hold speed. Now into the final section, and as you dart through the right, you change camber again. Treat the final 2 lefts as one flowing hairpin staying off the curbs, and then into a tight final turn, which actually opens out, so a move or two is more than likely. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits in the world and offers a unique and exciting challenge to all. The Academy Trophy will see some incredible talents duel for the victory and the title, and with Maciej Gledizh, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter best placed to go for the win at Kristianstad, it could have major ramifications for the championship. Dion Gauda and Jevan David have outside chances to win the final, and there's plenty more stars who could steal it all away. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, as anything can happen. On the rolling start, Maciej Gledizh swept across to seal second position behind pole sitter Dion Gauda. And as the field swept through the first few corners, Caleb Gafrara and David Walter drifted onto the grass. But fortunately, both men were able to recover without losing time. So Gauda led from Gledizh, Bondarev, Gafrara and Walter, with Jevan David snapping at his heels. Sadly, Oscar Wirtz would spin out as the field congested, and his season was over, much to the talented Monegasque's frustration. Next time around, Bondarev was now second ahead of Gledizh, but he led them both past Gauda, dropping the Singaporean down to third place. Bondarev was now leading, but Gledizh was in a perfect position to seal the title. Gafrara was eager to make his way past as well, and heading into turn 6, he tried to repeat the overtake. But as his car touched the inside curb, he drifted wide, and now Walter was closer than ever. Walter had been fastest in qualifying and showed his speed again with a beautiful move on Gafrara into turn 1, but the leaders were already well clear. The race then became about the fight for third, and despite resistance from Gauda, the Danish star Walter was able to move up, and so was Gafrara. The loss of momentum from Gauda also allowed Renaud Franco through into 5th position, and Darius Babiawana made his way into 6th. Jevan David was next, as the Sri Lankan tried his hardest to move into winning contention. Francote made his bid on Gafrara and ended up hitting the American and spinning out of the race. The man who won at Wackersdorf was now out of the title fight, and despite his best efforts to rejoin, it was a sad end for the talented Dutchman. David was now locked in combat with Gouda, Leon Otschai and Nicolas Ambiado, but their squabble allowed local star Ludwig Franzen to throw himself into the mix. It was a sensational battle, and one of many in the 2021 season where the drivers were racing with great skill and agility. It resulted in a scary moment for Riccardo Iannello, who somehow managed to keep going despite contact with Gouda. Bondarev and Gledizh were now being caught by Walter, who had his heart firmly set on ending 2021 with a win. But the Pole in second had no pressure at all. He just needed to stay where he was to be crowned champion. Stefano Cagnolo and Sal de Colombres were not so lucky, as their days ended together. Walter was the first to pounce, and Gledizh decided to let him through, knowing that the title could still be his. But Walter wasn't finished yet. A lap later, he saw an opening in the final hairpin and made his bid for the lead, and Bondarev was beaten. So Walter was now leading the race, with Gledizh still looking strong for the Academy Trophy. Bondarev fought back in turn 1, but to no avail, and it gave Gledizh his second place back again. With Bondarev down to third, Walter was now looking good for the runner-up spot in the season standings. As Bondarev's tyres started to wear, Babiawana became his nearest challenger as he desperately tried to hang on to the final place on the podium, and he began his defensive tactics to try to hold on to his position. It certainly wasn't going to be easy. With 4 laps remaining, Babiawana found his moment and seized third position in turn 4, but it was brief. Bondarev had anticipated the move and claimed it back instantly. A lap later, and the Romanian tried again. And this time, it worked. But Bondarev wasn't giving up, and he dived again into the S's. But on the exit, Babiawana returned the favour and took back his place on the rostrum. Then, as he pushed to try and recover the place, Bondarev spun out of 4th position in dramatic fashion. And it was all too much for the young Ukrainian. So as the race came to its conclusion, there were 2 jubilant men at the finish, David Walter for the win and Maciej Gledizh for the title. They had both ended the season on their terms, and as the top 2 men in the standings, with the pole a very popular winner. After the race, Babiawana was excluded for replacing his front fairing, which elevated Leo Robinson to the podium. David would be 4th ahead of Bart Harrison and Dion Gouda, with Iannello, Otschai, Ambiado and Gafrara completing the top 10. It had been a phenomenal race to end the season, and nothing could wipe the smiles from the faces of Maciej Gledizh and David Walter as the celebrations began.
For the heats, we didn't do so well. We were starting 21st. But then for the final, we managed to make my way through everybody. And then I managed to get to the front, and I really realised I was P4 when I was going on to the last lap. So hopefully in the 2022 season we can do a bit better. For sure, I'm so happy because second in the round and win the championship. So I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, the final was really hard for me because in the start I was P2. Bondarev passed me after David caught us and passed me, and after Oleg. After I overtook Bondarev, and I was second.
The race starts and I get a bad start, but I just focus and I just took 1 position after 1. I was P1 and I was so happy with it. And it took 10 laps more. I saw the time. I was just focusing and make the lap done. For sure, it's nice, but I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
KZ2 has been dominated by Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov through the heats, but Senna van Walstein was the fastest in timed qualifying, A crash in his opening heat means he's now on the comeback trail, but starting the final from 11th will make it harder than ever. Samuel Luye is also looking strong for the Tony Kart factory team and could spring a real surprise. Expect the unexpected. KZ2 always delivers action by the bucketful. At the start of the KZ2 Super Cup, Travazanuto, Trevalov and Luye held their positions into turn 1 as the field swarmed into the first sector, trying to stay out of trouble. But one driver would have a dramatic exit from the race. Following a tangle with an opponent in turn 4, Jean Nomblot would scramble from his kart after a roll. He was a little shaken, but was able to walk away. Senna van Waalstein was already storming through the field as he overtook Paavo Tonteri to move up to 6th. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese were the two Italians up ahead, but Trefilov fancied his chances for the win. He dived for the lead on Travazanuto and all looked well, but on the exit he couldn't quite hold on to the advantage. He now had to protect second to avoid losing out to Samuel Luye. Luye wasn't about to wait around, and he soon made his bid for second, as behind them Van Waalstein moved ahead of Albanese. But resistance from both Trevalov and Albanese tightened up the pack, and in the ensuing fracas, Paavo Tonteri picked up a position on the latter. Then Tonteri tapped the back of Van Waalstein's kart and spun. Albanese hit the brakes and Thomas Imborg launched over the back of him. And yet miraculously, they all carried on. There would be front-fairing penalties for Imborg and Albanese, whilst Tonteri rejoined last. Giacomo Polini, however, was out after the new European champion collided with Parolin driver Angelo Lombardo, with both karts too damaged to continue. His teammate Travazanuto was oblivious to it all out in front as he started to pull a gap over Luye. It's a happy hunting ground for the Italian after he won his first world title here in the OK category 3 years ago. Having worked his way masterfully through the field, Van Waalstein then staked his claim on a podium charge with a move on Palomba. But the Birolart driver was refusing to cooperate, and no matter how hard the Dutchman tried, there would be no straightforward manoeuvre, and he was losing valuable time. Eventually Van Waalstein made the move, and without retaliation, but it was now going to be tougher to close on the 3 men ahead. Jean Luye wanted to join his brother on the podium and made his own pass on Palomba into the final hairpin. It allowed Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati to overtake Palomba as well, which didn't please last year's runner-up. He made his way back past Rosati instantly, but the damage was already done. James Wharton was on the prowl as well, and the Australian was pushing hard. Lorenzo Giannoni was the next driver on the sidelines, and as he walked away, that was one less CRG in the running. His teammate, Jorge Pescador, was scrapping closely with Joey van Splinteren, but fortunately, they kept it fair. Hubert Petit took advantage of Danilo Albanese, whose fairing was clearly loose, but the Frenchman would later suffer the same fate. The race for second truly began, and as Luye defended from Trefilov, Van Waalstein had a genuine look on the inside, and that was enough to increase the urgency for Trefilov. He dived in the next bend once more, but Luye just wouldn't move over. Sadly, he would have no choice on the next lap, as his Tony Kart spluttered to a halt. It was cruel luck for the young Swiss driver, who was denied his best result in his karting career so far. This was all the motivation that Van Waalstein needed, and he made his move on Trefilov, from 11th to 2nd. Not a bad run at all, but would he have time to catch Travazanuto? The answer looked fairly blatant. The Parolin was a country mile ahead. Van Waalstein was doing everything he could to catch up, but second would have to do, as Trefilov held off the resurgence of Jean Luye in his brother's absence. Heading into the final lap, and James Wharton sealed a positive day for Parolin by storming past Piccini to grab a 5th place finish after a tough season in KZ2. As Travazanuto himself said after the race, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. It was a glorious win for Travazanuto, as he claimed the highest prize for a KZ2 driver. Behind Van Walstein and Trevelov, Jean Louillet headed home Wharton and Rosati after a penalty for Pacini dropped him behind Victor Auberg and Arthur Carbonell, whilst Jorge Pescador ran home in 10th. 3 young stars finally fulfilled their potential in KZ2, and it appears we'll likely see all 3 of them step up to KZ in 2022. And who knows how many titles they'll score between them, as the future looks very promising.
Definitely this track is a special place for me. I mean, it's been my first FIA success here in 2014. I was driving with PCR, so it's always been in my heart, this track. And my schedule as a driver coach is also very crowded, very busy, so I try to make up time when I had to train. Finally, I managed after Wagersdorf, I managed to get a little bit more training. I started to get more confident with the material, and then everything unfolded. So, and when we put all together, it finally paid off. The drivers in KZ are all super good, so, but it's going to be exciting for me. There's many drivers that I aspired to in the past, and also drivers that I've been racing with, so I'm looking forward to that, and I'll try to be there.
Obviously, coming out of qualifying, we were really happy with the results. I think putting in a pole position in the World Cup is really something you always wanted to do. Coming into the final in 11th place, it's always difficult to come back to the front, but the pace was good, the overtaking was good, so we made it to 2nd place at the end. There are some conversations going on, yeah, of course, but nothing is confirmed yet. Probably going into KZ1 for next year.
Well, the qualify was really good. I was like P7 in total. The heats were very strong, and yeah, I think we lose a bit of pace in the final, but P3, it's a good result for me and the team. 2022, I think I will be driving in KZ1 to replace Fabian Federer.
It's obviously a fantastic feeling to win the International Super Cup. It's the first year in KZ class after some time we were off the class, and to conclude it on the top, it's really amazing for all the team and all the efforts that mechanics, tuners and drivers have put into this season. We have 3 drivers in the top 7 at the end of the event, and it's really a great satisfaction for all of us.
There is no greater accolade in the sport than the World Championship, and the KZ category is the toughest race in the world for a kart racer to win. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel are best placed to challenge for the win, whilst Fabian Federer and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are next in line to challenge. But with this being the longest and toughest race for the win, victory is a fairy tale and a dream that can only come true for one fortunate driver. Noah Milel made the perfect start to beat Vigano to the first corner, whilst Antonelli fell through the field after a poor getaway. Lorenzo Camplese made his way into 3rd ahead of Fabian Federer, with Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin igniting the chase behind. All was not well up front, however, and in controversial and dramatic circumstances, the dream ended for Vigano yet again, as his kart gave up the ghost on the opening lap. After dominating the heats, it was cruel luck, not for the first time either, and his heartbreak was felt worldwide with team and fans alike. On the next lap, Federer lost out to Gustafsson as they chased after Camplese. But with the apparent pace of Milel up front, it looked like the win was already gone, and so both Gustafsson and Pohaka elected to increase their defensive strategies. Overtaking moves would be difficult, but not impossible. Former world champion Jorrit Peks would be the man on the move as he started to gain his competitive edge. But his big move came on the 2nd lap in the final bend, as he made an audacious pass on Pohaka and left the door wide open for Renaudin to join him, but the ferocious Finn was not willing to comply. Alexei Orlando was also out of the World Championship, and he was happy to put it behind him. And he wouldn't be the only man on the sidelines. Emilion Denner would spin out on his debut for Kart Republic. It had been a frustrating return to karting in 2021 for the Frenchman. Pex versus Buhaka became an interesting spectacle as the Finn pulled off one of the moves of the race. Could he help Tony Kart to another clean sweep of the podium? For Milell up front, he was on course to become the first Swedish gearbox world champion for 33 years, and on the circuit he grew up on. But Pex wanted to join him on the rostrum, and he swept back ahead of Buhaka before the Finn realised what had happened. But there was even more to come as he launched an overtake inside Federer in the S's, and somehow he made it work without contact. Buhaka still had good pace and was able to move ahead of Federer as well, but Federer was still giving SRP and Maranello plenty to smile about. Gustafsson was on the podium at home until Pex caught him. The Dutchman spoiled the party and moved ahead with his signature move. Then came one of the duels of the weekend. Buhaka tried his own special move on Gustafsson, but the Swede wasn't so willing to lose the place to Buhaka as he had been to Pex. It was tough, but despite a slight brush of the Tony Kart's front fairing, he just held on. Jorrit Pex had driven beautifully to fight through for third position, but he had run out of time to catch Camplese, who had driven his best race yet. But there wasn't a dry eye in sight, as Noah Milell emulated his uncle 25 years before to become world champion. Having literally been born and raised as a part of the Kristianstad Karting Club, the fairy tale couldn't have been sweeter. He hadn't just won at home, he had dominated, and the reception he received was breathtaking. Behind Camplese and Pex, Gustafsson narrowly missed out on his own podium finish ahead of Buhaka and Federer. Paolo Ippolito beat Stan Pex home, with the Birolats of Marijn Kramers and Riccardo Longhi not far behind. The KZ final is about to get underway. The drivers are presented in front of the cafe here at Karting Genk, and they are being handed their participation medals by the CEO of Karting Genk, Koen Lemmens, and our FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim. Great to see them all as they get ready for the biggest, toughest, roughest race of the weekend. Emilion Denner in pole position. Paolo Ippolito alongside him on the front row. From Matteo Vigano, Jorrit Pex, Francesco Salenta, Pedro Hilbrand, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Adrien Renaudin, Stan Pex, Senna van Walstein, Tukka Tarpanen, Simo Pohaka, Juho Valtonen, Jeremy Iglesias, Marijn Kremers, Gabin Luye, Lorenzo Camplese, Douglas Lundberg, Louis Speck, Gianni Andrezzani, Noah Milel, Victor Gustafsson, Davide Forey, Alex Irlando, Nicola Cogato, Ben Dua, Louis Bonsauro, Simon Prim, Tim Metz, Johan Sogel, Mario Lubick, and Sandro Holzem. Ladies and gentlemen, your KZ finalists, Genk 2022. And they will race for glory 23 laps around the home of champions. It's going to be a tough, tough race to win as the temperature climbs to a dizzying height of 27 degrees Celsius air temperature. Track temperature is going to be about 40 to 41 degrees Celsius by this point, which means that they're really going to have done their homework on the data to see if the tyres can really go the distance and give them plenty of grip. But this is a race full of superstars. Emilion Denner, former KZ2 International Super Cup winner. Matteo Vigano likewise. Paolo Ippolito, race winner at Adria last year. Jorrit Pex, multiple European and world champion. Francesco Salenta, one of the kings of Italian junior racing and up into the world of KZ. Pedro Hilbrand, former world champion. Lorenzo Travasanuto, former world champion. Adrien Renaudin, former European champion. Stan Pex, former Academy Trophy finalist for the Netherlands. Senna van Walstein, vice champion in the KZ2 International Super Cup. Tukka Tarpanen, reigning world champion in OK. Simo Pohaka, Winter Cup winner in Champions of the Future earlier this season. Multiple winners amongst the battles. Juho Valtonen, a serial contender and the so nearly world champion in 2019 at Alajärma in the OK category. Marijn Kremers, world champion 2019, European champion 2020. Gabin Luye, who's just watched his brother win the European Championship race in KZ2. Lorenzo Camplese, vice world champion last year at Kristianstad. Douglas Lundberg, Louis Speck, Gianni Andrezzani, the new pretenders to the crown. Noah Milel, the reigning world champion. Victor Gustafsson, the former KZ2 European champion. Davide Forey, multiple world champion, World Cup winner and European champion. Alex Irlando, Nicola Cogato, Ben Dor, Louis Bonsauro, Simon Prim, Tim Metz, Johan Sogel, Mario Lubick and Sandro Holzem, all hoping to add their names to the Hall of Fame in KZ one day. What a plethora of superstars. It really is going to be an epic 2022 season. Just 2 finals for the KZ European title. This one and the next one 4 weeks from now in Cremona in Italy. You cannot afford to make a single mistake. Otherwise, in terms of the title fight, it really is game over. You've got to get it right from the get-go. It's never going to be easy to run from the top spot. There is the pole position sitter for France, Emilion Denner of the Sony Kart Factory team. Pole position in time qualifying, winner of the 3 heats. Almost got the job done as well in the Superheat earlier this morning. But he certainly goes off the front and he leads the championship on 10 points. A great opportunity for the Sony Kart star to lead by example. It'll be a very exciting battle for him and for the Sony Kart Factory team as well. Paolo Ippolito, the man who won the Superheat earlier. He also won the final, of course, last year at Adria in Italy. This year, he is a championship contender. He knows it. We all know it. Is this going to be the year that Paolo Ippolito joins the FIA Karting Hall of Fame as a European champion? He's certainly looking good for it. The 3-minute board goes up. And we wait for the rest of the plethora of contenders. The champion of champions is KZ. The professional drivers within the karting ranks. There is Matteo Vigano, so nearly champion on many occasions. He won the International Super Cup at this very circuit in 2018. He knows how to win here. Is this the year he can turn his bad luck around and claim it all? The signal is given to clear the track. Fourth position on the grid. It is the multiple European and world champion several times over, Jorrit Peks. He did a fantastic job in the Superheat, almost won it, but he has won countless titles. Another one could just be round the bend. Fourth position on the grid on the second row for Jorrit Peks. A great opportunity for the Dutchman. But there's more where that came from. Francesco Salenta gets himself ready for battle for the Paralin Motorsport team. Fifth position on the starting grid for him on the inside of the third row. Getting a nice push from his teammate there, Lorenzo Travasanuto, as they both go to battle. There is the talented Italian team driver, the Spanish racer, Pedro Hiltbrand. Multiple title accolades for him. World champion back in 2016. He would love to get the job done again in 2022. And this year, the Spaniard looks absolutely ready to take it all. The motivation is sky high for Pedro Hiltbrand for the Italian Birolart team. There is the Italian stallion himself, Lorenzo Travasanuto, world champion 2018, world champion 2019, International Super Cup winner 2021. Now he moves to KZ, and this is the biggest challenge of his career so far. The 1 minute board is up. And there's Adrien Renaudin, now firmly a member of the KZ Elite, European champion in KZ2 back in 2018. He's been part of the KZ fraternity for 3 seasons now. This is his 4th. What can he do for the Tony Kart Factory outfit? There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, alongside the CEO of Karting Genk, Koen Lemmens. This is going to be an epic charge to the front of the grid. Even behind the top 8, we've got Stan Peks and Senna van Walstein, the 2 Dutchmen on the 5th row of the grid. The stands are packed. Everyone has come here to see the kings of the sport do battle. If you want to know what a legend looks like, you're looking at 32 of them. This is the ultimate test of racing skill, determination, guts, guile, and legacies that can be grown and nurtured. The KZ European Championship final here at Genk. We won't crown a champion today, but we'll certainly sow the seeds. Emilian Denner and Paolo Ippolito on the front row of the grid. Matteo Vigano and Jorrit Peks from Francesco Salenta and Pedro Hiltbrand. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Adrien Renaudin from Stan Peks and Senna van Walstein. Tuukka Tarponen, Simo Puhakka, Juho Valtonen and Jeremy Iglesias. Marijn Kremers and Gavin Lulet. Then Lorenzo Camblese and Douglas Lundberg. Louis Speck, Gianni Androzani, Noah Millel and Victor Gustafsson. Davide Fore and Alex Orlando, Nicolo Cogato and Ben Dor. Luis Ponsardo, Simon Prim, Tim Metz, Johan Segel, Mario Lubick and Sandro Hotzev. 32 drivers from all over Europe battling for the European title. It's a quest for all sorts of competitors around the world. To get to KZ, you really do have to be one of the very best in the sport. It is such a tough and brutal discipline at KZ. These guys really are the stars of the sport. And if you get to KZ level, you're up there with the Grand Prix legends, the Indy 500 contenders, the Le Mans 24-hour superstars. These guys are the elite of motorsport. Consider this, 0 to 60 in the same time it takes most supercars. Couple of millimeters off the ground. G-forces to compare with Formula 1 and Formula 2 cars. They're not strapped in. If you get thrown out, you'll have backache to last a week. And you are pushing it to the absolute limit at top speeds, pushing and smashing through 140 kilometers an hour. This is the ultimate test of speed and strength. There is no form of motorsport that is more physically demanding than the world of KZ. It's why you'll regularly see the drivers from F1, IndyCar, Le Mans return to karting in test sessions, in between races, in these very karts to keep them match fit. You have to be strong, you have to be ruthless, you have to be the best. And the only way to be the best is to do your mileage in the KZ karts. Emilion Denner stepping forward for the Sony Kart factory team on pole position. It's been a long wait for the European title for France. They've had to wait a long, long time. The last man to win a KZ-esque European title was back in 1986 with the touring car legend Ivan Muller. All those years ago in the Formula K era of karting. So now we want to see if this is going to be not only the first title for France since 1986, but it will be Sony Kart's first ever European title at this level, if it all comes together. Kart Republic won the title last in 2019 with Jorit Pex, who is there again, fourth on the grid. Paolo Ippolito has never won the European title, nor has Emilion Denner. Matteo Vigano has claimed the KZ2 crown in the International Super Cup, but his moment is still yet to be written. Francesco Salenta hoping to add his name to the Karting Hall of Fame. Pedro Hiltbrand earning and yearning to get back there once again. So many legends in this field. This race really is the champion of champions. All the best racers in the world are here. Win this and you can claim yourself as one of the world's best. Green flag at the back. Lights will come on at the start. And it's time to go racing in the KZ European Championship at Genk. Ready? Go! Perfect start from Emilion Denner. Alongside Paolo Ippolito trying to come round the outside as they come through to the apex of the corner. And Denner has held it. Ippolito holding on a second as they come through. They're nudging their way through the apex. Perfect start for Ippolito as he runs in second behind Emilion Denner, keeping himself out of trouble. A good run from Hiltbrand up into P3. What a start from the Spanish star. Pedro Hiltbrand into third place in front of Matteo Vigano, and that is Lorenzo Travasanuto up into P5 as Buhaka trying to go wheel to wheel with his teammate. But what an amazing start from Hiltbrand and Travasanuto, third and fifth on the opening lap. They have launched forward. So Travasanuto already starting to work his magic as he gets past the multiple world and European champion, Jorit Pex, the man he looked up to for so many years. He's now ahead of him. Oh, and Simo Buhaka is out. Simo Buhaka is out of the race. He's trying to get the car back to the pits. Simo Buhaka is out. And there go his dreams of becoming European champion. Oh, Travasanuto battling with Jorit Pex. They go wheel to wheel for fifth position. Salenta in front of Senna van Waalstein. And Stan Pex is in the mix as well, ahead of Adrien Renaudin and Juho Valtonen. Travasanuto hanging on. Big lunge from Jorit Pex. Wow! The king slices on the inside of Travasanuto. And he takes Francesco Salenta along with him. Travasanuto didn't see that one coming. Jorit Pex absolutely on it. What a move from the Dutchman. And he now gets up into P5. So it's Denner, Ippolito, Hiltbrand, Vigano, Pex, Salenta, Travasanuto and Van Waalstein. End of lap 2. 21 to go. No pressure, but you've got to keep the tyres going all the way. So now the battles will rage. And Travasanuto's trying to get back on the inside of his teammate, Francesco Salenta. Now this will be interesting. The two Paralin teammates, one will clearly feel they are faster than the other. So what are they going to do together? Meanwhile, Hiltbrand is just knocking on the door of Paolo Ippolito in second place. Can he make a bid to get through? Great racing so far in KZ on lap 3 as Francesco Salenta hangs on in front of Lorenzo Travasanuto. Senna van Waalstein is right there. That's the man who finished second to Travasanuto in the International Super Cup at Kristianstad last year, and the two of them have come to KZ together. Van Waalstein dives in on the inside. He gets through. Stan Pex can't quite get it through. He tried his best there, but there was not enough of a gap to make the overtake. So Travasanuto will try again on Van Waalstein as they go through in 7th and 8th places behind Francesco Salenta. Van Waalstein clearly feels, well, I'm on a Sony kart and one of them's leading the race, so I've got the best package underneath my right foot right now. I'm going to go after Salenta. So Denner, Ippolito, Hiltbrand, Vigano. That's the top 4 at the moment. Jorit Pex, P5, Salenta, Van Waalstein, Travasanuto, Stan Pex, and then Adrien Renaudin from Valtonen and Tuukka Tarponen. He's in 12th. His target was the top 10, so Tuukka Tarponen's not far from that. Just needs to keep going. Denner and Ippolito. There is an investigation flag out for Lorenzo Travasanuto. Well, that shows you how tough it is. Even the two-time OK World Champion is under the knife edge and under some scrutiny. We'll have to see what that transpires into for Travasanuto, but he has managed to get back past Senna van Waalstein. So he's into 7th place again as the former world champion. Jeremy Iglesias, the man who won at Lonato in 2020, has set the fastest lap of the race in the CRG. He's trying to close up on Lorenzo Camplese as the Tony karts are dueling away with each other. Renaudin, Valtonen, Tarpanen, Camplese. And that is for 10th position, of course, between the teammates. So it could be very interesting. The top 4 have got clear. Denner, Ippolito, Hiltbrand and Vigano. So Pedro Hiltbrand really working hard. 2021 was a missed opportunity as far as he was concerned. Now that he's back on the Birolart, having previously been with Jordan Lennox Lamb's stable, he's moved back to Ronnie Sala's crew. Up on the inside for Matteo Vigano. And Vigano comes through into 3rd. So the Leclerc by Lennox team have already got 1 win today. They got that in KZ2 with Tom Luyer. Now they want to get another one with Matteo Vigano. Emilion Denner, fastest lap of the race as he tries to stretch away from Paolo Ippolito. Emilion Denner came into this race so nervous. I managed to grab him just before the start. And he said, look, every time I've been in this position, I've come to the race in pole position for the final and I've ended up 2nd. I don't want to be 2nd anymore. It's nice, but it's not the greatest feeling in the world. I want the greatest feeling in the world. So maybe today is his day. We'll have to find out. Emilion Denner for France and for Sodikart in front of Paolo Ippolito, Matteo Vigano and Pedro Hiltbrand. Then Jorrit Pex and Francesco Celenta, Travasanuto, Van Waalstein, Stan Pex, Renaudin, Valtonen, Tarpanen, Camplese, Iglesias and Gustafsson, with the former world champion Marijn Kremers trying to get into the points by getting past Victor Gustafsson if he can, as Louis Speck ran wide at turn 1 there, the young German, one of the youngest in the field. The youngest in the field is, of course, Tuukka Tarpanen. There he is, the OK World Champion, still only 14 years of age. He'll turn 15 later this year, of course, but he is the youngest man in the KZ field. I think the last time we had somebody as young as Tuukka Tarpanen in the world of KZ was a certain man by the name of Max Verstappen. Emilion Denner, Paolo Ippolito, Matteo Vigano, Pedro Hiltbrand, Jorrit Pex, Francesco Celenta, lap 8 out of 23. And there is Paolo Ippolito in the Kart Republic, running in 2nd place, charging after Emilion Denner, half a second between them still. Early doors, Ippolito has every chance of catching Denner and going for the move. He just has to stay as close to the Frenchman as possible. And this is where the Kart Republic tends to come good, in the middle phase of the race, when the pace really starts to come back to them. They've been so good at working on the long game, the Kart Republic squad. They know that the first part of the race is obviously a nice one to run at the front, but the race isn't won in the first 8 laps, it's won in the last 8 laps. You've got to get the kart working smoothly all the way through to that point, and being there in contention in the final 8 laps is what will get the win done. Vigano trying to stretch away from Hiltbrand. There's Jorrit Pex, 5th position. He always comes on strong in the later stages of the race as well, so P5 on lap 9 is a very good place for him to be. Denner and Ippolito. Denner sets the new fastest lap again, 50.682. Full 0.2 of a second, nearly quicker than Paolo Ippolito that time. So Denner extends the gap a little. Down the back straight. Renaudin, Valtonen, Tarpanen. That is the battle for 10th position. Iglesias has got past Lorenzo Camplese. So Denner running strong. Ippolito, Vigano, and Pedro Hiltbrand from Jorrit Pex. Celenta, Travasanuto, Van Waalstein. And all the drivers know that they've got to stay in that top 5 if they can get there, because with only 2 race weekends, it's very difficult to win them both. There's no telling that even though Denner is strong here, what if he isn't strong at Cremona? Up the inside, and there is the overtaking move from Jeremy Iglesias. This is the strongest we've seen the CRG driver since he won his world title for Formula K back in 2020 at Lonato. But Jeremy Iglesias, he had a tough year in 2021. It looks like he's finally gelling with the CRG team, but that's a mark of a great champion. He didn't throw his toys out of the pram last year. He knew that they were going to have to do some homework. This is the second year with the team, and now it's finally starting to come good for Jeremy Iglesias and CRG. They are getting there. It's going to take some time, but they are coming back to the glory days of Paolo Di Conto. And of course, with all of the pressure on them, CRG, they won titles for Paolo Di Conto and Jorrit Peks in 2017 and 18, but they haven't won a European title since then. It's been a long road to come back, but they are getting the homework done. There is Senna van Waalstein in front of the Dutchman Stan Peks, who is racing for his own team, of course. The Stan Peks Motorsport operation, the satellite team for Kart Republic. His brother Jorrit is about 5 karts up the road from him at the moment. So this is still a long, long race and a long way to go. We're not even at half distance yet, so a lot can still change hands. But the drivers know they've got to be in a competitive position to make it work. Denner, Ippolito, Vigano, Hiltbrand, Peks, Salenta, Travasanuto, Van Waalstein, Stan Peks and Adrian Renaudet across the line. 11 laps done, 12 to go. 1.1 seconds is the gap that Denner has extended over Paolo Ippolito. It's good, but it's not a race-winning gap yet. It's just got to keep working, got to keep the measure of this kart. The team have been trying to get back to the top spot for so long. They've never won a KZ European title. Ever since the KZ1 category started back in 2007, they've seen their rivals from Intrepid, CRG, Energy Course, Tony Kart and Kart Republic and Birla all take their victories over the last few years. Sony Kart was patient. They had homework to do. They knew they weren't the strongest. But this year, they may have just come out of the blocks with a winning package. 12 laps completed, 11 to go. The gap opens up to 1.3 between Denner and Ippolito. And now the teammates go to battle again. Francesco Salenta has been caught by Lorenzo Travasanuto. The last thing Marco Parolin wants is for this to spiral out of control between the two. So Travasanuto will want to get a quick move on his teammate and start to set off after the top 5. Down the back straight, watch for the move. Doesn't come yet. Travasanuto doesn't want to spear it in the side of his teammate. Matteo Vigano, 4th place for Hiltbrand and 5th for Jorrit Peks. And then the two Parolins of Salenta and Travasanuto desperately trying not to commit professional hara-kiri by taking each other out of the racetrack. 8th place for Senna van Waalstein from Stan Peks and Adrian Renaudet. Iglesias, Valtonen, Kamplese, Gustafsson and Tarpanen. The Tarpanen is in the points at least. He's not where he wants to be, but at least he's in the points. So he can build on that, but his main target, of course, the OK World Champion, is gunning for the World Championship of KZ, which takes place in September at Le Mans. That's the one that everybody wants to win. Emilion Denner is now 1.7 ahead of Paolo Ippolito. It's looking more likely. Oh, late bid from Travasanuto. He gets through on his teammate. Salenta has to back down. That was well crafted by Travasanuto. Left his teammate with no choice but to bail out of the move. So Travasanuto gets into P6. Nice overtake, and that's going to leave him in the clutches of Senna van Waalstein. Now, Peks is going to make a big lunge on Hiltbrand. Oh, what an overtake on Jorrit Peks. Jorrit Peks getting the move there on Hiltbrand in fantastic style. 4th position from the Dutchman, and there goes Van Waalstein. Here we go, now the big overtakes are coming. Van Waalstein gets the move on Salenta. So that puts the Dutchman into 7th position. So a decent haul of points on his KZ debut. He was so strong in KZ2. The win never quite happened, but Senna van Waalstein was still convincing enough for the Sony Kart Factory team that they needed to take him on board for this year alongside Emilion Denner. And it is a super team of young superstars. All you need now is for them to bring Baz Lammers back into the fold, and you've got a super team for the World Championships at Le Mans. So here comes the opportunity for Salenta to hang on in front of Stan Peks. Onto the main straight again. Denner, Ippolito, Vigano, Peks, Hiltbrand, Travasanuto. And a late bid there from Salenta to try and get through on Van Waalstein. Did not pay off, so Stan Peks is now going to try and make his bid. Up through the far side. This is a very tough move for all of the drivers as they quest away for position. Oh, and that's a problem for Christian Abulin. Christian Abulin has dropped all the way to the back. Oh, sorry, no, that's his teammate. That is Lewis Speck, the German teenager who races in KZ. It's Christian Abulin who's in KZ2, of course. But as you can see, Lewis Speck definitely having some mechanical problems with the TB kart at the back of the field. So I have a feeling he may be touring in to retire. For so long, he was the youngest man in the field until Tuukka Tarponen showed up. But Denner and Ippolito now 2.1 seconds apart with 7 laps to go. Still a lot to do here. And still a lot of battles to come. But Jorrit Pex has got clear air between himself and Pedro Hiltbrand now. He's going after Matteo Vigano. The Frenchman, the Italian, the Dutchman, the Spaniard and the Italian in top 6. Sony Kart, Kart Republic. Then it is Leclerc by Lennox in front of Kart Republic for Stan Pex. And then the Birolart in 5th place ahead of the Parolin of Travasanuto. So many teams up at the sharp end. Shows how ultra competitive it is. And the team that took the title last year, Tony Kart, are nowhere to be seen in the top 10. What a shock that is. In a very similar vein to the way that Mercedes were dominant in F1 last year and now they're faltering. It's a similar story for Tony Kart in KZ. Their leading driver is Adrien Renaudin, down in 11th position. So what an interesting scenario this is playing out to be here in KZ at Karting Genk. Still the battles are not there. There is Adrien Renaudin in the background as he watches Stan Pex dueling with Jeremy Iglesias, the 2020 world champion. There is Senna van Walstein. And Pex versus Iglesias continues. Jeremy Iglesias in the 28, the CRG, trying to get past Stan Pex, who is driving for his own team. A great battle for those two. But it's stalemate at the moment between these two very talented race drivers. Stan Pex, one of the relatively younger drivers in the fray. It wasn't that long ago that he was representing the Netherlands in the Karting Academy Trophy. So they continue to battle away on lap 19 of 23, 5 laps to go. But Emilion Denner has been steadily eking out the gap, little by little. Dare they dream that it's all going to come together this time. They've got 2.4 seconds on Paolo Ippolito. But the second you start thinking it's done and dusted, that's when bad luck plagues. That's when the unreliability starts to show his head. That's when the bad luck starts to strike. So they've just got to keep it together. Nothing is certain until the checkered flag. The fat lady hasn't even warmed up her vocal cords yet, but she'll be singing in 5. Across the line, 4 laps to go. And Vigano had to think about Ippolito there. He was getting very close to the mark. Up on the inside line. And still they challenge for position. Matteo Vigano closing up on Ippolito. The back straight. Jorrit Pex. Pedro Hiltbrand in the background. Travasanuto in front of Van Walstein. Then Salenta, Pex and Iglesias. The final point scorers, if it stays like this, are going to be the Tony Karts of Renaudin and Cablese, Gustafsson, Tarponen and Valtonen. And the world champion from 2019, Marijn Kramers, and the legend Davide Forte are just going to miss out on the points. The reigning world champion Noah Milel is struggling down in 19th behind Alex Orlando. But there is Emilion Denner, 3 laps from home, 2.5 seconds and a little bit more. A very emotional chap, Emilion Denner. He is passionate about his racing. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he is an incredibly talented individual. To come to the world of KZ for Sony Kart, he really wanted to show the world what he could do in 2022, and he's done that already this weekend. What if he could hold it all together at Cremona? Ippolito and Vigano. The Kart Republic versus the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. Matteo Vigano just looking for an opening on Paolo Ippolito. Ippolito just keeping it as fast as possible. I think he's had to accept the fact that the win is no longer a possibility unless something happens to Denner up front. And it's certainly not looking likely at the moment. The Sony Kart charges on. Ippolito in the Kart Republic under pressure from Matteo Vigano, who might just go for a daring move in the last lap and a half. to get himself into second place, to keep himself in the hunt for victory, to put himself into a great position to be European champion at Cremona next month. You only get 2 rounds, you only get 2 finals, so it's not about what happens when you're winning, it's about what happens when you're not winning. How many points are you bringing home? How good is your performance behind the race winner? It's hard to win both weekends, but if you can be second or third on both occasions, you might just pick up a European title. It's happened time and time again. So now it's all about who has the staying power, who has the consistency, who has the nerve to dive up the inside and take the second place away from Paolo Ippolito. Last lap begins, and Emilion Denner is giving Sodicart a bit of a fairy tale here. Art de Dorisson got the win in the Academy Trophy for France. Tom Lhuillier got the win in KZ2 for France. Emilion Denner is about to complete a rare French hat-trick. I don't think this has ever happened before. I'm fairly sure that France has never won the KZ, KZ2 and Academy Trophy final in the same weekend. It's definitely been a long time coming for France to have a winner in KZ. Jeremy Iglesias was the last back in 2020 in the World Championship. The last European champion from France was Yvan Muller in 1986. Sodicart have never won a European title, but they're on the way to do it now. Emilion Denner takes the checkered flag and wins in karting Genk. And to the line for second place. Ippolito just beats Vigano and Pex home. But Emilion Denner is the victorious king of it all. There is his father celebrating. The French tricolor waves from the grandstands. Emilion Denner and Sodicart gagné à Genk. What a performance from Emilion Denner. Everything but the superheat was his to conquer. And Emilion Denner is punching the air with joy. What a result for the Frenchman. He starts the European Championship in victorious fashion. That is his first win in KZ. At last, he has got the job done. And Sodicart have also just achieved something they have never achieved before. A win in the final in consecutive weekends in OK and KZ. They got the job done in OK Junior 2 weeks ago in Thuera for Nathan Tai. And now Emilion Denner wins for Sodicart in KZ. Ahead of Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Vigano. Jorrit Pex and Pedro Hiltbrand. Lorenzo Travasanuto is 6th from Senna Van Warstein and Francesco Salenta. Jeremy Iglesias and Stan Pex in the top 10. Adrian Renada, Lorenzo Camplese, Victor Gustafsson, Tuukka Tarpanen and Juho Valtonen score the points. Marian Kramers, Davide Fore and Alessandro Orlando just miss out. 19th for Noah Milel, the world champion. Douglas Lundberg ahead of Gabin Lhuillier, Johan Sogel and Mario Lubick. Gianni Andrezzani, Simon Prim, Ben Dorr, Sandro Holtze, Louis Speck, Nicolo Gagato, Louis Bonsado and Tim Metz. And there was just one retirement. That was Simo Puhaka on the very first lap. But Emilion Denner, the first Frenchman to win a KZ final since the World Championship of 2020 when Jeremy Iglesias won the title. But there is the man, Emilion Denner, in the form of his life for the Sodi Racing team. What if they win it all this year? They're in such good form. They have such good speed. Emilion Denner races to his mechanic. Job done. And the Sodicart team are victorious. What a performance for the man from France. So much promise from Emilion Denner in the past. He won the International KZ2 Super Cup years ago. And ever since stepping out of that, he's always felt he needs to prove himself. He needs to show the world that he is world class. There's no doubting that now. Emilion Denner, European Championship final winner at Genk. He is 1 weekend away from becoming the first Frenchman to win the European title since Yvan Muller back in 1986. 36 years ago. What an opportunity for young Emilion Denner and the Sodicart team. Sodicart have never taken a European title in Gearbox, but this might just be the year. What an astonishing opportunity this is from Emilian Denner. A great drive too, though, from Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Vigano. They're not out of contention yet. The two Italians have a great chance to be European champion through pure consistency alone, as does Jorit Pex in 4th position, the former world and European champion, still very much in with a chance of it. What a great weekend it's been at Karting Genk. Absolutely extraordinary. Well, we're going to continue on with the great battles in FIA karting over the season. The next Gearbox weekend is, of course, at Cremona next month. 3 weeks from now, we will continue the FIA karting journey at Kristianstad Karting Club once again in Sweden as the OK and OK Junior European titles continue. But in a few minutes, Emilian Denner will stand on the top step of the podium as a first-time winner in the European Championship in KZ. What a fantastic battle it has been in the KZ class of the European Championship here at Karting Genk. And now we get to celebrate in style with the 3 drivers that have made their way to the podium after such a sensational drive. And this is only the beginning of the European Championship fight. A month from now, they will do battle again, of course, at Cremona. But now let's welcome the 3 drivers to the podium after such a strong final. In 3rd position for Italy and the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, Matteo Vigano! Great to see Matteo come back to the podium once again where he always belongs. In 2nd position for Italy and Kart Republic, Paolo Ippolito! Paolo Ippolito returns to the podium once again after another solid drive, but for the first time in the European Championship for France and the Saudi Racing team, Emilian Denner! An amazing victory for Emilian Denner there at last. And we welcome the manager of the winning team, Saudi Racing. Please welcome Mansell Smith. And in deference to our driver, on the top step of the podium, and for the 3rd time today, the national anthem for France. That is a sweet, sweet sound for the man on the top step of the podium. We'll welcome our dignitaries to the podium. Firstly, the CEO of Karting Genk to present the trophy to our driver in 3rd position after a fascinating and fabulous battle in the KZ European Championship final here at Karting Genk. So, Koen Lemmens, the CEO of Karting Genk, will come forward to give the trophy to our man in 3rd position for Italy, Matteo Vigano! And we will also ask the CEO of Karting Genk, Mr. Koen Lemmens, to present the trophy to our driver in 2nd position, also representing Italy. A fantastic drive, Paolo Ippolito! And now we will invite our guest, the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to come forward and give the trophy at last to the winning driver for France and for Saudi Racing, Emilian Denner! We will also ask our guest, the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, to present the trophy to the winning team manager for Saudi Racing, Mansell Smith! They are picking up a lot of silverware this year. What a fantastic end to the weekend. We will invite our drivers to raise their trophies aloft now for the winning picture on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your KZ European Championship podium, Genk 2022! And we will invite our 3 drivers onto the top step of the podium together for a team picture. So Matteo, Paolo, let's get you on the top step. Mansell, go and join them if you can fit in as well. Fabulous end to the weekend, and the KZ drivers in fantastic style. Ladies and gentlemen, Matteo Vigano, Paolo Ippolito, and your race winner, Emilian Denner! So after the hard work of 23 laps of Karting Genk, what better way to finish off than with a chance to party Karting Genk style. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our KZ drivers to get busy with the fizzy! Well, the KZ drivers are celebrating in fantastic style. An amazing end to a tough weekend. and they get to do it all again a month from now on the Italian circuit of Cremona. And that is, of course, where we'll crown our European champions in the KZ and KZ2 category. We will also return to the action for the FIA Karting Academy trophy. But the next chapter in the FIA karting season will, of course, take place 3 weeks from now at Kristianstad Karting Club in Sweden for the OK and OK Junior competitions. We hope you've enjoyed it. From myself, Jake Sanson, on behalf of everybody at Karting Genk, the RGMMC promotional team, all the teams and drivers across all 3 categories, we hope you've enjoyed the action here at Karting Genk. And you'll join us again next time, 3 weeks from now in Sweden, and also next month at Cremona for the Gearbox and Academy continuation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and good night from the race winner, Emilian Denner!